Hello, welcome to another live stream of Master Investor. My name is Jose. I'm the founder of the company here. And make sure you subscribe to our channel if you're new. Glad to be here again on another talk on money, business, and investing. Our mission is to elevate the financial well-being of humanity with high-quality financial education. Made simple, we're looking for opportunities to build passive income and true wealth. When you click the link in the description, it's going to take you to this website. It's one of our websites. Enter your name and email to have access to our ebook, How to Build Cash Flow with the Internet, Turn Passive Income On. It comes with a digital course. So once you enter your email and you click sign up, it's going to take you to our website, which, let me show you. You will land over here to this course, How to Build Cash Flow with the Internet. It's $49 right now. And it's going to go up because we added more assets as we go along. And whenever you get it today, you will be locked in for that price forever. So you'll be grandfathered in. So it's a great opportunity to invest in your financial education. Right now, we have the ebook. We have a financial statement that you need to complete on Excel, or you can print it, but just do it on Excel. Mutual agreement for finder's fees. That's a universal contract that we can utilize with any business owner that would like to send business to their company in exchange for a commission for every sale that we bring into their business. Okay. And this happens all the time because we're recommending products to other people in real life. And a lot of people are not capitalizing on it. And it's only ethical and right to do that. As a business person, we need to capitalize on every relationship that we have ethically. So if we help in a business grow, we should get a commission. It's a finder's fee. So don't leave money on the table, okay? We're going to show you exactly how to build the asset column. Rule number one of our community here at Master Investors, that we work to build passive income and make money work hard through sound investing. We're going to be talking about different ways we can build passive income today online. And we're going to hang out tonight. And I'm going to be doing a podcast. We're going to be talking about on the podcast what we talked about on the last live stream. And you're going to watch me do it like I did yesterday, so that way you can learn how to do it yourself and you can duplicate, because if you have an expertise or you have a skill or you have a topic that you want to emphasize on and you want to talk about it, and sometimes you just need to record yourself, right? When you're thinking about something, let it out, record yourself and upload it, right? Publish it. You can do it where you have more of an outline, in the future, or you can start with an outline, but, you can just watch me do it. I have an article that I'm going to read over, but usually I start talking and just go on a topic, about business, investing, and helping people understand that we can change our habits. We can actually get ahead every day by doing little steps. Every day counts. Even though we may not see the impact that it's making, if we do that the entire year, we're going to be successful. We're going to be at the top 1% if we do it at least for 18 minutes a day. So make sure that we marry in great habits and we have a plan of action every single day. Don't let a day go by without you having some sort of plan. What are we going to do today? And it's supposed to be aligned towards our goals, right? So keep dreaming. Think big, because we're going to be thinking anyway, so we might as well be thinking big, right? And ask ourselves questions when we don't have the answers. How can I afford that? How can I achieve that? Because once we do that, we let the universe bring us the answers. We ask in and we should receive. So all it takes sometimes is just asking the right questions. Okay? Make sure you subscribe. We're doing a live stream every single day, bringing you the good and bad news of money, the business principles that work in all economies. There are two types of debt, good debt and bad debt. You need to understand how to utilize debt to become wealthy. Number one, debt is how money is money, because money is created with debt. And today, money is not longer real money. Money is debt. So we have to treat debt like money, like if you had cash in your hand. So we need to put that to work. Instead of just buying liabilities, we need to first buy assets. Then we can buy liabilities, or we can acquire any liability, because we will have assets that will pay for those liabilities. And if you have liabilities right now with bad debt, then if you have the possibility to get into debt, then use the debt to invest in your asset column so that you can get to the next level financially in regards to positive cash flow. Because with that positive cash flow, then you can start paying things off that you want to pay off on your liability column. So don't shrink, expand, live above our means. That's our motto here, right? We talk about it all the time. We want to always expand. And I'm going to show you how to do it, leading by example, right? So if you want to become great, people talk about, oh, I want to do streaming, I want to do that, but okay, well then are you doing it? Oh, I want to lose weight, I want to get in shape, this, okay, but are you doing it? What did you do today towards that? Are you educating yourself? Are you investing in the type of education that requires for that to manifest? There are a lot of great communities out there. I encourage everyone to do due diligence, choose the right mentors, the right communities, and I wish that you stay here with us for the long term too. Okay, we're going to be here for the long term, providing high quality financial education. Okay, and we're going to do it as much as possible and keeping it simple. If it doesn't make sense, then it's not a good investment. It has to make sense. When it's too complicated, when you can't explain it to an 8-year-old, then it doesn't work. Investing in business is supposed to make sense. So when we build a business, remember, we want to build a brand, not just a business. A brand is something that is protected, that has intrinsic value and business integrity. Because a company can be replaced with other companies. Like our brand here, Master Investor. We are a brand, we are protected, we have trademarks, we have intellectual property, we have assets, right? And we are producing unique, high quality financial education that is protected, that is ours, and that is so valuable, right? Because we're breaking down the entire ultra wealthy mindset and making it so simple that anybody can grab and then just educate themselves and then act on that information and get the results that we're looking for. So we have built a bridge from the poor mindset to the ultra wealthy mindset. Anybody that takes our products, whether you already have a business, it's going to reaffirm what you already know, what you already are doing, and it's going to provide more knowledge about entrepreneurship and how to build our asset column and how to diversify among the different asset classes. So you'll definitely get ideas, and you'll get billion-dollar ideas, most likely. Start built to solve one problem, and that is the lack of, number one, financial education in the person's life, in the person's being, and number two, lack of money, lack of excess of passive income and capital gains income. Okay, so we want to solve that problem. We're solving that problem because we have lucrative opportunities, right? We're showing you exactly how to build the asset column, how to get into the game, how to start investing, how to you take control. We're not going to tell you where to invest your money. We're going to show you how we invest in here, how we do it here, which softwares are we using to create our passive income and capital gains income. And then you grab those softwares, you grab those systems, and then you do your thing. You create your asset. You acquire your asset, whether you want to sell coffee, whether you want to do white label, drop shipping, right? Whether you want to do affiliate marketing, network marketing. We're here every day sharing different ideas on how to build passive income. These past days, we have reviewed several videos on how to build passive income online. Some of them have been great. And even within the same video that are giving good golden nuggets about passive income, it contradicts, and I stop the video and I tell you, hey, no, we're not gonna save money, because some of them recommend you to put money in the savings account that will pay you interest, and it's like that means that you just lack creativity on how to make your money work hard. Like, there are so many assets waiting for that money to be invested in. So if you just put it in a savings account, that tells me that you need financial education in your life, because with financial education, you begin to have ideas and you begin to see opportunities all the time. While you're sleeping, you're dreaming of opportunities. While you're waking up, while you're taking a shower, while you're eating, you're thinking of all of these opportunities because you are in that mind frame of building the asset column, which comes from financial education. So the foundation of true wealth is in the ability of reading financial statements and improving them, because every business and every person has a financial statement. And that financial statement tells us the real story behind that individual or that business or investment, right? Because a business is an investment. So when we talk about investing, we have to talk about business. So a lot of people always ask, what are we going to talk about? I thought we were talking about investing. We're talking about business. Well, you cannot have investing without business. So we must learn how to build a business from scratch. We must talk about everything that we have been talking about in our channel. Some of the things may not be fun to listen to, like it's not entertainment. Like in many other channels, you can find things that make you laugh or entertain your brain. But here it's all about financial education, and it's all about getting serious with our plan of life, what we want out of life. What would you want to be remembered as when you pass away, when you're not longer here, right? That we have to start thinking like that and start taking steps, because a lot of people just go through life procrastinating. They get to the deathbed and they say they wish they would listen to their intuition. They didn't follow what they really were here to do. They failed the mission. So what is our mission and what is our purpose in life? And we must live through that. And I believe that once we unlock financial freedom and true wealth, then we can focus better on our passions and our true purpose in life. Because money is an element that can either break you or really make you in life. And we must master that element, not by chasing it, but by having money chase us through sound investing. Having pipelines directed straight to our bank account, and every day we get in deposits from our assets that we are controlling with our companies 100%. All right. So today we're going to review many different videos as well of how to build passive income. We're going to talk about whether they're good or bad, and we're going to give our opinions. Rule number one of our community, remember, is that we work to build passive income and make money work hard through sound investing. Okay, that is what the ultra wealthy do. So we must do exact the same thing, right? We must do the exact steps that they do so that we can leverage ourselves to riches and create the lifestyle that we desire. Not everyone's standard of living is the same. So everybody's wealth number is different. I just want you to pinpoint, what is that? Like, describe it. Where do you want to live? If money wasn't an obstacle, if money was just abundant in your life right now, where would that lifestyle look like? Like, describe it. How much it would be per month? If you want certain type of cars, right? If you want certain type of house, you need to have all of that down specifically to be able to manifest it. You'll be surprised how this works. It works for me, and I'm living proof of it. So write it down, make a plan, whether it's on your computer, on your smartphone. You need to pinpoint exactly how much is it going to cost for that lifestyle. And the goal is to be able to live the lifestyle that we want without working. Our money is working for us. We have investments in assets that we control with our companies that are making us passive income and capital gains income, and that income is paying for all the expenses and all the liabilities that we have in our lives. And we continue to expand and live above our means. We never tell our community to live below your means, regardless of where you are financially. If you're broke, if you're negative, expand. Get out there, communication lines. You need more communication lines. Clean your communication lines. Fix them, right? We all have communication lines. We need to put ethics, and we need to put ethics on ourselves so that we can put ethics on other people. So we need to keep our hands clean at all times, because when we do that, then we have a better understanding of everything that we're reading. It's getting into us, and we can apply it into our lives because we are in the moment. We are clear right now. And that is important to be here, present, right? And create what we want out of life. Don't let one day go without being grateful for what we have and achieving the things that we need to do on a day to day to achieve the big dream. So we need to ensure that we are building our asset column because money is going to help us achieve our dreams, period. Money has to be part of the equation. And if you're working hard at a job, then when do you have time to build your dreams? Now, if you love your job and that's part of your dream, then great. You still need to learn how to invest. So start building a side hustle and turn it into a full-time investment because you're going to nurture every time you get off of work. And by the time you get tired of that job and you're ready to retire, then you at least have the type of income that will help you thrive through life without worrying about pension, because you may not have any pension by the time you retire. Because what they're doing, they invest in that money that you put in the 401k into the stock market. But what if the stock market crashes by the time you retire? You have no control over your money. 401ks and those assets are fake assets. They're not real assets. They're assets for the uneducated, for the people that don't know how to invest. And they encourage people to invest in the stock market through those fake assets. But at the end of the day, remember, it's all about control, leverage, and getting that excess of positive cash flow every day, every week, every month. If we're not getting that, then it's not an asset. Until it puts money into our pocket, then it becomes an asset. Let's keep that very clear. When you get to our website, you're going to come here and you'll see the curriculum, and I'm going to show you how it looks from the inside. Once you subscribe and you buy the course, it's going to look like this right here. This is the book, and it's going to, and also on your phone, on the smart device, it looks just like this. And I did it yesterday live. So it opens up just like you're seeing it on screen, and it's fast too. And you see this button right here. You have this on when you open it, and this means that you'll download that into your smart device or your computer as many times as you want. So it's 580 pages, 49 chapters. You're going to learn everything about wealth creation, about money, what is money, how to utilize debt, what is the velocity of cash flow, what is the cash flow circle. Tell me where you are. Tell me, we all form part of this circle, okay? Of the cash flow circle, because we're all involved in the game of money. Which player are you today? Let me know in the comment section below. All right, I'm going to do the podcast right now. Hold on one second. The podcast will not be too long. I just want to make sure I get it done now. All right. Tell me, which player are you? Are you an employee, self-employed, business owner, or inside investor? You could be more than one player, right? Here at Master Investor, we show you how to be a business owner and an inside investor. That's what we focus on the right side of the cash flow circle. This is where we focus on here. And then, of course, the business owner has systems. We own systems. We control systems. Even when we're not working, we still make money. This, on the left side of the cash flow circle, the employee and the self-employed, they have to show up to make money. The inside investor or the master investor, we make money work hard through sound investing. So that's why rule number one is we focus to build passive income. We work hard to build passive income, right? That's why we focus on our energy and our attention on our asset column. So when we're building passive income, that means we're building and acquiring systems, because it's sound business is a system of systems. So that means that we are rule number one. When we respect rule number one, we are literally becoming a business owner and inside investor, because rule number one is We work to build passive income and make money work hard through sound investing. That's why we chose rule number 1. Ask that one. All right, let me do this. So let me do the topic. What was yesterday's topic? That's today's. So yesterday was, this one right here. All right. All right, I have my app ready. I'm just gonna start recording. You're gonna see me do it. I'm just gonna do it right now. So I have the app right here, and I'm just gonna hit record. Watch. Hello, welcome to another podcast of Master Investor. Glad to be here again on another valuable talk on money, business, and investing. My name is Jose. I'm the founder of the company and brand here. Make sure to follow us and click the link in the description so that you can join one of our digital courses and ebooks, how to build cash flow with the internet, turn passive income on. You can also find our ebooks on Amazon. However, when you go to our website, you'll have additional assets that will come with each ebook because we have turned each book into a digital course, as we're going to be adding more assets to emphasize in each topic of each volume. So welcome to our community, bringing you the good and bad news of money, the business principles that work in all economies. Today, we're going to be speaking about the blueprint for online wealth mastery, strategies for success in the digital era. Today is March 13, 2024. Mastering the art of acquiring cash flow and assets. Today's golden rule is build that networks through lead magnets or sales funnels, right? We need to have these articles and this digital content out there collecting emails. And we can do that through paid advertising and organic traffic. Organic traffic comes from articles that we publish, live streams that we do, videos that we create, and things that we publish on our own, and they continue to bring in leads, and those leads convert into sales. Once we have the right offer with the right video attached to it and the right call of action, then we can literally turn any lead into lifetime customers. Okay, we're going to show you exactly how to do that on autopilot here inside of our community. So networks are important when it comes to building financial freedom, because without networks, we cannot have financial independence. We have to have networks of our own. So rule number one of our community is that we work to build passive income and make money work hard through sound investing. However, step number 1 to build passive income online is to have a capture page or a lead magnet or a landing page, also known as a squeeze page. That's step 1. And then we need to have that connected to step 2, which is an email autoresponder. An email autoresponder will be collecting the emails and names and putting them in a specific list that we will create inside of the email autoresponder to organize an email campaign so that we can deliver ongoing messages to the leads that are coming in, so that we can close them and we can ask them to make a purchase with us because we have the solution that they're looking for. We're going to provide value to them. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to build rapport with them. Okay. And we're going to show you how to have different types of list, right? We can focus on different niches. We don't have to focus on just one specific niche. If you like different things, you can focus on health, on self-development, business, and meditation, right? There are so many different categories that we can choose from when it comes to either affiliate marketing, or we can also build our own products on those categories. Just like we're doing right now with this podcast, right? We're creating passive income because we're building our asset column. We're acquiring assets every day. And this is a digital asset right here. This continues to bring in leads over and over again. So step 1 is have a capture page connected with step 2, have an email autoresponder. And step 3 is have targeted traffic going to that capture page. And targeted traffic means that that group of people that we are marketing to are the right group of people that are wanting what we have because they have the problem that we are solving. Every business is built to solve a problem in the world. So when we study and actively practice building a business from scratch, we have an first advantage because it teaches us a lot of things that other people do not have under their belt. So here at Master Investor, even building our digital business where we don't require employees, we don't require offices, everything is digital. It still requires the fundamentals of building a successful business. And you're going to learn inside of our ebook how to build cash flow with the internet. Turn passive income on, click the link in the description. You're going to learn inside of that volume what is the cash flow triangle, which has 8 elements that composes a great business. When you invest on a business, that business must have the 8 elements described in this cash flow triangle. And when we build the business from scratch, we must implement these 8 elements. Otherwise, the business will fail. And it starts with a mission. And then it's team, leadership, cash flow, communications, systems, legal, and product. A lot of people think the product is the most important aspect of a business, but it's not. All the other elements are as important as the product. In an age where the internet has become the cornerstone of commerce and communication, the quest for online wealth mastery has emerged as a tangible aspiration for countless individuals worldwide. The allure of financial freedom and the flexibility to pursue one's passions from any corners of the globe has sparked a revolution in the digital entrepreneurship. But what does it take to truly master the art of building wealth online? In today's talk, we will delve into the blueprint for online wealth mastery and unveil the strategies that can propel us towards financial success in the digital era. Understanding wealth mastery. Remember, there are 4 players in the cash flow circle. And those players are in the left side of the cash flow circle. We have the employee, and then we have the self-employed, right? Majority of people only get to play on the left side of the cash flow circle because that's what the school systems have taught. And on the right side of the cash flow circle, we have the business owner and the inside investor or the master investor. Right? And so on the right side of the cash flow circle is where wealth is built. Because the business owner controls and we own systems and we get paid even when we're not working. And we need to focus on building that asset column with the right assets because when we do that, we can hedge for inflation and protect ourselves from down economies. Online wealth mastery transcends the traditional confines of employment and entrepreneurship. It embodies the ability to leverage digital platforms, technology, and creativity to create multiple streams of income and achieve financial autonomy. Unlike conventional wealth building methods, online wealth mastery offers unparalleled scalability, accessibility, and flexibility, making it an enticing prospect for aspiring entrepreneurs and seasoned professionals alike. One second. Be right back. Okay. The rise of digital assets. Digital assets encompass a wide range of intangible assets that exist solely in digital form. These assets derive their value from the digital ecosystem and are increasingly becoming sought after investment vehicles in the online economy. One of the most prominent examples of digital assets is cryptocurrencies, decentralized digital currencies that operate on blockchain technology. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other cryptocurrencies have gained widespread adoption as alternative stores of value in investment assets, offering investors the potential for significant returns. Beyond cryptocurrency, exploring diverse opportunities. While cryptocurrencies have garnered much attention, the world of digital assets extends far beyond just digital currencies. NFTs, for example, have emerged as a new frontier in the digital economy, allowing individuals to tokenize and trade digital collectibles, artwork, and other unique assets. The explosion of interest in NFTs has opened up a new avenues for artists, creators, and investors to monetize digital content and unlock new sources of revenue. I need to check to make sure that we have the right article here today. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I just have to check to make sure we're talking about the right thing. Otherwise, I have to restart, or I can just continue here. Blocking the Middle East harnessing, mastering objection. That's what we did yesterday. Okay, so we talked about the objection yesterday. I don't want to be repeating the same thing. I think it was that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so it was this one. I'm gonna restart the. I restarted the podcast because I need to make sure I'm doing the right podcast. I think I was talking about the wrong thing, or the same title that I already have. Okay, let me go back here. Okay, so the last one that we did was on handling that. So the last live that we did after the handling and mastering that was how to build financial freedom, and I think it was this one, entrepreneurship skills for online wealth building. Yeah. Okay. Let me take a look at this. All right, hold on. This is 11 right here. Mastering the blueprint. Okay, yeah, so this is the one. Good. Okay. Yeah, I was doing the wrong one. Okay, that's good that I stopped there. Ready? Start. I'm going to start it again. Hello, welcome to another podcast of Master Investor. Glad to be here again on another valuable talk of money, business, and investment. Let me do it again one more time. Hello, welcome to another podcast of Master Investor. It's not recording for some reason. Let me close the app and restart it again. Hello, welcome to another podcast of Master Investor. Glad to be here again on another valuable talk on money, business, and investing. My name is Jose. I'm the founder of the company and brand. Ensure to click the link in the description to have access to one of our digital courses, how to build cash flow with the internet, turn passive income on. You will get an ebook as well when you get it from our website. You can also get our ebooks on Amazon, but it's better to go to our website because you have additional assets that comes with each ebook. As we are adding more assets, you will always be grandfathered in into any other additional asset that we add, regardless of the price going up. Okay, so it's a great investment to start right now because it's going to give you the total guide step by step on how to build the asset column with real assets that we control with our companies today. Okay, it's all about taking control over our finances and making sure that we are building the right blueprint for our financial goals. Today's March 13, 2024, Mastering the Art of Acquiring Cash Flow and Assets. Today's golden rule is build our networks through lead magnets, or also known as sales funnels, right? We need to have different assets out there making us passive income and capital gains income and bringing in new leads into our email autoresponder. There are 3 steps to start building our passive income and capital gains income online. Step number 1 is have a capture page, or also known as a landing page. It also has a different name called squeeze page. It's a lead magnet. The whole purpose of this landing page is to capture the email and name of a potential customer in exchange of something of value that we're going to give them, whether it is a video, a testimonial, a case study, a free PDF, a gift, a coupon, etc. Something of value. They're going to give us their personal information, their name and email, and we're going to give them the solution that they're looking for the problem that they have. Okay. And we're doing step number 3. So step number 1 is have a landing or capture page. Step number 2 is have an email autoresponder. We need to connect the capture page with the email autoresponder. So all the emails that are coming in from that capture page are going into the email autoresponder. And then we need to do step number 3, which is targeted traffic to that capture page. And we need to continuously do pay advertising and organic traffic through articles, live streams, seminars, free articles that we publish, or podcasts, audibles. So many different ways that we can bring in targeted leads. And organic traffic is very good at bringing in the right clientele because they found us through search engine optimization. So it's important that we have the right blueprint when it comes to building our wealth, and we need to focus on building our networks, because without networks, you will not be able to achieve financial independence. In order to have true wealth, we need to control networks, and we need to start collecting emails every day, because every email means a potential of a customer. And we're going to provide value to that customer. We're going to give them what they're looking for. Okay, what they need right now to solve their problems that they have. And maybe it's more than one problem that we're going to solve. A lot of people, once they buy from us once, they continue to buy from our offers. Okay, so we're going to do an email campaign to them. We're going to continue to bring value to their lives so that they know that we're here for the long term, and we are authentic, we're real, and we know exactly what we are offering is something that they need, because we know that they have a pain, they have some sort of problem in their life. That's how we were able to put that message in front of them, because we found them through advertisement. We found them because we were doing the right SEO, the right title, the right comments on our articles. Whatever we're publishing as content, it needs to be aligned with our target audience. So the keywords need to be aligned, the content, the description, the videos. So if you want to start streaming, and you need to put descriptions, and you can use artificial intelligence to create the descriptions. Today we have like the best tools that humans have ever seen, because artificial intelligence has the power to make anyone millionaire, billionaire fast. We don't need to wait a long time to become wealthy now. We live in the best times. So let's take advantage of this. Today's title is The Blueprint for Online Wealth Mastery, Strategies for Success in the Digital Era. In an age where the internet has become the cornerstone of commerce and communication, the quest for online wealth mastery has emerged as a tangible aspiration for countless individuals worldwide. The allure of financial freedom and the flexibility to pursue one's passions from any corner of the globe has sparked a revolution in digital entrepreneurship. But what does it take to truly master the art of building wealth online? In today's article, we will delve into the blueprint for online wealth mastery and unveil the strategies that can propel us towards financial success in the digital era. Understanding online wealth mastery transcends the traditional confines of employment and entrepreneurship. It embodies the ability to leverage digital platforms, technology, and creativity to create multiple streams of income and achieve financial autonomy. Unlike conventional wealth building methods, online wealth mastery offers unparalleled scalability, accessibility, and flexibility, making it an enticing prospect for aspiring entrepreneurs and seasoned professionals alike. The pillars of online wealth mastery. Number one, identify our niche. The foundation of online wealth mastery lies in identifying our niche, the intersection of our passions, skills, and market demand. Conduct thorough market research to identify lucrative opportunities within our niche and assess the competition. By carving out a niche that aligns with our expertise and interests, we can position ourselves as a trusted authority in our field and attract a loyal audience. Number two, build a brand. In the digital realm, or our personal brand is our most valuable asset. Invest in creating a compelling brand identified that reflects our values, personality, and unique selling proposition. Develop a professional website, optimize our social media profiles, and consistently deliver valuable content that resonates with our target audience. Cultivate authenticity and transparency to forge meaningful connections with our audience and build trust over time. Number three, create valuable content. Content is the currency of the digital economy, and creating high quality, engaging content is essential for attracting and retaining our audience. Whether it is blog posts, videos, podcasts, or social media updates, focus on providing valuable insights, solving problems, and entertaining our audience. Experiment with different formats and distribution channels to reach a wider audience and maximize our impact. Number four, monetize our expertise. Once we have built a loyal following, it is time to monetize our expertise and turn our passion into profit. Explore various monetization strategies such as selling digital products, offering online courses or coaching services, affiliate marketing, sponsor content, or membership subscriptions. Diversify our revenue streams to minimize risk and maximize our earning potential. Number five, invest in continuous learning. The digital landscape is constantly evolving, and staying ahead of the curve requires a commitment to lifelong learning and personal development. Invest in acquiring new skills, staying updated on industry trends, and experimenting with emerging technologies and platforms. Seek out mentors, join communities, and attend workshops and conferences to expand our knowledge and network with like-minded individuals. The journey to online wealth mastery. In conclusion, online wealth mastery is not an overnight success story, but a journey of perseverance, resilience, and strategic planning. It requires dedication, discipline, and a willingness to embrace failure and learn from setbacks. By identifying our niche, building our brand, creating valuable content, monetizing our expertise, and investing in continuous learning, we can unlock the secrets of online wealth mastery and embark on a path towards financial freedom and fulfillment in the digital age. Thank you for investing time with me today, listening to this amazing podcast. Let me know if you have any questions. Drop in the comment section. I'll be answering them. And click the link. Get our ebook, How to Build Cash Flow with the Internet, Turn Passive Income On. We have 3 ebooks right now. The 10-year rules of money, the one I just gave you, how to invest in crypto to build wealth, understanding Bitcoin and blockchain. That's the one that we just released, and we're working on our 4th ebook, How to Raise Capital to Build Wealth. The job number 1 of an entrepreneur is to raise capital. And the number 1 skill is to sell without selling, using systems and smart marketing. And remember the 3 steps to start building passive income using the internet. Number 1, have a capture page connected to your step number 2, which is an email autoresponder. And then step number 3, have targeted traffic going to that capture page, and we need to have a product attached to that capture page because we are going to offer that lead a solution of the problem that they have. And we need to collect their name and email so that we can continuously communicate with them throughout our lifetime, forever, because we want them to continue buy from us over time. Whenever they need something, they can come to us because we have different products. If we're selling something in the health department, then we may have more than one product in that niche. So we can always sell them something regarding health. So it's important that we nurture our list. We focus on building our email list, and we can only do that when we have an email autoresponder, we have a capture page, and we have targeted traffic. Okay. Combine those 3 steps that I gave you and implement everything that you will learn inside of the ebook, and you'll have my word that you will see passive income coming in, because you are doing the exact same thing that we are all doing to create passive income and capital gains income using simple formulas that are proven to work. We're not reinventing anything new. Everything is already created. Even the systems that we are controlling, the email responder, all of that is created. Do you need to know coding to create passive income online? No. Do you need to have money to create passive income? Not necessarily. What you need is financial education, right? You know, when they say, oh, you need money to make money. No, if that was true, then a lot of people will do that with their money that they save in their bank, right? So what makes money make money is financial education. And then with financial education, you can still make money without money. You can raise capital. Remember, that's the job number 1 of an entrepreneur. Bringing you the good and bad news of money, the business principles that work in all economies. Thank you for being part of our community here at Master Investor, and keeping it working by investing in our products and what we offer here in our community. We have more coming. Stay tuned. I'll talk to you on the next podcast. Remember, there are 2 types of debt, good debt and bad debt. Good debt makes us wealthy. It's the type of debt that we use to buy assets that we control with our companies, and that those assets pay for the debt service, the interest, the expenses, etc., and it still leaves us with positive cash flow. And the holy grail of investing is infinite return on investment. So learn how to use debt. Don't be afraid of debt. If you have bad debt right now, the way to come out of bad debt is by investing in our asset column. And if you can get any type of debt, then use it to invest in your asset column. But first, invest, of course, in your financial education so that you know exactly what you're doing in regards to whichever asset class we want to start with. There are 5 different asset classes that exist. Number 1, real estate. Number 2, business. Number 3, crypto. Number 4, paper assets. Number 5, commodities. Stay extraordinary and wealthy. Bye for now. Talk to you next time. Okay, that was that. Actually, on the last one, I switched the article because I thought I was doing the wrong one, but I was actually doing the right one. And then I messed it up at the end, but it's okay. We just do it again. It's okay. And we did. So now I save it. I add the music. We got the job done here. And it's worth it because this stays up forever. So okay, I added the title here, and this is the season 1. Let me add the call of action. Get our wealth ebooks and courses. All right, so all right, so that's that. Okay, just one. Okay, I got the title. I got my call of action. Good. It's ready to be published. And now it's going to be distributed among all the podcast platforms that exist. Okay. We're doing a podcast a day. That's what we're doing, a live stream per day. And we feel great about that. We probably going to increase. Actually, we're doing more than one live stream per day. We're live streaming like hours per day since the year started. So, and we're doing different because sometimes I shut it off. On YouTube, I have to shut it off by 12 hours so that it archives it so other people can watch the replay. Unfortunately, they don't let it go after 12 hours. We can go after 12 hours, but then I don't get a copy of the video of the live stream. And what we're talking about is amazing, right? We have been reviewing a lot of videos of business and entrepreneurs that are wealthy and people that have been doing this for years. So we're learning from the very top, and that's the whole goal here. And we're going to review as many videos as we can so that we can learn how to create passive income. And we're going to bring the tools and resources, everything that is working right now to build wealth. We're going to have that. And today we have an article that I wrote for us. Of course, that was from yesterday. So if you were here yesterday, you probably listened to that article already that we talked about just on the podcast. So here, this is today's article. This is the one I have for us today. Building wealth online, tips, tricks, and strategies, which I'll do it later, actually probably later in the morning. We're going to be hanging out today. Okay, I'll leave it for later here. So tell me, which type of player are you right now in the game of money? Are you an employer? Are you a self-employed? Are you a business owner? Are you an inside investor? Maybe you all of them at the same time. You can be. Let me see here. Got time. All right, let me see here. Let's see, we're going to review a video right now. I'm going to choose one. Let me know which type of player are you in the game of money right now. Are you more than one player? And tell me which player you would like to be. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me finish here. So the business owner owns systems that work for us even when we do not work. Okay. Let's choose a video right now that we're going to review. Was that the one that we're reviewing? I don't think so. Nah, no way. Achieving your unique purpose. Oh, yeah, this is the. Okay, let's see here what we have. America is creating weak and program. Master everybody else. Outsmart everybody else.
If you haven't noticed, the dollar has been. I've built multiple $10 million plus companies. I don't know how to do anything. I don't have any web development skills. I don't have video editing skills. I don't have design skills. I don't have any skills. I can write, right?
Let's see this.
But that's it. I'm an organizing force. I'm the guy who just organizes. What you're about to hear is a round 2 interview between me and the incredible Daniel Priestley. Now, Daniel is actually one of the most popular episodes that we have ever had of the podcast. And the first episode that we did, which was around a year ago, still continues to get thousands and thousands of views every single day. In this episode, we talked specifically about how to go from 0 to 10K a month as an entrepreneur. And then we talked a bit about how to go from 10K to 100K a month. And then we talk a little bit about how to go from 100K a month to $1 million a month as an entrepreneur. 10 grand is not a lot to certain people. If you've already got a £500,000 business, $500,000 business, 10 grand's okay, yeah, we can do that. And we're going to be talking about a bunch of frameworks that you can learn and apply to whatever stage of the business career you're at. We're going to talk about the 4 different types of products, including the Eiffel Tower metaphor. And throughout the episode, we riff on a bunch of different business ideas and we apply the principles to these ideas kind of in real time so you can see how they apply in a real world context. Anyone who can run a pub can run your business. A pub has drunk people and people like hooking up and having relationships. A pub is like got razor thin margins. You just do not need to be running your business. That's not what you're good at as a key person of influence. You should be out there doing the thing that only you can do. Oh, by the way, if you have a couple of minutes, I would love it if you could possibly fill in a little survey. We are surveying the audience, people who watch or listen to this podcast, and trying to figure out what are the things you vibe with, what are the things you don't, who are the sorts of guests that you'd like to see more of, and what sort of topics should we continue covering on the Deep Dive podcast. So if you've got a couple of minutes, it would mean a lot. There's a link in the video description or in the show notes. Would love it if you could help us out and help us make the podcast better for you guys. So yeah, check it out. Daniel, welcome back to the podcast. It's good to be back. This is sick. Like, you are one of the most viewed episodes of all time. And if we sort of exclude the people who are already like super celebrities, you are the most viewed episode of all time. I'm totally stoked about this. This is incredible. What do you think landed so much with people from the previous time you came on the podcast? I think we just went through a journey and we hit a whole bunch of bases. I'm hoping we can deliver as much value today as well. Yeah. And also, here's the other thing. I think everyone's interested in becoming an entrepreneur. The world has changed so much in the last 10, 20 years, and the rules that many people grew up with have changed. The schooling system is preparing people for a world that doesn't really exist, for, as far as many people see. There's a lot of people who are dissatisfied with the game of work because it doesn't pay enough. And the conditions aren't good enough, and it doesn't feel like it's giving you enough freedom and flexibility and something that's going to be exciting and interesting and engaging. And a lot of people are turning to entrepreneurship and they want to know how to do it. Nice. So we're going to be talking about how to do it in this episode. We're going to go over the entrepreneur journey from 0 to 10K a month, 10 to 100K a month, and then 100K to 1 million a month. No pressure. And we'll split up the podcast into these 3 chunks, and we'll try and just sort of blitz through as many of the frameworks and ways and the philosophies and the ways of thinking about it as we can. Love it. So that people can at least know what the roadmap looks like, and then they can fill in the gaps with specific implementation based on other reading and other resources and things like that. Here's the thing I want to say up front. A lot of people think that entrepreneurship is a really unpredictable road. They think that it's, dangerous and risky and all of those sorts of things. I've got an analogy that I think is worth saying right up front. So as you know, I've got 3 little kids, a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an 8-year-old. So we do lots and lots of Lego. So imagine you start with this Lego box and you look at the front of the box, and on the front of the box is the picture of what it should look like at the end. And then you tip the Legos on the carpet, it's a big mess, and you go, how do I get from that mess to that box? And then there's a little set of instructions that says do this, then this, then this. And it breaks it down just step by step by step. And then you don't have to really think. If you just simply do the steps, very rapidly it starts looking like the front of the box. Now, entrepreneurship is actually very similar to that. There are a series of steps, and you go step by step by step by step, and then it starts looking like the front of the box pretty quickly. So that's what I want to cover today. I want to basically try and demystify it a little bit. I want to take all the kind of weird, risky kind of misconceptions out of entrepreneurship.
Okay, but surely this is too good to be true. I've heard that entrepreneurship is 99% of startups fail, or whatever that number is. I know so many people who bought a course on day trading, trying to make money online, and they've just failed. And it seems like the only people getting rich off of this are the people selling the courses.
Yeah.
So what's going on there?
Okay, so great first frame. The first thing I'd say is entrepreneurship and trading are very, very different, right? So trading is a zero-sum game. You're buying and selling equities, or you're buying and selling a financial instrument. And these are zero-sum games. There's winners and losers, and there's nothing in between, or there's brokers in between. But you can't value add. You can't buy some shares or some currencies and value add those. You have to basically trade those and try and get in and get out at the right time. The reality is, because it's a winner and loser sport, something like trading, you are not going to beat the winners, right? So the people who are the best in the world, it would be as silly for me to go into the NBA and say that I'm going to try and score a few points against the professional basketballers. I could try for 10 years. I wouldn't score a point, not one, because they're professionals. They're built for it, and they're paid crazy amounts of money. So that's who you're up against when you're in the trading space. So entrepreneurship is not trading. That is definitely not the case. When we go into the world of entrepreneurship, you can value add and you can do all of those sorts of things. Why is it that it's not more predictable for most people? Well, for starters, entrepreneurship, you're figuring out what the market wants, and most market needs are already met. There's already businesses. There's millions of businesses.
Yeah.
So most market needs are already met. And people, it's like, yeah, I already have a company that makes great cupcakes. I don't need another cupcake company. So the thing is that we're trying to go through a process of discovery to find something that is an unmet need, something that the marketplace wants but doesn't actually have access to. And that is hard, right? So it's not that it's easy, but there are a series of steps that allow you to de-risk it and to demystify it and to not overcommit, not take yourself into a position of being throwing money at something that's not going to work.
Okay, that makes sense. Before we get into the entrepreneur journey, you've written a book called How to Raise Entrepreneurial Kids, and you have some thoughts about the school system and kind of how we got here. I wonder if you can just sort of riff on that for a moment. Like, why is entrepreneurship so alien to the way that most of us were educated?
Yeah, so entrepreneurship feels very counter to the way we were educated, because the education system was created in the industrial age when they had to create something called component labor. Component labor was creating nicely machined parts that fit into somebody else's organization, someone else's machine. If you think about the world prior to the digital revolution, you had local economies, and you basically graduated school and had to fit into a local economy. So some kids were going to grow up and become local police officers, and some were going to become local doctors and nurses, and some were going to become local teachers, and some were going to be butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers. So all the things that were in that local environment, and you essentially had to graduate school and then fit into a business that was already up and running and established in the local environment. So the model for schooling was to create component labor, people who fit nicely into other people's businesses. Where we're at right now is very different. So the world that we live in right now is teams that are geographically spaced out, business opportunities that could be incredibly narrow and niche but a mile deep, customer base that's all over the world. And you can, in that environment, you can actually be very different. You can be highly creative. You can be innovative. You can be exclusive. You can be specialized. All of those sorts of things. You're trying to come up with a solution that fits that problem. When you've come out of a school system, you're developing a skill set, and you're trying to find an employer that needs those skills.
Ooh,
so
nice.
It's slightly different.
Yeah.
So when we think about a Porsche 911. Porsche 911, they don't say, what are we good at?
and they go, okay, we're really good at making the chassis of the car, but we don't do tires and we don't do stereo systems. So we're just going to sell the thing that we're good at. They say, what does the customer want? Well, the customer wants to be able to drive the car straight off the dealership and feel great about their purchase. And to do that, they need tires and they need stereo system in the car. So what Porsche does is they ask, what does the customer actually want? What's the experience they're looking for? And how do we bring together everything that's required for that to happen? So they say, okay, let's get Pirelli tires on there and let's get a Bose stereo system in there and let's get 2,500 suppliers and let's bring them all together. So what businesses do is they find a solution to what the customer wants. What employees do, and especially when you come out of school, is they have skills and they try and market the skills to an employer. So these are slightly different. They sound similar, but they're quite different. And that's why entrepreneurship feels a little bit different when you move from employment into entrepreneurship.
Nice. And how would you define entrepreneurship?
So entrepreneurship is a couple of things. Number one, you are trying to do something that commercially is successful. You want to make money, right? So let's not beat around the bush. A big part of entrepreneurship is you want to make money. You're doing something for commercial success. It's not a charity. You're trying to make a profit. The next thing is you're taking a risk. So entrepreneurship has an element of risk. And normally it's a risk for the entrepreneur. You're in some way risking your time without a certain outcome, or you're risking money, or you're risking someone else's money. You're doing all of those sorts of things. And the next thing you're doing is you're organizing the resources beyond your own control, right? So you're starting with limited resources and then you're expanding your sphere of influence over resources. So when we think about those three things, if you weren't really taking a risk, you'd just be a leader or an asset manager. If you weren't trying to make money, you might be a change maker. You might be a positive force in the world, but you're not an entrepreneur, right? So it has to combine all of those elements.
And when you say, what was that thing you said, sort of organizing resources?
So if you had all the resources, right? Let's say you're a trust fund kid. You've got millions and millions of pounds already, that your dollars that you're starting with, and you've got all these people and it's all there. You're a leader. You're leading the money or you're asset managing. An entrepreneur is normally someone who's accessing resources beyond their control. So they have to enroll other people to join their team. They have to enroll investors to put money in.
As an entrepreneur, as a creator, I'm 24/7 on the go all the time. Shopify makes it very easy to be connected with my store. My name is Chef Jamoke Jackson, aka Mr. Foodtastic. It's literally took me a day to get up and running. I can take a picture, write a description, upload it, and I can have our new product in the store. And
they have to enroll customers to buy something that isn't really proven. So you're kind of influencing people outside of your current sphere.
And how would you define entrepreneur versus solopreneur? It's, a thing that's become popular recently on Twitter and like one-person businesses and things like that.
Yeah. So you're still commercial. You're still taking a risk. You're not really organizing a lot of human labor. You're not organizing people outside of your control. I'm not a big fan of solopreneur, and the reason for that is because if you're a quote-unquote solopreneur, you're basically, if you go on holiday, the whole business goes on holiday. And you can imagine what it would be like if Microsoft said, everybody's on holiday this month. We're all going away at the same time, right? Microsoft would shut down and it would, like, the stock price would crash. Sure. So if you're a solopreneur and everyone goes away all at once, which is you, then that's a very precarious position. And the truth is, you never really switch off as a solopreneur. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to create something and sell something and deal with customers and all this sort of stuff all on your own. And the truth is, as soon as it starts showing sign of working, why wouldn't you have a salesperson? Why wouldn't you have an assistant? Why wouldn't you have someone who's, customer service role? Why wouldn't you start bringing together a few people to make this thing actually a proper business and to also specialize your own time on the most high value thing that you do?
I mean, people famously say, oh, I don't want to manage people.
Well, I think managing people is when you go past, in some cases, 6 or 7 people. Sometimes you can manage up to 12. But certainly once you go past 12, you are into management teams and all that sort of stuff. And it gets hairier and more complex. Let's just call it 10 people. So under 10 people, you normally find that you're a self-organizing team. Think about it like a dinner party. If you have 6 or 7 people around for a dinner party, it really does self-organize. People just like get their own drinks and they like bring things to the table and everything kind of works and it's kind of a flowing conversation. If you go over 10, 11, 12 people, 13 people, now it's kind of like you're organizing people and you really, the stress comes on and it's like, guys, it's time to sit down to the table over here now and who's got the drinks and who's doing this? Have we got enough food? So suddenly it's like it's a much more complex production to bring that many people together. So there's something magical that happens, which is a self-organizing little team. Certainly 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. 8 people, you're definitely a self-organizing little team. There's not a lot of managing people in that.
Okay, nice, cool. So apologies for taking us on a little bit of a tangent down that route, but I know that people, are interested in the whole sort of situation. So 0 to 10K a month. That's like our first step of the process. And so I wonder if, this is something we tried on a previous podcast, if we can sort of pretend to be coaching me as a beginner to entrepreneurship. I don't really know anything about entrepreneurship, but I like the idea.
Sure.
I've maybe listened to you on Deep Dive with Ali Abdal, and I'm like, oh, this Daniel Priestley guy knows what he's talking about. I would like to engage with services as a coach. I know you don't really do one-on-one coaching anymore, but
sure.
like how would we approach that conversation if I were, say, working a full-time job as a junior doctor, 2 years out of med school, and I want to start a business, but like I don't really know what's next.
So I love a good framework, and my framework for this would be CHAOS. CHAOS stands for concept, audience, offer, sales. So concept is we need to come up with something that is a good idea, a good concept. When people say, Ali, what on earth are you doing? Why are you quitting your job to do this thing? They're going to say, what is it you're going to do? What are you going to start? So the first thing is you've got to have a good answer to that. So you've got to have a concept. So let's talk about concept. And I want to do this nice and quick, but do it justice. So the first thing that I want to do with a concept is I want to know, do you want a lifestyle business or a performance business, right? What are we building?
What does that mean?
So a lifestyle business is going to be, are we keeping it small so that you can have fun, freedom, and flexibility? Is that the purpose? Do you want to just travel and work and have a little, gang of people that are, rebels and misfits, and we keep it small and deliberately the whole purpose is fun, freedom, and flexibility. And especially we don't want debt or investors, right? So that would be a lifestyle business, lifestyle boutique. And the second thing would be a performance business, which is we're building something to sell it. We want to become big and valuable. We want to be 50 million, 100 million plus in valuation. We want 50 employees. We're happy to take on investors. We want investors. We want debt. We want to build something that's going to be valuable. So the first thing I'd want to know is, do you want a lifestyle business or do you want a performance business? I think of it like a property developer with a block of land. Do you want to put your dream home on the block of land, or do you want to build a 10-story building and sell it? Like property development.
Okay, I want to make, if I could make 3K a month, that will allow me to quit my job, and then I'll be happy.
So it sounds like a lifestyle, the beginnings of a lifestyle boutique, right?
Yeah,
so,
sure.
And this is not a bad place to start. Normally a performance business is something that you would do if you've got really good guidance and it might be your second time through. So that would be the first thing. The next thing I'm looking at is what we call OMV, origin, story, mission, and vision. So what is your background? And we need to do something that lines up with your background. There's no point where we don't have any passions or any, like when you talked about trading before, I see people, they watch some trading videos online and then they're like, oh, I'm going to be a trader. Why? Oh, because so-and-so said that I could end up with a helicopter. Okay, amazing. And it's like, what about your background says trading? Nothing. You've never done, you're not analytical, you're not, you don't have any of the kind of background that a trading firm would want to see in a trader that they hire. None of that's there. You've just seen something that you think makes money. So there's no origin story. Whereas let's look at you. You became a amazing YouTuber, but your background was teaching people. You were helping, Cambridge. You were talking to people about how to. You had one of your first businesses teaching people how to study for exams. So there is actually a background there. You also were passionate about media, and you were doing stuff in the media space. So you had a bit of an origin story that was leading up to this.
So what would that look like for someone who maybe, like, I've spoken to a lot of people who would say, oh, but I don't have anything I'm passionate about. Like, I'm studying insert generic degree at insert generic university. And in the evenings, I go home and watch Netflix and scroll social media and hang out with my friends. Like, what in that context, how do we approach talking to that person about this origin story?
If I had time with that person, I would discover that around age 10, there were moments where there were the early moments of empowerment. Now, I've worked with enough entrepreneurs to discover that always around age 10 to 13, there was a moment where you discovered that you were actually independently powerful, separate to your parents. And you have a moment of like, wow, okay, you know what? I'm not just a dumb kid. There's something going on here. So you might have stood up to a bully. You might have taken ownership of something. You might have, put together a little play, something like that. So there's always clues in that. And psychologically, one thing I've found about entrepreneurs is that they're at a very deep level, they're trying to get back to that feeling of empowerment. And it started early. So let me ask you the question. Around age 10 to 13, do you remember a particular early memory where it was like, I had a moment of empowerment? I had a moment that feels like, wow, I'm on my own and I'm actually a powerful individual.
Yeah, it was when I started to learn to code.
Coding.
Yeah. And when I started making websites and the joy, I'm kind of getting emotional for like even just talking about it, just the joy of creating something without my mom's permission and like just making the thing. And then started like advertising my services on a freelancer website back in the day.
So there's some elements here of technology and there's some elements of putting stuff out to the world. Like you're actually creating something and putting it out to the world. And there's elements of like no permission, right? Now, if we go and fast forward to YouTube, it's a no permission platform. You're creating something for the world and you're putting it out there in the world. So there's all these kind of echoes of that early memory. So what happens is that this ingrains in us pretty early. And everyone's got one, right? So we all have a moment. Sometimes it's a negative experience. So sometimes, a silly example, the origin story for Batman is he's a victim of crime. His parents are killed. And he realizes that he is on his own, right? He has to figure it out real fast on his own that he's now a 10-year-old kid who's orphaned, right? So that's his origin story. And he has to wake up one day and say, I'm going to work with this situation that I'm in. Right. So that is his moment of empowerment. I know it's a fictional story, but it resonates and it's a story that stood the test of time, but it's a good origin story example that everyone relates to. Yeah. So sometimes it's negative, as in like something bad happens and you have to just face it. Yeah. And in many cases, it's very positive. I had one, I was 10 years old and I hosted my own garage sale. So we had some stuff in the house that was damaged. We had a little kitchen fire and it damaged some stuff. And I decided to clean it and sell it. And one of the things was a microwave. And this guy comes up to me at the garage sale and he says, how much for the microwave? And I say, $20. He says, can I talk to your dad? I say, oh, okay, I must have done something wrong. So I go and get dad and dad comes out and he says, what's the problem? And he says, well, your son says the microwave's $20, but will you take $15? And dad looks at him and he says, well, it's his business. You'll have to negotiate with him. And I just, in that moment, just went, whoa. It's my business. You'll have to negotiate with me. So here's this adult, and he looks at me like embarrassed, and he says, "Oh, can I give you 15?" And I'm like, "No, it's 20." So in that moment, I'm feeling incredibly like empowered, and I heard this word called business, and it's my business, and I started an entrepreneurial venture. I took something that was a negative, which was a little house fire, something got damaged. I cleaned it, I fixed it, I sold it, I made money. I ended up with a green bicycle and Sega Master System. So for me, this was like, whoa, you can take bad situations and through this thing called business, you can make it into good things. So that was my moment of empowerment. And it's no surprise that I ended up as a serial entrepreneur.
And so we're saying that the concept for your business should ideally be linked to some sort of origin story.
When you try and do things purely to make money, right? Money's a part of it, right? Money's a big part of it. When you try and do things purely to make money, it never works. Right? It just doesn't work. Everyone who makes money, whether it's Warren Buffett or some amazing hedge fund manager, my goodness, it runs deep in their veins. There's something about it. They're not just trying to make money. They're trying to get back to a certain feeling.
Nice.
There's something in there that needs to be unpacked.
So what would you say for someone who's listening to this and thinking, damn, 10 to 13, I don't really have anything. I was just like hanging out with my friends, TBH.
You might be an NPC. Look, honestly, if you're really that stuck, entrepreneurship is an advanced strategy. You need to go and work for an entrepreneur. You need to go and do 6 months with this company, 6 months with this company. You need to go fishing around. This is not like entrepreneurship is not some ticket to riches. Entrepreneurship is a really good ticket to be stressed all the time, to sit up late thinking about your business, to get really freaked out about whether customers like stuff or not. Entrepreneurship is an advanced move. It's something that you should do, but you should actually be an entrepreneur begrudgingly. You should go, there's this thing that has to happen in the world. No one's doing it. I'm going to do it. Right. But it's not, it's a bumpy road that ends smooth. It's not a smooth road.
It's not for everyone.
It's not for everyone. And there are 6 million businesses already in the UK. There's 30 million plus in the USA. Go join one. Go and join a team. Stop trying to get a job at Goldman Sachs where you're going to be shoved in a corner and you're not going to know how that business runs or what, who makes the decisions or where things come from. Yeah. Go work with a team of 8 people. Find out how they make the sales. Get to know how they generate leads. Get to know, what do you do when a customer is upset with you, right? How do you handle a customer complaint? Go and work in a small business. Start working side by side with entrepreneurs. And if you can work for an entrepreneur for 6 months to 2 years, and you go, actually, I could do this, and I've got an idea. That's the thing. So I'm not going to try and tell someone, if you're struggling with this, just keep pushing through. Maybe you're just not ready.
This episode is very kindly brought to you by Huel. I've been using Huel. I've been a paying customer of Huel since since 2017, since my 5th year of medical school when I first discovered it. And basically what it is, if you haven't heard of it, is that it is a meal in a shake. It's got the perfect balance of carbs and fiber and proteins and fat, and it contains 26 different vitamins and minerals. All you do is add water or milk to the powder. Usually I use water. You can shake it up or you can blend it. I prefer to blend. And then it becomes a fantastic option if you're like me and you're kind of busy and so you don't really have time for breakfast or lunch. My favorite version is the Huel Black Edition. It's absolutely sick. 400 calories, 40 grams of protein for 400 calories. I'm trying to get hench and it's actually pretty hard to find something that has such a high protein content for such a low calorie trade-off. And so I really like using the Huel Black Edition to start my mornings off. It's vegan, it's gluten-free, it's lactose-free. The Black Edition is available in 9 flavors. My favorite is salted caramel. And I wouldn't recommend having every single meal Huel because that gets a bit annoying after a while, but it's absolutely fantastic. It's like one of the meals of the day, especially if you're busy and you're gonna kind of default to something unhealthy otherwise. It's also very affordable, so it actually works out to £1.68 per meal for a 400 calorie meal, which is just incredible value and actually way cheaper than other generic protein shakes in the market. And it saves a bunch of time because it's so quick and easy to make. And so it's particularly exciting that they're sponsoring the podcast. And actually, we had the founder of Huel, Julian Hearn, who was on the very first season of the podcast. That was a sick episode that got so many rave reviews as well. Anyway, if you're interested in trying out Huel, then head over to huel.com/deep dive. And if you use that URL, A, it really helps me out, but B, you also get a free t-shirt and also a free shaker that comes with your order. So go to huel.com/deep dive. That'll also be linked down in the video description or the show notes. And thank you so much, Huel, for sponsoring this episode. This episode is very kindly brought to you by Trading 212. Now, people ask me all the time for advice about investing because I've made a bunch of videos about it on the YouTube channel. And my advice for most people is generally invest in broad stock market index funds, which is exactly what you can do completely for free with Trading 212. It's a great app that lets you trade stocks and funds and ETFs and foreign exchange if you really want to. And one of the great things about the app is that if you're new to the world of investing, you can actually invest with fake money. You don't have to put real money in. They've got a practice mode where you invest fake money and then it actually tracks what the market is doing in real time. So you can see, had I invested £100 into this thing, what would my return have been X weeks or X months further down the line? Once you've got some comfort with that, then it's super easy to deposit money into your Trading 212 account. You can use Apple Pay, like I do initially, or you can use a direct bank transfer. And then once the money is in your Trading 212 account, then you can invest it in basically whatever you want. Now, if you're based in the UK, you might be familiar with the concept of an ISA, which is an individual savings account, which is basically a tax-free wrapper that you can put money in. You can put £20,000 in every year, up to £20,000, and it resets every April. And then all that money can grow and it's completely tax-free for the rest of your life. And if you want to sign up for an ISA, you can sign up for one completely for free, also on Trading 212. So if you haven't yet filled up your ISA allowance, or at least put some money into your ISA for this year, that might be a good step forward. Also, very excitingly, there's a new feature that they've added to the app, which is a daily interest on your uninvested cash.
These interest rates may go up or down over time as the economic environment changes, but the cool thing is that you get paid out every single day if you're into that sort of thing. The app also lets you auto-invest, which is a great thing because then you can automatically invest a percentage of your paycheck into the thing every month. And so if you haven't yet started with investing and you want to give it a go, then you can download the app on the App Store, and if you use the coupon code ALI, A-L-I, that will give you a totally free share worth up to £100. It's available on iPhone and Android, and you can check it out by typing in Trading212 into your respective app store. So thank you so much, Trading212, for sponsoring this episode. Okay, so let's say my origin story was age 10 to 13. I made a few quid playing guitar, busking on the street, and people give me money. And then I recorded a CD of cover songs, and I sold it for £5 here and there. And age 13 to 16, I was playing gigs in local bars and stuff, and making a few quid there. Is that a potential origin for a potentially entrepreneurial journey?
It's certainly an origin story. There are literal elements to that. There are also just emotional elements to that story. So there's performing in front of people, being the star of the show. There's creating a physical product and being out there selling it. So there's those elements that can also play a role. It doesn't literally have to be that you have to be a musician, but it could be that you want to work in that space. What we're trying to do, and we're really early on, right? So we're just having a look at origin, mission, and vision. So origin is what's your background. Vision is what would you love to see happen in the future. What do you see happening? Like lifestyle performance business. Do you see yourself selling this business? Do you see like what is the exciting element? What do you want to do for the world? So all that's in the vision.
Okay.
And mission is what is the most high value thing that you can do right now. So mission is like in World War II. The vision was to defeat the fascists, and the mission was to storm the beaches. So you can see that there's a big vision. This is the end result that we're looking for. And today, this is what has to be done. This is the thing that is most important. So in business, a vision is where do we want to get to? And a mission is what is our high value thing? So for me, my mission is develop entrepreneurs who stand out, scale up, and make positive impacts in the world. And if I wake up and do that mission, then there's a pretty good chance I'm delivering high value. Right. So that we start with those basics. Let's make it more practical, right? It's all philosophical at this point. So practically, you then want to ideate. You want to come up with 10 concepts. You want to look at what problems can you solve, and who's willing to pay the most for those problems. So it's really important that we combine those other elements. A lot of people are very hung up on passion, but there's two other elements of a good concept, and that is that you're solving a problem in the world and that people are paying for that problem. Okay. So here's the unfortunate truth. When it comes to any problem in the world, there are people who throw their time at the problem in order to solve it, and there are people who've got loads of money and they want to throw money at the problem to solve it. And if you want to run a great business, you need to talk to people who've got money to throw at the problem. So
yeah, this is the issue I often find with students, in that the only market they know is students, and students famously do not enjoy throwing money at a problem. They throw time at problems, and then they're like, "Oh, why is my business struggling?"
Yeah,
it's like because you're trying to appeal to students.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're trying to get market. You're trying to appeal to a market that loves to spend time on stuff. They got no money to throw at it. Okay. Whereas if you simply had 3 clients who are multimillionaires and you were solving some sort of problem for them, you'd make loads of money.
How does one go about finding ideas? Is it a case of you look yourself in a room with you and your buddies and you like think of some business ideas, or what's the...
You come up with 10 ideas and you pick the best 3.
Okay.
Yeah. And you go and then you test them, and you test them as fast and as cheap as you possibly can. So you're looking for an idea where you push the door and people respond. Push the door and it opens. You're not trying... Like, I hate how people think entrepreneurship's really hard. It is really hard, but it's hard. The good types of businesses are hard because there's too much to do and not enough time. So like the hard problem that you want to have is there's too many people who want this and I can't keep up with them. Yeah. I've got 40 people to call back today and I don't have time to call back all 40 people. That's the problem you want.
It's a good kind of hard.
Yes. You don't want to have a problem that's like, oh, this is like no one's interested.
Yeah. So I remember when I was in my 3rd year of uni, I was the president of the Pakistan Society, and we had a ball, like a charity ball every year. And it was such an absolute nightmare trying to sell tickets for this ball, because we were selling £35 tickets to students who did not have any money,
who
£35 is a lot.
It was a lot of money. I was really like, oh, like it felt so like hard because it's like there was no demand for this, and it was like having to Facebook message people that I knew at other universities to be like, guys, you're gonna love this event. It's really fun, and like in the back of my mind, I knew that like it's a lot of money. These guys don't have money. It's not really that good objectively, but like having to be a sort of snake oil salesman in that context. I hope no one from the Pack Talk days is listening to this, but I really felt like I was a snake oil salesman, and that gave me a real sense of when it came to trying to sell that. Whereas when we opened the door for our YouTuber Academy, suddenly, oh crap, we've got more demand than we even know what to do with.
Yeah, one of the great questions is like, does this product deliver someone a return? Like, what's the return on investment for them? And if there's like a 10-to-1, if you can think about a 10-to-1 return, it normally is going to be good. People are going to pay for it.
Yeah.
So YouTuber Academy clearly is worth 10-to-1. All right. If I start a YouTube channel and it succeeds, I'm going to earn money. I've got sponsorship opportunities. I'm going to build a personal brand. It's going to create digital assets that last forever. There's all these positives that could easily be defined as a 10-to-1 ratio. So whatever I spend, there's a great return, and it's nice and clear that there's a nice return. So a lot of good products, you can actually explain how it returns. What is the return on this product? And there's a quite a clear imbalance.
Okay. So coming back to our idea thing, generating 10 ideas. So what does an idea look like at this stage? Is it like a A3 business plan, or is it like a tweet, or like what makes a business idea a concept?
So yeah, it's probably a page of notes about the idea in the early stages. So we're going to talk about what's the product going to look like, who might it be for, those sorts of things. But then pretty quickly we want to test it. So I've got 3 ways that I like to test ideas. I like to run an intro event, which is purely and simply just an introduction to blank. I like to run a quiz, which is, are you ready to blank? Answer 10 questions and find out on Score App.
Sure.
And I like to do a WhatsApp group. So
group?
Yeah, WhatsApp group is like, so WhatsApp group is like, for example, if I was going to do the Pakistan ball, I would say we're thinking about doing a Pakistan ball. All the tickets will be released in this WhatsApp group. Would you like to join the free WhatsApp group and get early access to tickets? So it's like just purely and simply, if I can get people to join the WhatsApp group, I'll give you a real life example. A friend of mine, Max, he wanted to create a product for what's called a family office. A family office is a very high net worth family who employs people to manage their money full time, right? So yeah, exactly. The people who've got so much money they need to have a full time money manager. So he wanted to put together a group of people who do that, who are family office managers. And what he did is he started a WhatsApp group, and he basically said, I'm putting together a WhatsApp group for people whose families, family office managers, hundreds of millions, and it's a place for you to talk to other people who run family offices. So he put together a WhatsApp group, and immediately he got about 19 people join. And that was the beginning of a very successful business.
How did he know these 19 people?
He reached out to them.
He just messaged them?
Yeah, messaged them on LinkedIn. I'm launching a family office group. I've got this company who've already agreed to come and join.
Yeah.
Would you like access to my group? And people, sure. Because here's the thing. It's like, well, I can always leave. Like, it's a WhatsApp group, so who cares? But it's a really good first test. I know someone who did a clinic, a fertility clinic, and they created a pop-up WhatsApp group, 5 days to better fertility awareness. And it was basically a 5-day pop-up group. Join the group, and it's basically looking at research and what's called minor and macro markers or something like that. And it basically helps people to have 5 days to better fertility understanding.
What is a stable bot? Well, it's a trading robot that I developed from a successful trading strategy.
Let's review this one actually. It's gonna show us how to build a website for affiliate marketing. So anyone here who's never made money through affiliate marketing, this is good. I think. I haven't watched it. I'm gonna watch it with you.
In part 3, we're going to find low competition keywords and also profitable keywords that you can actually target for your website. So don't worry if you're not really sure what I'm Hey guys, it's Hogan here, and I'm so excited for this video because it's taken me literally months to put this together for you guys. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys step by step how to build a $1,000 per month affiliate niche website. So it's a completely free course on affiliate marketing and how to start an affiliate marketing website. So the reason why I actually want to create this video is because there are already so many videos showing you guys different ideas and concepts on affiliate marketing, but none of them actually show you guys how to execute on those ideas. And if you really want to be successful with affiliate marketing and creating your own affiliate marketing website, it's not about the idea of it, right? It's not about the concept, it's about execution. So in this video, I want to show you guys the behind the scenes process of creating a affiliate marketing website step by step and doing it the right way. So what's different about this video is that we're actually going to be creating a real live case study website with you guys, and we're going to try and take it from $0 to $1,000 per month. So make sure you subscribe for future updates for this website. Now there's a lot to cover today, so I've actually separated this tutorial into 7 different parts. So part 1, we're going to go through understanding and answer some common questions that people have. For example, what exactly is affiliate marketing? What is an affiliate marketing website? How it all works, and how do you actually make money with it? Then I'll go through things such as why you should actually start affiliate marketing, go through some of the pros and the cons so you can decide whether or not it's for you or not for you. Then part 2 is we're going to go through finding a niche and finding the best type of products to promote to earn affiliate commissions. Then part 3, we're going to find low competition keywords and also profitable keywords that you can actually target for your website. So don't worry if you're not really sure what I'm talking about right now. I'll go through it in more detail later on. In part 4, we're going to go through website setup and design. So I'm going to show you guys how to fully customize your website. It doesn't matter if you want to create like a simple blog and monetize it with affiliate links, or you want to create an Amazon affiliate website, or like a product review website, or any type of website. It's fully customizable, and I'll show you how to do that. Part 5, I'm going to go through content creation, which is probably the most important part of an affiliate marketing business. Then part 6, we're going to go through optimization. So I'm going to show you guys the step-by-step process of optimizing your website so that it ranks in Google, right? Because you want to make sure your website is actually ranking in Google so that you actually get people going to your website, clicking on your affiliate links. So I'm going to show you guys how to optimize it properly on page and off page search engine optimization. And then part 7, we're going to go through some final tips and strategies to help you succeed quicker. Okay. And I'm going to be showing you things that no one normally shows you. So I'm so excited to begin. So make sure you grab a pen and a piece of paper, maybe get a coffee or some water or something like that. We're going to get started right now. So part 1, understanding and questions. So I want to go through this part because I want everyone to fully understand exactly what it is and what it's not, right? And also answer your questions, because I remember, starting affiliate marketing and not knowing exactly what it was and, how to actually do it properly. So what is affiliate marketing, right? So affiliate marketing is the process of promoting a product or service for a commission. So think about you as being a real estate agent and you are helping the owner sell a house. And if the buyer purchases the house, then the owner is going to give you a commission for that sale because you've helped him sell the house, right? You've helped him advertise and promote the house, and then you've sold it, right? So let's say, for example, the house price is, let's say, $1 million and you get 2% commission. So basically that's around $20,000. So that is your commission, right? So affiliate marketing is essentially the same thing, but online.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical product.
So how it actually works is that you, the affiliate, you can actually sign up for a affiliate program, right? So you can actually join the affiliate program of many products and services that you have used already. So for example, on Amazon, they have an affiliate program called the Amazon Associates program, where you can actually join and basically you can promote all the products on Amazon. So let's say, for example, you want to promote a coffee machine to your friends or your customers or your viewers or your readers. Then what you do is you sign up, they'll give you a special tracking link, right? It's also known as a referral link or an affiliate link. And what that link does, it basically adds like a cookie or like a little tag, virtual tag on that link so that it basically knows, when the customer actually purchases that you actually referred them. Okay, so then Amazon will pay you the commission. So for example, if the coffee machine is $500, there is a 10% commission. That means you earn $50, right? So there are many ways to actually promote your links, right? So obviously you can promote your link on Facebook. You send it to your friends and your families. Hey, this is the best product ever. And then you can send the link there. Or you could do like what a lot of influencers do on Instagram. You can do like click the link in my bio or use X, Y, and Z for 10% off and things like that. You can also email people. You can also reply and comment on different forums and everywhere around the internet and leave a link, right? But those aren't the best ways to actually promote your affiliate links. The best two ways are your website and a YouTube channel. Okay, so in this video, we're going to focus mostly on creating an affiliate website. So we're going to be focusing on that. So the reason why it's best to promote on a website or a YouTube channel is because these platforms are search engines. So people actually typing in Google, like looking for things, they're researching different products and services and trying to figure out, is this product good or not, right? So there are thousands or maybe millions of products and people want to know, is this product for them? Should they be looking at a budget option or a more expensive option? They also want to learn how to solve a problem, right? So people also type in, how to on YouTube as well. Just like you found this tutorial, you might have typed in how to make a website or how to start affiliate marketing or whatever it is. You are looking to solve a problem, okay? So on these platforms, people are looking for things. When we're talking about these different other platforms, for example, you got like Facebook, Instagram, or an email, a lot of times people aren't really looking for a review, right? They might just be scrolling on Facebook or scrolling through the Instagram feed, but they're not really in the mindset of purchasing something. But let's say when you're creating a website and your website's ranking on Google, then people are looking for that review, right? And if your review is on the first page of Google, they click into your website, they click your link, and then you're able to earn a commission. So it's a lot more natural and the conversions are normally higher. And so you're able to earn more commissions, right? So you're also able to earn a passive income because if your website is actually ranking on Google, then every single month there's a consistent amount of people who are actually searching for specific products and specific product reviews or how to do certain things. Okay, so if your website is there, your website never sleeps and people are able to access your website from anywhere around the world. And that's how you actually generate a passive income. Okay, so what I want to show you now is just a real example of how it actually works and how do you actually make money from it and how much money can you make. Okay, so we're going to open up Google. Okay, so what I want to do now is just show you an example of how it all works and how much commission you can expect to earn with affiliate marketing and with a website. So we're going to type in NordVPN review. So NordVPN is just a VPN provider, and a VPN is a virtual private network, which basically just allows you to hide your IP address so that when you're browsing the internet, then no one can actually track your actions. And you can also use it to unlock Netflix of different countries because you can connect to a different sort of server with a different IP address. For example, if I'm in Australia, I can connect to the United States and I can watch the Netflix in the United States. Okay, so I just wanted to explain what it was. Okay, so generally, that's the type of content that you need to create when you're creating an affiliate marketing website because people are just about to purchase, right? So you can't just create any type of content. It has to be content where people are just about to purchase or they're in the process of solving a problem and then you're recommending them a specific product. Okay, so on the top over here is the Google AdWords results. So basically the company will actually pay Google for every click that someone makes and clicks into that website, right? So that is how Google actually makes money. And if you actually scroll down over here, you can see the organic results. So you can actually see a ton of different affiliate marketing websites. And we're going to click into this one over here. So let's say, for example, you are reading this review and you're reading about it and you like it. So if we actually click on visit website, you can see on the bottom, that is an affiliate tracking link, right? So if someone clicks on that, that's going to basically add like a cookie onto the browser. And if they purchase through that link, then it's going to track back to this website over here and the website's owner. So if someone purchases and grabs the deal, what you're going to notice is that you can see the 2-year plan over here and you can see the price of $89 for the first 2 years. And without the discount is $286, right? So how much commission does this website owner actually make from a sale? So what we can do is go to the nordvpn.com website or whichever company that you want to promote, and you can scroll down to the very bottom. And generally what they have is a section where you got the affiliate program and you can click into it. So it might be called like partner program or anything like that. And you can become an affiliate and then you can get a tracking link and add it onto your website. So we can scroll down over here. Now, generally, a lot of websites will actually show how much commission you actually get paid. So for the 2-year offer, the owner actually gets 40% per new sign up. Okay, so I'm going to get the calculator out and I'm going to calculate it. So 89 times 0.4, so 40%. So that's around $35 per sale. Okay, and once they renew as well, so let's say, for example, whoever purchases this plan, they like it and they renew it for $286, then the owner is going to get a renewal fee as well. So it's going to be 286 times 0.3, and then they get paid $85 on the renewal. Okay, so that's how it all works and how you actually get paid. Now, the next question is like, how much does the website actually earn? So the website, it really depends on the type of content that you actually create. So let's say, for example, you create a random piece of content, which is not very sort of targeted. People aren't looking for the product. Then it might be 0% conversions and you might not be making any money at all. But for this type of keyword, people are just about to purchase, right? So we actually need to figure out how many visitors does this website actually get. So you can actually use a tool called Ahrefs. And for this specific key phrase, it's actually searched around 25,000 times in the United States per month, right? And then the global volume is around 44K, right? So that doesn't mean this website and this page over here gets, 44,000 people on the website, right? That's too much because that's the amount of people who are actually searching for that key phrase. But it doesn't mean that they click into that, okay? So we can actually scroll down to the very bottom and we can actually find the website over here, VPN Mentor, and you can see the estimated traffic monthly visits over here. So it's around 5,200, okay? So if we get the calculator out and we do 5,200, and let's say 1 out of every 100 person purchases, right? So just 1%. So we can times that by 0.01. That's around 52 purchases per month. Now, it might even be a lot higher because they actually have the AdWord position as well. So as you can see, let's go back over here. They actually have their advertisement up here as well, right? So it can be quite high as well, but the traffic over here, this is the organic search results. Okay, so for example, 52 times 35, that would be about 1,800 per month for that specific page only. So what is really amazing is that, as you can see on the actual website over here, they don't just have, one product that they're promoting, right? Or one keyword that they're targeting per page. They got multiple pages like NordVPN coupons, ExpressVPN, and they've also got, different other key phrases that people are actually searching for as well. So this website over here is probably earning, 7 figures per year because it has a lot of traffic to the website. Okay. So, it's really important to understand that you can't really expect to achieve these results, especially if you're just starting out. This is actually a very, very competitive niche because the commission rates are quite high, right? If we're actually talking about this product over here, this is actually like a digital product or a virtual product, and the profit margins for this company is going to be quite high, and that's how they actually pay such a high sort of commission rate, right? So not every affiliate program pays such a high commission rate, right? So if we look at the Amazon Associates affiliate program, and we can click onto here to learn how much do I earn from the program, you'll actually find the commission rates over here as well. So say, for example, we're talking about the coffee machine, that's around 4.5%. Okay, and we look at the most popular coffee machines, you know, it might be like $200 or something like that. So this one over here, let's do some calculations. So 229 times 0.045. Okay, so that's around $10 per sale. So it's not as high and you don't get the renewal fee. So it really depends on what type of product that you are promoting, and it depends on the conversions as well, and also the commission rates on how much you can actually earn. And obviously it depends on whether or not you can actually rank your website up there and how many sort of pages that you are creating. So let's say, for example, this is your website. What you'll have is you'll have separate pages for different products and different reviews, and different pages for different content on your website. So each page is sort of like this little rental property that you have, right? So each product that you promote might have a different commission rate, and we might have also a different number of people who are searching for it, as well as a different amount of visitors that come to your website. So it's sort of really just like a virtual rental property. So it's going to take you time to actually build up. It's not like a get rich quick thing at all. But don't worry, I'm going to show you guys step by step how to actually do it. So right now you're probably thinking, you know, is this even real? Is it too late? Is it a scam? And, you know, are other people making money with affiliate marketing? So I know how you guys feel, because I felt the exact same when I first started with affiliate marketing, right? I signed up for a lot of email newsletters and a lot of webinars, watched a lot of videos, and a lot of people showed me screenshots of, you know, how much they're making with affiliate marketing, right? So for me, when I first started, I actually thought that a lot of people showed me screenshots of people who were actually like their course sales and things like that, the screenshots for their course sales. But I think a lot of people legitimately make money with affiliate marketing, right? They just don't show you. So this is one of the affiliate programs that I'm a part of. And yesterday we made around $70, right? So this is very, very real. Now, I'm not saying that you guys can achieve this overnight, right? It's going to take a lot of work, and it's going to take you time, especially when you're creating a website and ranking it on Google, right? Because you have to create the content and things like that. But this is very, very real. So it also depends on the types of products that you're promoting. So this one is a digital product, so the commission rates are higher. So for example, on, you know, the 28th, you know, we made over $100, right? And this is another affiliate program where it's reoccurring commissions. So I made 11 sales, but there has been over 39 rebills, right? So every time it rebills, then it pays me another $40. Okay, so every single month. So this is another affiliate program over here. So I've earned over 78,000. So yeah, it's very, very real. So it's not just me, and also, you know, other websites that you have not really heard of that is making money. So this website called Wirecutter, which was recently, actually 4 years ago, acquired by New York Times for $30 million. So if you actually search up Wirecutter and search up on Wikipedia, you'll see that they were acquired by the New York Times 2016 for $30 million, right? So if you actually go to the website, you can actually see it is primarily an affiliate marketing website. So it's a content website that does reviews on different products, and they monetize with affiliates. So for example, over here, it says Wirecutter is reader supported. When you buy through links on our website, we may earn an affiliate commission. So they actually generated over 150 million in revenue from affiliate programs. So that doesn't mean that they made 150 million. Otherwise, they'll be selling for like probably over $1 billion. But we do have to take into consideration the affiliate commission rate. So let's say, for example, 150 million. So one, I think that is that too many? Okay, that's too many zeros. Let's do that again. Yep, 150. And then let's just say, for example, they are selling physical products. So let's say 5%, that would be around 7.5 million from its launch, which is 2011 to 2016. So if we divide that by 5, okay, that should be over 1.5 million, or maybe even more than that, 2 million per year in revenue. Okay, so affiliate marketing is very, very real. There are a ton of websites that use affiliate marketing as a way to monetize their content, and YouTubers also do the same as well. So Sam over here is a travel and aviation YouTuber, right? And he's also promoting VPNs, because VPNs are quite popular, since, you know, it's sort of like a product that everyone probably needs. And as you can see here, it's over 400,000 views. So you can bet that he's generated, you know, thousands and thousands of dollars from promoting the VPN. So affiliate marketing is very real, and this leads me to the pros and cons, which I want to talk about, so you can fully understand exactly, the positives and also the negatives of affiliate marketing. Okay, so let's discuss some of the pros of an affiliate marketing website and affiliate marketing business. So number one, you're able to earn passive income. So the reason why I actually got started with affiliate marketing was because, my dad actually owns a restaurant in Melbourne, Australia, and basically every single day he would be working every day, and I'll just be at home taking care of my brother and my sister, and we barely ever went on any holidays and things like that. So I was always, searching up how to make money online and how could I actually make money while I was on holiday, so I didn't have to spend, time just working all the time, and I couldn't, travel and things like that. So that was one of the biggest reasons of why I actually got started with affiliate marketing. So you're able to earn passive income because if your website is actually ranking on Google, it means that it's there, right? It's there 24/7. Anyone's able to access that anywhere around the world. And every single day, there is a consistent amount of people who are actually searching for your website and what you have to offer. So, for example, if you're creating a coffee machine review or like NordVPN review or like, different product reviews, there's a consistent amount of people who are searching for that every single month. And if they click it and they purchase it, and that's how you make passive income. And you've also got unlimited potential. So this doesn't have any limit to how much you can earn. So I remember working as a waiter at my dad's restaurant, and I would get paid like $13, $15 per hour. And I would work like 10 hours a day. And basically like the whole day would be gone because the rest of the day I would just like be used to showering, resting, and eating and sleeping, right? But the rest of the day, the other 10 hours is just gone. And I couldn't really earn more than that. So if I earned, $15 per 10, $150 per day, and that was a ceiling, that was a limit. But with affiliate marketing, there is no limit. It depends on how hard you actually work, right? The more content that you produce, the more you're able to make. And you're also able to work from anywhere in the world. So, for me, I started to make, over $10,000 per month from affiliate marketing in 2000 and end of 2016 and 2017. So I was actually able to travel and work at the same time. Now, I don't really recommend it if you're just starting out, because when you're traveling and working, it's not as productive, but you can do it, okay? So number four, it's also very low capital and low overheads. So if you were to start like a brick and mortar business or even an e-commerce business, at least you'll need $5,000-$10,000 to start an online business where you have your own goods and you're selling them, right? But with affiliate marketing, you can start from as little as $100. And also number five, it's also very high profit margins. So for example, if you're promoting a product, you don't have to sort of, order the goods. Like let's say, for example, if you're starting e-commerce, you have to order the goods. You don't really have to hire anyone. And you're also able to earn US dollar. So for example, I'm in Australia. I'm able to, let's say I earn $10,000. That would be like times 1.35, the conversion rate to Australian dollars. So it would be like 13,000. Okay. So that is really, really awesome, especially if you're living in a country where it's like lower cost of living. That means you save a lot of money, and yeah, it's just really, really awesome. So number six, you get to be really, really independent and creative. What I mean by that is that if you are working at a company and things like that, it's very, very like you have to follow procedures and you have to do, what the boss tells you to do. But with your own affiliate marketing business, you can create any type of content and you can be really creative with it as well. So you can just fully express yourself. Number seven, you don't need any special skills or certifications. You don't need any special certificate for affiliate marketing. You can join any affiliate program as long as you have a website or like a following. Most likely they'll actually accept you. Now, if you don't have a website, you don't have any type of, presence online, some affiliate programs might not let you join. So that's why creating a website is really important. So number eight, you don't have to deal with any shipping or customer support. So I do think you do have to, let's say, for example, if you have a website, if people, comment on your website, things like that, you do have to reply. But there is no like consistent sort of customer support that you have to do, right? The company will actually do that. You don't also need to show your face. You don't have to be a celebrity if you don't want to. You can also use the skills that you learn from affiliate marketing and creating a website to any other business that you want to pursue later. So I think this is a really big one because a lot of people sort of want to do different things later on, and you can always use the skills that you learn here later on. Okay, so I've gone through some of the pros and the benefits of actually starting an affiliate marketing business and an affiliate marketing website. Now I want to go through the cons and sort of the negative side of affiliate marketing, because I think it's really important to understand. And that way you're able to succeed a lot faster and also have continued success as well, because then you actually know what to do sort of after, right? So number one, with an affiliate marketing business, it's going to take you time to achieve results, right? So if you're just starting out fresh, then probably you would expect, to get results after the 6 month mark, because you do have to actually take time to actually create the content, and you do have to rank your website, and there's quite a lot of things that you have to do in between, right? So a lot of people think that, okay, I can make money really quickly, I can make money tomorrow, and live this fancy lifestyle and things like that. But to be honest, because I'm not selling you any course, like you can't really achieve that so quickly. It's like if you're starting like tennis, or if you're starting a new sport, right? You can't really win the competition so quickly. There's a lot of different steps that you have to take. Like, let's say, for example, you have to learn with tennis, you have to learn how to serve, you have to learn your forehand, your backhand, you have to learn strategy, you have to keep fit. It's basically the same thing when you're starting your own affiliate marketing business, right? So the people who are showing you how you can actually make money in 7 days and things like that, when they make videos about that, most of the time it's for people to actually click into that video and watch that video. Those people actually have experience already, right? So it's different when you have a following already and when you actually have experience already with business and things like that. But if you're just starting fresh, like let's say, for example, you are just learning about online business, you're only 18 and you're getting started, it's going to take you time to actually build up your skills and actually, make money, right? So sometimes you can actually earn money quicker, but sometimes you won't be able to actually sustain that, right? So what you want to do is you want to create really great content, and that's going to take you work and time. So you have to understand that affiliate marketing is sort of like your own virtual rental property, and obviously it does take you time to build that up. So number three, commissions and terms can change overnight. So a few months ago, Amazon actually changed their terms. So the commission rate was like cut in half or severely reduced. So it's really important to understand that when you're joining an affiliate program, the company can actually change the terms overnight, right? So that's why you want to be very selective with the types of products and types of affiliate programs that you sign up with. And also, once you become successful with it, you should start promoting more products as well to sort of mitigate that risk. Okay. So number four, there's quite a lot of competition because there's a low barrier of entry. So to actually start affiliate marketing, it's free pretty much, right? So that's going to create a lot of competition. But to be honest, there's no reason why you can't be the best. Okay. There's absolutely no reason why you can't compete. There's a lot of different products out there, and there are a lot of different new products which are coming out as well. Okay, so it's definitely not too late, and you can definitely be the best. Number five, you don't have control of the product or service. So what I mean by that is, let's say if you're promoting a product, maybe this year it might be great, right? But then next year the product might not be as good anymore. So it has changed, right? So you don't have control of how the company, like the management of the company and the types of different improvements the company makes as well. So that is a big con, I guess. So that's why you have to choose the right company to promote. Don't just promote any type of company. And you also have to understand that when you are promoting something, you are not really building up a customer base for your business. So over time, after when you made some money with affiliate marketing, then you got to start thinking about other revenue streams as well. Like when you're just starting out, you shouldn't really focus on too many different revenue streams, because that's going to overwhelm you, and that's going to take away from your focus on creating content and things like that. But over time, once you have more experience, you can create your own product. You can do a lot of other things and make money online. Okay, so once you have a website and things like that, just
Well, I want to emphasize it's not going to take long if you follow the strategy that we teach inside of our ebook. Okay, we have paid traffic that we can do, pay advertising where we can put an ad and we can immediately get commissions. So you can just drive traffic to the sales pages. Go to clickbank.com, choose a product, and start driving traffic. It doesn't take long. So let me just skip this part so we can go here.
things like that. So part two, we're going to look at finding a niche and finding products to promote. So how we're going to approach it is that we need to find the general idea of the niche that we want to get into. Then we can find the products, and then we can find the low competition and profitable keywords to target for our website's content. So it's really important to understand that you don't need to pick the perfect niche, because a lot of times your first one might not be the one, right? But what we need is just a starting point and a direction of our niche so that we can find the right products and things like that. Because when we're actually creating an affiliate marketing website, right, we just need to change the content if we ever need to change something, right? Let's say, for example, if you want to start a restaurant as a business, and then 2 weeks down the line, you want to change it to hairdresser, it's completely different. I mean, that one, you need to pick the right one from the get-go. But with affiliate marketing website, it's just about the content, and you can delete the content, you can start a new website. It doesn't really matter, okay? So basically, when we're talking about finding a niche, just think of the person or the specific group of people that you want to help. So I know that you guys want to make an affiliate marketing website and make affiliate commissions and make a passive income, but it's not really what you should be thinking that you are creating, right? So all you're creating is just a helpful resource, a helpful website to help other people. So you want to help other people make a purchasing decision. You want to help them save time and also save money. And you also want to help them solve a problem. So a lot of beginners actually think that, okay, you need to become a better affiliate marketer to make more affiliate commissions, right? So what we're actually doing is we're actually creating content. So then we actually use affiliate marketing as a way to monetize and make money from our content. So basically what you need to do is you need to get better at creating helpful content. So the better the content, the more affiliate commissions that you can make. So a lot of people think, okay, to make more commissions, you need to be better at marketing, better at selling, better at promoting, better at creating funnels and email opt-ins, and learn some kind of secret technique with affiliate marketing. There's no secret technique. So what you need to do is you need to become a better content creator. So you have to make sure you remember that. It's really, really, really important. So when you want to find a niche, what you need to do is you need to start brainstorming some different ideas. So you can actually use an app called Millernote. So it's free to actually sign up, and then you can use that to organize your thoughts, or you could just use a piece of paper. And what you want to do is you want to start off with things that you're interested in and skills that you currently have. And then you want to look at, what current problems you are having and maybe problems that you've had in the past, write that all down. And then you want to look at, okay, what videos am I watching? What blogs am I reading? Things that you're researching, write that all down, because it's really important to try to figure out which one to actually go with, right? So let's say, for example, my personal skills and interests are in YouTube, affiliate marketing. I'm not really that skillful in investing, but I'm very, very interested in it. I have some skills in recording videos and editing videos. And also I'm interested and I have some skills in regarding restaurants because my dad owns a restaurant, things like that. And some problems that I had in the past is I had trouble finding a point of sale machine for my dad earlier this year. And more recently, like another problem that I had was trying to find the right investing platform to use, because a lot of people on YouTube are promoting like Webull and Robinhood, but I'm in Australia and I think those apps aren't available in Australia. So I went with eToro, right? So write down all your problems and things that you are researching as well. So I know that sometimes, you might not find that you are passionate or interested about anything, right? So the thing is, like, if you're really, really young, then it's going to develop over time. So don't worry about it. Just pick something that you are a little bit interested in, and then that can develop over time. And then once you actually try it, then you can actually know whether you like it or not, right? It's like trying different food for the first time. Like if you've never had like Japanese food, then you don't know if it's good or not, right? You have to try different food. And then after a period of time, once you've tried different cuisines, then you actually know, okay, which one you like and which one you don't like. So another idea that I have is that, find something that you have a little bit interest in, and then be passionate about creating the best solution possible. Be passionate about creating the best website, the best helpful resource that you can. Be passionate about helping other people solve a problem better than other people. So choose one and go with it. Don't overthink it. So basically from, my interests and skills and my current problems, then we've developed some website ideas, right? So I want to create a website that is based around helping other people start and grow and earn money on YouTube, okay? Second idea is helping people, especially people in Australia, how to start and learn about investing, right? So this is sort of like quite a big niche. So I did want to narrow it down to Australia, because otherwise there's too many different countries to cover and I wouldn't have too much knowledge about the different apps for all countries, right? So I just wanted to create a very specific one just for Australian people. So you can create one specific for your country as well, because I know that investing is like a very, very big niche and also a very profitable one because it's talking about money. You do want to sort of narrow your niche down sometimes. And another website idea is, I will create a website based around helping restaurant owners and small cafe owners simplify their business and to become more profitable. Okay, so these ideas, these website ideas are based on sort of my own experience and my own interest and my own skills. But I want to discuss some different ones as well, so that maybe it can spark some different ideas for you guys. So let's say, for example, you have maybe back pain or something like that. Then maybe you could create a website about back pain, and then maybe you can give some tips about how to improve that back pain, and then you can recommend different products such as different chairs or different beds, different massage equipment or whatever it is, right? Or maybe you're interested in pets or dogs. Then you could create a helpful resource to help dog owners find the right dog food, or it could be any equipment or leashes or anything like that that helps the dog owner to become more successful with taking care of their dog and things like that. Another idea is that maybe you could create like a website that helps people find love or something like that, and then you could help them find the right sort of dating website. There's so many different ideas, and I've actually created a list to help you guys get started as well. So you can just pick one, and then what you need to do after that is you just need to ask yourself, okay, what products and services and my own skills, but I want to discuss some different ones as well, so that maybe it can spark some different ideas for you guys. So let's say, for example, you have maybe back pain or something like that. Then maybe you could create a website about back pain, and then maybe you can give some tips about how to improve that back pain, and then you can recommend different products such as different chairs or different beds, different massage equipment or whatever it is, right? Or maybe you're interested in pets or dogs. Then you could create a helpful resource to help dog owners find the right dog food, or it could be any equipment or leashes or anything like that that helps the dog owner to become more successful with taking care of their dog and things like that. Another idea is that maybe you could create like a website that helps people find love or something like that, and then you could help them find the right sort of dating website. There's so many different ideas, and I've actually created a list to help you guys get started as well. So you can just pick one, and then what you need to do after that is you just need to ask yourself, okay, what products and services does this person need to succeed, right? So let's say, for example, what products and services does a YouTuber need to succeed, right? So number one, they'll probably need courses, whether that be like a filming and editing course, a course about money, how to make money on YouTube, maybe different equipment, for example, like different camera, different microphones, audio equipment, editing software, YouTube optimization software, or different equipment such as like desks, chairs, lamps, anything like that. If we're talking about like a website about helping Australians start investing, then I could promote things such as trading apps like platforms like Webull, Robinhood, eToro, investing courses, or any type of investing software. If we're talking about the restaurant owners, what products do they need? Well, they need maybe point of sale machines, different accounting software, different training and courses, or maybe equipment such as like kitchen equipment and things like that. Okay. So you have to ask yourself, what products and services do they need to become successful? Just jot that down. And then next, what we're going to do is we're going to get some ideas from different affiliate marketing websites. So what you can actually do is open up Google, and let's say, for example, we're creating a website for YouTubers, right? So then what you can start off with is type in like best microphones for YouTubers, or you could do like best point of sale restaurants for small restaurants, or best trading apps for Australia. Because when you actually search for these phrases, you're going to see a lot of different affiliate marketing websites. And from there, you can draw inspiration. Okay, so just open up Google, and what you can type in is, for example, you can type in best microphone for YouTubers, or if we were building a website for the point of sale machine website, then we'll type in best point of sale for restaurants, or we do best trading apps in Australia, right? So what we're going to do is just research the different websites and just get some inspiration and look at how they're promoting their products and what they're promoting and how they're structuring the website to give us some inspiration for the website that we're going to be building later. So for example, we just click into it and we just open a few in new tabs, and we can look through each one and see which one sort of we relate to most, okay? Because then that way we can just get a lot of inspiration and see exactly what works and what doesn't, right? So you can look through the website and you can see what they're promoting and how they're promoting what type of content are they creating. So you can write that down, or you can use Millernote and add it into like a note thing like that. Okay. So for example, we'll just copy the URL and we can just paste it in like that. Okay. And we can look over here. Sometimes we can look on the resources. So generally, if they have like a resources or recommended section on their website, that is probably what is working for them, right? Those are the most highly purchased products on their website. And so you can have a look over here and see what they're promoting. See if there's any product that you align with. So for example, maybe you have used it before, you have seen other people use it before. It's something that you are personally interested in. So then you'll just write that down on your piece of paper or on Millernote. So we're going to look through and just copy all these websites and put it into here. Let's copy this one, copy, paste that in, and then we can look through again. So the recommendations.
What got me was that of all the times it could have happened, it happened on a Super Bowl Sunday. My name's Derek Harrison Jr. I am owner and project manager at Olam Sites. All right, Super Bowl, my first Super Bowl ever. This is a special day. All right. I was excited that the Super Bowl was here in Atlanta. And the cool thing about it, the city pretty much transformed into Super Bowl town. Ferris wheel was lit up. You see the stadium, the lights, and immediately it was immersed in this Super Bowl world. And then my phone rang and got a text from my client. Help, something's wrong with my website. He was freaking out and it was kind of, I need to fix it right now. So I went on the site on my phone and oh man, white page of death as I call it, the site was dead. It was like, okay, what do I do? There's only one way to fix it, and that's to leave. Look around and leave this. Fighting through the crowd to get back, thinking, what in the world could it be this time? Is it plug in? Is it theme? Is it outside the attack? This is probably the pivotal moment when I really started to think long and hard about what security looked like for our client websites. There are threats all the time, every day. Every website is at risk. So changing to Wix has impacted our business tremendously. Now we can manage hundreds of websites with a peace of mind.
Honda, we've chased down a lot of dreams, each one leading to the next, all the way to our latest. Introducing the all-new, all-electric Honda Prova.
So over here, TubeBuddy, so because I researched this already, this product aligns with me, right? Because I actually use it for YouTube already. So this might be a product that might interest me. So then I could just make sure I copy down the URL over here, paste it in, and maybe I could write down, okay, TubeBuddy. Okay, so that's one product that I can start off with, right? So if you want to look through a little bit further into the product, so you can click into here. And then what we could do is we can go to company and we can look for affiliate program. And generally sometimes the affiliate program is going to be on the bottom, on the footer section. It might be like the partner program. And you can look into it and see if you can join. And also you can see what the commission rates are. So for this specific product, the commission rate is up to 50% reoccurring. All right, so we can go to look at pricing and see how much the plans are. Okay. So as you can see, we can see that the plans are $9 a month, $19 and $49 a month, right? So let's say, for example, you are able to get, let's say, maybe 10, okay? 10 people and, okay, 10 people times, let's say the average price would be 29, okay? $290, okay? Then we do times 0.5, okay? So $145 a month reoccurring. So if you're able to get like 10 people per month, then over time, that's going to really, really add up. So this is basically like an app that you add onto YouTube and people need to pay a monthly fee onto it. And also this is sort of like a software as a service product, a digital product, so that the commission rates are quite high and you also get a reoccurring commission. So I do want to discuss a little bit about digital and also physical products, one time and also reoccurring products. so you guys can get an idea of what type of products that you guys want to promote. So as I mentioned before, there are two different types of products, right? You've got digital products and you've also got physical products. So digital products are like software, courses, even digital service. Example, Fiverr, which is sort of like an online marketplace where you sell, like there's a lot of freelancers offering different types of services. These generally offer a higher commission rate from like 30 to 100%. And generally, these ones, you don't need to make as many sales, right? If you're promoting these products. So on the other hand, we've got physical products, which is like products on Amazon, Walmart, and there's different individual brands as well. Generally, these are lower commission rates, 1 to 10%. So you have to generate a higher amount of sales. So basically, you'll need more people visiting your website to actually make more sales, right? So personally, I prefer digital products, but I think if you really like, maybe like headphones, or if you really like microphones, if you really like certain physical products and you feel like, okay, you want to purchase the product and try it out and give it like an honest review, then I think that might be the way to go, right? So if you don't really know what to pick, I would personally go with digital, mainly because I think that you can make a lot more commissions quicker and you can actually just test out the service online, right? A lot of the times you can actually get a lot of free trials, or you can actually sign up, with the physical product. If you really want to do well, then you would need the product, right? And do an honest and real review for it. Okay. So unless you really, really like it and you do a lot of research on it, then obviously you don't really need to purchase the product, but I do recommend it if you really want to stand out. And with digital products, you can get the free trial and you get a higher commission rate, and you can just do everything on the computer, especially if you want to find images to add on your blog. You can just screenshot it and things like that. I mean, that's just my personal preference. You don't really have to choose either one, okay? But you do have to know that there's two types, okay? And that's going to really determine how much money you're going to make per month and things like that as well. You can also do both of them at the same time. So for my website, I'm probably going to be promoting, the majority of it is probably going to be digital products. And then I'll have a separate section where I do a few physical products, because I'm not going to, have a website talking about microphones only, right? Like I only will review the things that I've used personally for my own YouTube channel. And then I'll look through, all the different microphones and different things that I bought from a YouTube channel, and then I can promote that as well. So you've also got one time versus reoccurring commissions. So one time you just get paid once. So for example, if you promote a coffee machine for $300, you only get paid $15 one time, right? You don't get paid anymore. So with reoccurring commissions, you get paid every time the customer is charged. So this is normally on sort of software as a service products, digital products, which have sort of like a monthly fee, right? So let's say, for example, when we're talking about the NordVPN, so they actually get a renewal of, I think, $286, if I remember correctly, and they get paid 30% of that, right? So every time they need to renew, then you get paid as well. So as the amount of people that you sign up, your sort of reoccurring commissions actually grow. So I think that is really, really awesome, because that's going to give you a more stable income, especially if you're building an affiliate marketing business where you don't really have much reoccurring income coming in. So yeah, so that's something to think about. Obviously, you can promote two types, and you can promote digital and physical. It doesn't really matter, but I think you guys should be aware of that. Now, if we look at the TubeBuddy over here, okay, so as we said before, if we actually make 10 sales per month, right? 10 sales per month, that is going to be $290 per month, and then 50% commission rate, that's around 145. But that's going to build up and stack over time. So I actually did some more research, and as you can see, this is the TubeBuddy affiliate program on the TubeBuddy channel, and he's interviewing Roberto Blake, which is another YouTuber. He also has a blog as well as a YouTube channel, and over the last 4 years, he's generated over $211,000 from affiliate commissions, and he's earning around 6 to 7K, probably even more now, probably 8 to 9K per month reoccurring from the TubeBuddy affiliate program. Okay, so that's what I mean by trying to research more about the products. So sort of see which one relates to you the best, and then also try to find other people who are successful with it as well, right? Because it's important that you sort of believe that it is possible, and then from that you're able to actually take action, and then from action you're able to succeed. So I also did a little bit more research. So if you actually look at we did a, I think, vidIQ, versus TubeBuddy. Okay, so these are actually two different products, right? Two different products. And here, if we actually look at this one over here, this website over here, so it's like a very, very simple website. And from his blog, I mean, it's very, very simple blog, is earned over, I think, yeah, is making around probably $400, $500 per month from TubeBuddy commissions and things like that as well. So for me, I think that's pretty good, right? So then that might be a product I might consider promoting, right? So try to do more research. And if you do more research, like if you type in like TubeBuddy review, and I'll also check the website on the top over here. So Food Ranger, he's actually like a food YouTube channel that I watch quite often. And what I noticed is that he has a review over here about the TubeBuddy. So as you can see, like, he's only promoting a few different things, right? He's promoting TubeBuddy and, VPNs for China. Both of these are very, very good affiliate programs where you get paid a high commission rate. So I guarantee, he's making thousands of dollars from this blog post alone. Okay, so that's how YouTubers, how people who create websites support their channels and things like that. So then the next step is, once you actually have different products, different website ideas, then what we need to do is we need to have a look at it a little bit more in depth. So we need to figure out how much visitors are these websites getting, and also find out different keyword ideas that we can actually target, and different products. Okay, so before we get into the practical side of keyword research, I do want to help you guys understand, why we need to do keyword research and why we need to use a tool such as Ahrefs to help us with it. Okay, so imagine the ocean as Google, right? And then imagine you as the fisherman on the top of here, your website, okay? And imagine the fish as your visitors to your website, okay? So if you don't do any keyword research, like a lot of people actually, built the website and then they realize, okay, I need to get traffic to my website. And then they realize, okay, you need to do SEO, and then they create content, and you randomly create content. So what's going to happen is that you're not going to be able to catch anything, right? You're going to be catching the wrong type of things, okay? So that is why we need to do keyword research. And we also need to find out where we can actually fish, because not every area is good for us, right? For example, if we go over here where all the big boys are fishing, then there is fish there, but then again, there's a lot of fishermen there already, and they have the latest tools, latest equipment, the latest resources to catch the fish, right? So you're not going to be able to compete. You're not going to be able to catch anything. So what we want to do is we want to use the tools such as Ahrefs to scan the entire ocean, because there are literally millions of fish, but we just need to find the right area. Okay, so that's why we need to find the right keywords to target. And basically, I'm going to help you guys do that right now. So for Ahrefs, you can just go to ahrefs.com, and that's going to take you to this page over here. And what I recommend is just starting the 7-day trial for $7. Now, there are some other free alternatives such as Ubersuggest, and I think SEMrush also has a free trial, but I found Ahrefs to be sort of the most accurate, and it provides a lot of different information, which is going to help you to find the right keywords. So that's what I highly recommend. And I'm just going to sign into my accounts over here, okay, and sign in. So when we're actually looking at keyword research, we have to really look at the type of website that we want to create, right? Because every single website has a different way to monetize and different way to make money. So for example, if you're creating like a local business website, like a local carpet cleaning business, then you want to target keywords that a customer would actually search for. For example, carpet cleaning services in Melbourne or in your specific location. Now, for affiliate marketing websites specifically, our main monetization strategy is through affiliate commissions, right? So you get paid a commission if someone clicks a link and purchases. So what we want to do is we want to look for key phrases and keywords that people type into Google and search for, where they're just about to purchase the product, right? So some of the top keywords that I recommend is things such as best, or like top, comparisons, reviews, alternatives, and also helpful guides and also helpful answers as well, right? So for example, it could be like best cameras, right? Or it could be like best cameras for YouTubers. And we could even add like a modifier, for example, best cameras for YouTubers in 2021 or 2022, right? So those keywords, people are looking for sort of like a list of the top cameras that they can purchase. And if they like what they see, they're going to click the link and purchase, then you're going to make the commission, right? Or you could even do comparisons, right? Comparisons are also really good because people have narrowed down to 2 different products, right? They've researched, product A and also researched product B. And now they want to compare, okay, which one is better? Which one should they get for their specific needs and purposes? Okay. So for comparisons, it's normally like product versus product like that. So VS like that. So those are the things that we can actually search for in the Keywords Explorer in a second. Now you can also do like product plus reviews, like which is really, really common, as well as product plus alternatives, which is also really good as well, because sometimes people might want to look for different alternatives because that product or that the product features or the price might not be, something they're looking for, right? Helpful answers is also going to be really good, mainly because not because sort of they are high converting, but also because they often help us build backlinks to our website, and that's going to increase our ranking for the other keywords that we want to rank for, right? Because when we're actually building a website, we need to do keyword research, and we need to do like on-page search engine optimization. Then we also need to do off-page optimization, which is basically building backlinks to our website. So for those of you who are not really sure what that means, it's sort of like a backlink is when people are linking to you. Okay, so for example, this is a blog post, right? So over here, this is a link to the Logo Crisp website, right? So basically, the more backlinks that you get from a website to your website, then Google is sort of going to rank your website higher. So when you're creating, let's say, review content and comparison content, not as many people are going to link to your website, right? It's just not as easy to link to, right? Because when you're actually creating sort of helpful guides, such as like how to do certain things, then it's more likely a website is going to link to you as a resource. And that's going to help you sort of build authority on your website and trust for your website. And that's going to help you increase your rankings for your review or affiliate keyword terms. Okay, so there are a few ways to actually do our keyword research. I'm just going to focus on two ways to actually get you guys started. So you can click on Site Explorer, and this is going to be the first way, where we just use our competitor's URL, right? Just copy our competitor's URL, which we have done research before, and we can just paste it into here. Okay, and this tool is basically going to scan the entire website and look at all the pages and the different keywords that the website is actually ranking for. Okay, so if we actually go over here and scroll down to organic search, click on organic keywords, and here we can see all the keywords the website is ranking for and which page is ranking for that keyword and the amount of traffic, so how many visitors the website is getting. Okay, so for example, this is going to be for the United States only. We're just going to focus on that. Okay, and then over here, it's going to be the keyword difficulty. So how difficult is it to rank your website for the term, right? So this is going to give you a good sort of indicator of how difficult it is. So you can look through the difficulty, and you can also sort the difficulty as well. So what you're going to notice is basically you're going to have like 2 URLs which are the same, right? But they're going to have different keywords which are also ranking as well. So what we do want to do is sort of group them together, right? So what we can do is actually just go to top pages over here. And what it's going to do is basically going to group the page URLs together and also show the rankings for that specific page, right? Because sometimes when you create content, let's say, for example, you're creating content for Q&A questions for YouTube blogging, other keywords might start ranking as well, because sometimes people type in different things, but they actually mean the same thing. So for example, someone types in, Q&A questions, and someone types in Q&A questions, right? But they both mean the same thing. So that's why this URL is ranking for these keywords. Okay, so what you can do is you can look through the different pages. Okay, we can also set the difficulty. So when we first start out creating a website, I generally recommend, people targeting pages which are lower in difficulty, because the most important thing when you're starting is to actually get your first sale, to get some results first. And once you actually do get results, then you guys can make your first sale, you have confidence, you guys can take more action, and then you guys get more and more results, right? Just like if you were to play tennis, you want to start out, first of all, playing, with your partner, and then play, with your team, and then play locally, and then play state level, and then national level, then international, right? You don't want to jump straight into national, international level, because you're just going to get dominated and you're going to not have fun, right? So it's really important to look for something which is sort of achievable for what you currently have at the moment. So for example, this is not too bad, like Q&A questions. So sometimes you're going to find keywords which are not sort of the keywords which I discussed earlier on, which is like review keywords, the comparison keywords and things like that. But still, these keywords might be beneficial to your website as well, because if someone is looking for Q&A questions to ask for YouTube videos, then that type of person is probably going to be interested in camera equipment as well. So you can still create content around that area and direct them to your different camera reviews or different tools that a YouTuber needs, right? So this keyword might be a great opportunity for us to actually explore as well. So what we could do is just copy it. I mean, we can actually export it as well, but let's just say, for example, we don't want to export it. We can just copy that keyword, and we can just create like a simple keyword list or different keyword groups where we can actually create content around. So for example, Q&A questions, what I would do is probably click over here and copy these keywords over here, copy them onto here as well, okay? And then when I'm actually creating the content for this website, then I can include some of these keywords in the content, because what Google does is Google is going to scan your entire website, and how they determine your ranking is that they sort of scan your content, right? They scan the words within your content, and then they rank you accordingly. Okay, so that is just one of the factors. Obviously, there's quite a lot of different factors, but I don't really want to, go too in depth. Otherwise, it's going to be confusing for you guys. But generally, we can copy the keywords and we can include the keywords within our content. Okay, so copy that and copy all the keywords into Milanote. So for example, we've got that, and then maybe we could have this one over here. So best cheap vlogging camera. We could copy that, and then we can look over here, and then we can look at these keywords and copy these keywords. And this could be like a separate page that we can create as well. Okay, so yeah, so you want to look through everything, and they've got the search volume over here. So in terms of the search volume, I think sometimes it really depends on the product that you're promoting, right? So let's say, for example, if you get like a search volume of like 100, I mean, if you're promoting something and the product cost, $100 and you only get 2% commission, right? That means you only get $2 per sale. So if it's getting, 100 visits per month for that keyword, then you make maybe like one sale per month. $2 is not really worth your time too much, right? But if you are promoting something that is a little bit more, let's say expensive, and there's only 100 in search volume per month, then it still might be worth it. Like for example, if you're promoting like a course and it's only getting 100 searches per month, but if you make one sale, I mean, you make, $500 in commissions, that should be enough, right? So it really depends, and you have to use your own judgment here, depending on like the products and things like that as well. So here you can look through all the different types of keywords that this website is ranking for, and make sure you put in all your keywords that you want to create content for, and write down any notes like that. So I don't want to go through too in depth here. What is important is that you guys get started. Okay. So another way to actually look at it is go to Keyword Explorer. And remember when we looked at the sort of different products that we could promote, so you should have some ideas of what products that you can promote, right? So let's say, for example, I'm going to promote TubeBuddy. Okay, so TubeBuddy, and then I'm going to do TubeBuddy review.
Hundreds of records to update. How on earth are you going to do that? Well, one by one, of course. Oh, that was easy. Hey, wait, you're leaving. What about that dashboard?
Dear, show me a dashboard of leads from the past month.
Hey, what about the...
Who said CRMs can't be easy? Huh?
Experience simplicity with Zoho CRM.
If you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that's how I got this 250K check in less than 30 seconds. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, if you've been injured in a car accident, I'm about to turn your world upside down. I was in a car accident a few months ago, and my car was totaled, and I ended up injuring my arm. I was in a bad situation. I missed work, and to make things worse, the small check the insurance offered me wasn't enough to buy a replacement car in this market. Luckily, I was scrolling on my phone late at night, and I came across a video just like this one. We've all heard of AI before. It's smarter and better than humans and will eventually replace us. But I've never heard of an AI lawyer before. I found this app called the Case Connect Compensation Calculator. It's 100% free for anyone. I put a link to it in the description below. Check it out. It uses an AI lawyer that's pretty much at the same level of a Harvard law graduate. It asks 4 simple questions and instantly compares it to over 10 million car accidents. Then it tells you immediately if you qualify for a major cash payout. And the best part, if you qualify, it can connect you to a Case Connect specialist who will get the money for you. You literally don't have to pay a penny out of pocket or lift a finger. That's what I did, and I'm so grateful because this check is going to put me back on my feet, pay off all my loans, and replace my car. AI is eventually going to take over, and who knows what will happen. But for now, this AI lawyer is like your personal law firm who works for you for free, has only your best interest in mind, and will get you paid more than any law firm can ever get you. So, if you've been injured in a car accident, major cash payout like I got here, then use this AI attorney app ASAP. Answer 4 simple questions and see if you qualify for as much or more than I got here. Click the link I shared in the description. I hope this helps.
Okay, and click on search. And this is going to give you the keyword difficulty and the overview of the keyword. This is the volume for United States, the 300. This is the global volume, okay? And we can scroll down over here, okay? And these are some of the keyword ideas. So you would copy the keywords, right, into your own note section over here. So for example, let's say true body review, and then we'll go over here. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna try and include some of these keywords. For example, true body pro, maybe. Okay. So these are some other things that people are searching for as well. So it might be like stuff that you wanna include within your content as well. Okay. So we'll go over here. Okay, so true body chrome. Copy that. Paste that into here. We're gonna scroll down and we're gonna look at the websites that are ranking in the top 10. So generally, you want to look at the domain rating. So besides the keyword difficulty score over here, we also want to look at the domain rating, right? So the domain rating is the strength of the website's backlink profile compared to others on a point of 100 out of 100, okay? So if you look at the top 10 results, we're going to notice is that a domain rating of 30, I mean, that's pretty decent. So this website is actually ranking number 1, okay? And you've also noticed that this one over here, it's a website ranking and the domain rating is 25. So that is quite low. And that means that we still have a chance to rank in the top 10, which is important. Okay, so we can also click on show more. So we can scroll down further, look at the top 20. You know, is there any other sort of websites which are still have a low domain rating? So that's going to give us a chance to rank on the search engines. Now, if everyone is like, you know, ranking like a domain rating of like 70, for example, if you do like, let's say NordVPN, so NordVPN review and type that in, and we can scroll down and look at the results over here. What you're going to notice is the domain rating is going to be very, very high. So as you can see, the average is probably, I would say, 80, 80 or 85 domain rating. And you also want to look at the backlinks to the website. So as you can see, a lot of them have like thousands of backlinks or hundreds of backlinks. And the difficulty is quite hard over here as well. So that is probably not a good one to actually start off with. So let's just do TubeBuddy, review. And we can scroll down. Okay, so then what you want to do is you also want to look at the backlink profile, how many backlinks are pointing to the website. If you actually notice that, okay, some of these websites don't really have many backlinks, then that's also an opportunity as well, okay, which is good. So as you can see, like not too many backlinks. which is good. So this one over here, the Food Rangers website, so it has a lot of backlinks. So what I noticed is that they have a lot of backlinks from, I think, YouTube videos, their own YouTube videos. So then what we could do is we can actually click into it, okay? And then you want to also look at the content, okay? The content on the website. Like, can you realistically beat the content? Because if you want to rank on Google, the real way to rank on Google is to have better content than other people, because the point of Google is to actually provide sort of the best search results and the best information for people who are actually using the search engines. So what they want to provide is the best information for the user. So what you want to do is you want to create better content than your competitors, right? So I've actually read, this stuff. I mean, it's decent, but it still can be beaten. Especially maybe not this one, but like a lot of the other ones which are ranking over here, I've researched them, and they're not that in depth and they don't go into that many details. So I still think that there's still a massive opportunity here, especially if you look at this one. Like some of the content there is not that in depth and not that great if you actually really read it, right? Yes, it is quite long, but if you actually read it, like the content is not the best. Like if you actually look at if we do like NordVPN review, if you look at the content of NordVPN review, like the content is very in depth and very thorough, right? It goes into very detail, and it shows a lot of different images, a lot of screenshots and stuff like that. So if you compare that to TubeBuddy, I mean, there's still a lot of opportunity there to take advantage of that. Okay, so summing up, the things that we have to consider is the number one is searchers' intent. So people who are just about to purchase or in the process of purchasing, because we're an affiliate marketing website, those are the keywords that we sort of want to focus in on, right? Then number two is the keyword difficulty. So you can explore the keyword difficulty score. Try and keep it low, okay? So don't try and target something that's medium or hard yet. You can, but obviously expect that it's going to take you longer, a lot more resources, and a lot more time. So I think that's what you can actually focus on once you actually build some momentum with your website and things like that. Then number two, you can look at the sort of low domain rating. So you want to make sure that you check all the websites who are ranking in top 10. So if you actually see websites with a lower sort of domain rating within the top 10, top 20, which is around like 30 or maybe below that, then that's going to mean that there's a good chance that you can create a new website and rank there with a lot better content and maybe a lot more backlinks to your website, right? Then you also want to look at the backlinks, the number of backlinks to the website as well, and see if there's any opportunity there, right? So if you see that, okay, all these websites over here have a ton of backlinks, like over 100, thousands of backlinks, then it's going to be quite hard for you to get into that keyword, right? Because the competitors are quite strong. So you also want to look at the content. So you click into the actual top 10 results and look at the content and actually read the content. Don't be scared, of the content and how long it looks. Sometimes a lot of the content is very generic, right? It's not based on like real world experience, and it doesn't provide any, original, unique insight, because a lot of content is actually like that. Okay, so if you actually explore it, look at it properly, and see if you guys can actually create better content. If you really believe that you can, then I still think that's a good chance that you can actually target that keyword and create content around that. So for example, we were talking about the helpful guides and answers, right? So you can also target keywords such as not just reviews and comparisons, but you can also do like, let's say for example, you want to create a website around helping YouTubers get more views and how to get them, make more money from YouTube. Then you can also target keywords such as like how to rank on YouTube or how to get more views on YouTube. And then within those articles, you can actually recommend them products as well, right? You can recommend them the TubeBuddy, or you can recommend them like this specific mic, because in the content, you could be like, hey, you need good audio or you need good video. You got to use this, you got to use that, right? You can still do it that way as well. So you're not just limited to, this type of content like review and comparisons and best type of content as well. Okay. So you can also try different things as well. For example, you're going to provide answers for questions that people ask. For example, what microphone is Joe Rogan using? Or what microphone is, X, Y, and Z celebrity using for their YouTube channel, and then you can create content around that to show them proof that, Joe Rogan is using this microphone, and this is how you set it up, what you need, and the cost and things like that as well, right? There's so many different keyword ideas. You have to sort of use your own, intuition. And after a while of creating content and things like that, you'll sort of get an idea of how to rank on Google and different keywords and things like that. Okay, so I don't want to go through too much keyword research because that's going to make this video super, super long. I'll try and cover that maybe in like future videos, but the most important thing is to find maybe like 3 to 5 different keywords that you can start working on right away. You can also export the data as well. You can add it to your list and things like that. Yeah, so what we're going to do now is we're going to start creating our website. Okay, so I'm super excited to actually show you guys how to create your website step by step. We've covered sort of like the theory and keyword research and everything like that. Now we're going to do some of the practical steps of setting up your website. So to create a website, we're going to be doing it in just 4 simple steps. So the first step is to get your domain name, which is basically your website address. For example, yourname.com, youraffiliatewebsite.com. And hosting is basically like a server where your website is stored. So for example, it stores your content, your images, so that people can access your website all around the world 24/7, 365 days a year. Then we're going to be installing WordPress. So WordPress is a free content management system, and that basically allows you to create your website without any coding or any technical knowledge, right? So you don't have to learn coding. Don't worry about that. We're going to be using a drag and drop builder to fully customize your website. Then I'll show you guys how to build your website. So if you're wondering why we're using WordPress instead of other website platforms, for example, Wix and also Squarespace, is if you actually search up Wix review, and we can click into some of the top results over here. So if we click into this result over here, what you're going to notice, it's an affiliate marketing website as well, reviewing the Wix builder and platform and things like that. So they're actually using WordPress, and what we could do is right click and view page source. And we notice that they have WP content over here, which means it's WordPress. So for their own affiliate website where they're recommending Wix, they're using WordPress as well. So generally WordPress is best for an affiliate marketing website. This is not to say that Wix is, bad or anything like that, but for this specific purpose and this specific tutorial, that's what I highly recommend. It's what I personally use as well. So same thing with Squarespace. If you look at this website over here, okay, so it might seem like, okay, that's really good and you can use Squarespace. They have a website builder as well. You can also build an affiliate marketing website with Squarespace, but WordPress is just a lot more customizable and has a lot more features for building an affiliate website. So you can actually see by viewing page source over here. And if you scroll down, you're going to notice they use WordPress as well. So you can see WP-content, and they're using plugins and things like that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get our domain, hosting, and install WordPress, and we can do that all at the same place. So you can either click on the link down below, or you can open up your browser and type in hosting.com/HOGAN, Hogan, CHUA, and click on enter. Now that is my affiliate link. So basically if you do purchase through that, then I'll get a referral commission for that. And that just basically helps support my channel. So you don't get charged any extra. And in some cases, you're going to be able to get a discount as well. So sometimes the discount might change over here and the page might change. What we want to look for here is we want to look for hosting. So click on hosting up here. Okay, that's going to click on the drop down, and we want to get shared website hosting. Okay, so in the past, I've also recommended SiteGround as well, which is a really great web host and platform to create your WordPress website as well. So if you do want to use SiteGround, then I'll leave a link down in the description below, and also a video to show you guys how to install WordPress there. But SiteGround has recently changed their terms, so it might not be available for all countries now. So I want everyone to be able to follow my tutorials, and Hostinger has some really, really great affordable plans to get everyone started as well. So as you can see here, 99 cents US dollar if you get the 4-year plan. So it's super, super affordable. And I've also done a review on hosting as well on my channel, and they performed really, really well in terms of speed and also uptime and also customer support. So over here, I've got 3 different plans that you can choose from. So I do want to go through each one and which one you should actually pick for your affiliate marketing website. So the first thing is that if you pick either of these 3, then it's going to be completely fine to create any type of website, including your affiliate marketing website, because all three plans you can install WordPress just fine. So the main difference between the single shared and these two plans is going to be the number of websites you can host. So basically with the single shared hosting, you can only host one website, for example, youraffiliatewebsite.com, and then that's it. Okay. With the premium shared and business shared, you can host up to 100 websites on the plan. So you can have like your website, your client's website, your friend's website hosted under sort of one account. And that way you can actually save some money. But this doesn't mean that you can create 100 websites for free, right? You still have to purchase the domain name, which is like the website address. And normally that's around $10 per year. Okay, but you can host up to 100 different websites. Now, if you choose this one, it doesn't mean that you're stuck with it forever. You can always upgrade to the premium shared and also business shared as you grow your business and things like that. So besides the number of websites you can host, generally with the premium shared and business shared accounts, your website will load a little bit faster than the single shared hosting plan, because hosting actually allocates a little bit more resources to these plans over here. With the premium shared, you do get the free domain included and some extra resources over here, which you can actually check out. So personally, I actually recommend the business plan, mainly because it has everything that you need already, including the daily backups, the free CDN, the free domain, and everything like that. So you don't really have to worry anymore. And if you actually compare it to other web hosting plans on the internet, it's going to be quite affordable if you actually compare it as well. Okay. So over here, what we're going to do is just going to click on add to cart. Now, obviously you can get these ones if you want to, that's completely up to you. We're going to click on add to cart over here. And over here, you can select the plan. So I generally recommend 12 months or more. That way you're able to lock in the discount, because as you can see here, once the initial discount is over, then the plan renews at a higher rate, right? So if you choose this one, then it's going to renew at a cheaper rate as well. So that's something to consider. So I'm going to just select 12 months for this tutorial. Now over here, you just need to put in your email address. So for example, if you're logged in already, you can just connect it with Google. Okay, so we're just going to connect that. Okay, so I'm going to log into my Google account. And then we're going to scroll back down. So you can pay by credit card or PayPal or even Bitcoin. So I'm just going to select PayPal, and I'm going to scroll down. Here you can also enter in a coupon code. So generally that is the amount that you're going to pay. Then you can enter the coupon code Hogan Chua, so HOGANCHUA, and that's going to save you some money as well. So it's probably going to save you a little bit more if you get the 48-month plan as well. So once you've actually checked everything, then we can click on submit secure payments, and then click on PayPal checkout. Now log in and just pay that. Okay, so once the payment has gone through, then you should reach this page over here. So we can just click on start now. And over here, if you have selected the plan where you can get the free domain, then we can claim the free domain. If you don't have that, then you can click on buy a domain and you can purchase the domain. Now, if you have registered in like GoDaddy or Namecheap, then you need to select this option where you need to connect the domain with the hosting account. All right. So I'm just going to select this one over here, and we're going to select our domain name. So this is your website address. So I'm creating a case study website. So I'll probably reveal my domain later, but for now I'm just going to create and use sort of like a demo website. So affiliate tutorial and 91, and then we're going to select probably a .com domain. Okay, and we're going to click on search. So when you're choosing a domain name, normally it's good to actually get a .com extension, because normally that's a little bit more trustworthy. If you don't know what to pick for your domain name, generally don't pick a domain name which is like product specific or like a year specific, like 2021 reviews or whatever it is. Don't pick that one, because then, when it's 2022, then you have to change your domain name and you don't want to do that, right? So try to pick a domain name where it's a little bit more generic, and maybe it doesn't, include a product name. You can also go with your name as well, which is also a good idea. Once you actually done that, then you can click continue. So we're going to click on build a new website. Okay, and we're going to install WordPress. So click on select. And over here, we want to create a WordPress account. So we're going to put in our password. So this is our login credentials for WordPress. So make sure you remember that, your password. Then continue. And I'm just going to save that to my browser. So over here, you got a bunch of different templates, but we're not going to be using a template. So I'll be showing you guys how to set it up step by step. So click on skip. So over here, you can select your website location. So this is your website server location. So generally, this is important if you're building a local website. You want to choose a server location closest to your audience. So I'm just going to go with North America for this one and click on select and then finish setup. Okay, so I'm just going to enter in just some basic information over here. Click on next step. And yeah, I'm just going to fill in my contact details and then we are going to finish the registration. So over here, we can click on manage WordPress and that's going to take us to our login sort of area for WordPress. And if we click over here, it's going to take us to the hosting panel area. So this is where you actually control your domains and hosting and whatever you need for your website. Over here is where you've logged into WordPress. Okay, so generally, if you want to log in again, so I'm just going to log out. So I want to show you guys how to log in. So this is your WordPress login page. Now, to arrive at this page again, what we need to do is, let's say, for example, if we go to our homepage, this is what it currently looks like. So we do need to edit it. But if you want to log in to WordPress, you need to type in /wp-admin and then enter. So it's always going to be your website name.com/wp-admin, and that's going to take you to the WordPress login page. And what I recommend is just bookmarking it. So once you bookmark it, then just enter in your email address and the password you set in before, and then click on login. Okay, so this is going to be logged into your WordPress dashboard area. So we're going to click over here, okay, to the dashboard area over here. And what we want to do is we want to install the SSL certificate. So as you can see, it says not secure. Now you want to have and make sure that your website has a lock icon like that. So that means it's secure. Okay, so I'm just going to click on home over here. And then I'm going to try and click on setup, okay, for the SSL certificate. And we're going to install on our new domain over here, install SSL. Now, if you have any trouble, you can contact the live chat support and they'll get back to you, okay, if you have any trouble installing SSL certificate. And then we can just click on close. And if we go over here, let's refresh the page. We're going to take like a few seconds and that might actually log you out when you try to refresh the page because now it is HTTPS enabled. All right, so you're going to log in again and now you have the lock icon all set up. So before I actually get started with setting up WordPress, you do have to also verify your email address that hosting is going to send you. You have to verify your domain. So you need to click on the link in the email they sent you. So just verify that and verify that. Then once that is done, you should be good to go. So if you go back over here and click on domains on the top, something that you might want to do is that you can click on the domain over here, right? And we can scroll down. Now, this is something that you might want to get. So who is privacy? This is going to add an extra layer of sort of privacy with your information. So for example, if you actually sign up with a domain, so sometimes people can actually look up your domain information, which is going to show your email address and also name. And if you want to protect that information, you can pay an extra $5 a year to actually protect that. Okay, so I might personally get that as well. It's just basically there to stop people from emailing you because a lot of people will actually email you like different marketing offers because they know that you're starting a new business and things like that. Okay, so we're going to set that up. And now this is the 2021 theme. So this is the default theme. So we'll change it later on. So don't worry about that. And over here, we can actually clear these things. We can dismiss it over here. We can minimize it like that, or we can click on screen options and we can remove everything. Okay. So once you add a few plugins, it's going to start sort of getting quite complicated. So that's why I want to clear everything up because we don't really need it. Okay. Then the next step is we need to go to settings and go to permalinks. So this is really important for search engine optimization. We want to change the permalink settings to post name. Okay. So set it to this one over here so that the title of your post or the title of your page is going to be included in the URL, right? So you don't want it to be like a random number or you don't want it to be something like that. Okay, you want a clear and clean URL structure for your website. So we're going to click on save. The next thing is we can go to posts. So we can delete this one and just trash it. Let's go to trash and we can delete that permanently. And then go to pages and we can also delete the sample page. Just delete that. And I'm also going to just trash that one as well. Okay. Okay, so that is done. So next we're going to click on plugins. So with plugins, plugins add extra functionality to your WordPress website, just like if you have apps on your phone, for example, like social media apps or any productivity apps and things like that. Plugins are the same, but for WordPress websites. So what I generally like to do is I like to deactivate everything first because sometimes plugins can cause conflicts with your WordPress website. Especially with older plugins and plugins that you haven't updated and things like that. So if you are using plugins and you're not really actually actively using it for your WordPress website, what I do recommend is deactivating and deleting them because sometimes it can cause issues, especially security issues, and then cause your website to be hacked and things like that. So right now I'm just going to deactivate it, all the plugins, okay? So you guys can actually delete the ones that you don't use and things like that. Now, if you have like a caching plugin, for example, Lightspeed Cache or WP Fastest Cache or SG Optimizer and things like that, when you're building a website, sometimes you might be making changes, right? Now, if the changes don't reflect on your website, then what you probably need to do is try to clear the cache, right? Once you clear the cache is sort of like temporary storage, right? Once you clear it, then it should actually update. So generally, when you have a caching plugin, they'll have a sort of thing on the top over here. Okay, so when you click over here, you can purge the cache and delete everything. Okay, so I'm just gonna delete it, deactivate it for now because when I'm building a website, I generally like to deactivate it. So if you guys want to start, WordPress from scratch and you want to reset everything, especially if you have an existing WordPress website and everything is just not working properly and things like that, then you can actually download a plugin called WP Reset. So you can click on Add New and search for this plugin. And once you activate it, it will actually allow you to reset WordPress back to the default settings that you had in the very, very beginning. So we can open the tools over here and you can see what it deletes. So it actually deletes like your comments, your pages, and your posts. So if you do want to reset it, then what you want to do is copy your content onto like a Word document, things like that. And you can type in reset here and reset the website. Okay, you can also create a snapshot as well. So that is the basics. Now, what we want to do is we want to go and install a theme. Okay, so to install a theme, we can hover over appearance and click on themes. So the current theme that we're using is the 2021 theme. So this is the default sort of WordPress theme, right? So it sort of adds the appearance for your website. So if we click on add new over here, then what you're going to notice is thousands of different themes. So a lot of these themes are free themes and you do have to upgrade later on to sort of enjoy a lot of these different features. So what I've done is actually partnered up with Themify to share with you guys their most popular theme, the Themify Ultra theme. So this is a really, really awesome theme because it allows you to control every aspect of your WordPress website. So a lot of people might be using other themes. I think that is fine as well. So it really depends on your personal preference. But personally, this is what I use for my website and I like it because it has everything that you need, right? You can literally take control of the header, the footer section. You can change a lot of the things without learning how to code. So what I've done is I've included the download link in the description below in the YouTube description. So you can download that onto your computer and it's going to look something like this over here. Okay, Themify Ultra.zip. And then you can go back over here, and upload theme, choose file, and look for Themify Ultra.zip and open and install now. So sometimes it might actually come in like a folder because I think if you're using like Safari or something like that, it might automatically unzip into a folder like that. And you don't want to upload the folder. So you want to right click and you want to compress it back into the zip file, okay, before you upload it. So let's go back over here. And once that is uploaded, then we can actually activate it. So you want to make sure you upload it as themes. So a lot of people actually upload it as a plugin and that's not going to work, all right? Because the sort of theme and the drag and drop builder is included in the theme itself, right? So everything in a whole package. So if in the future you need to update your theme, you can go to hoganchua.com/update and you can watch this video to show you guys how to update the theme in your WordPress dashboard area. Okay, so I'll include the download links over here You can download it and you can update your themes as well as the plugin that you might need as well. Okay, so once that is done, we're going to click on activate. Now, if you do have any issues, then you can email me at support@hoganchua.com, or you can drop a comment in the YouTube comments area. So here are the skins and demos. So generally I just stick to the default one. So I'm going to click on close on the top. Okay, and let's just close that. So if we actually refresh our page now, it's going to change the look of our website. Okay, if you hover over here and turn on the builder, it's going to show builder is not available on this page. So a lot of people don't actually follow my videos. And a lot of people have this problem where they say the builder is not available. Now, this is because we haven't created our pages yet. So this is actually not a page, right? So we have to go and create our pages right now. So if you hover on the top over here, we can click on page, right? Or you can click on post. So let's click on page first. And what we need to do is create our home page, right? So we're going to add in a page. Now, if we actually click on the three dots over here, it might actually look like this. Okay, so I don't like this layout. I like to have it like this. Okay, so you can click on the three dots and you can deselect the full screen mode. Okay, so title, it's going to be home, and click on publish and publish again. Okay, that's going to take us to this URL over here, and click that to view the page. So this is going to display as yourwebsite.com/home. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that this home page is just going to be our sort of default URL. Okay, so if we click over here, we want it to be just like that. Okay, so to do that, we have to go back to the dashboard and settings, I believe, and then go to reading, and then set your home page display to a static page and select home. Okay, once you've selected that, then we can click on save, and that's done. Okay, so settings, reading, and then go to a static page, set it to home. And then save changes. So if we go back over here, and if we click on the home page, then it's just going to be our url.com. Okay, so the next thing what we're going to do is add in some more pages. So we can go back to our dashboard. You can also add in pages like that, or you can go back to dashboard and navigate to pages over here, and you can control everything from here as well. So let's click and add new. So let's just add in a few more pages. So you can add as many pages as you want. So I'm just going to add an about page, and let's publish that. Let's add a new one. So let's add maybe a blog page. Okay, and publish that. And then we're going to add maybe like an affiliate disclaimer page. So click on page again. Okay, and publish that again. So that should be done. So let's go back to our homepage. All right, so we've got our pages listed over here. So what we want to do is we want to change the menu. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys how to arrange the menu, the top navigation menu, and also how to add in pages on the bottom if you do want to do that as well. So let's go and arrange our menu, and we can do that by going to customize, and then we can click on back, and then let's click on menus. Let's click on create new menu. So this one's going to be top nav for top navigation. And for the menu location, we want to set it to the main nav, which is the top over here. Okay, if you want to add a menu for the footer, we need to click on footer navigation. So let's click that there, click next. Now what you're going to notice is that it has three dots over here, and that is actually the mobile menu. So what you can do is actually go and click on the top over here and try to zoom out of your browser a little bit, and that should display. Okay, so we need to add in the items first. So let's add in item, let's add in our blog page and maybe our about page like that. And then we can just rearrange it by dragging and dropping. Okay, so let's click on publish, and then that's going to display. So what if you want to create like a drop down menu? So a drop down menu is like if you hover over here, it's going to drop down. So we can do that by just indenting it. So click it and drag it and sort of put it below the about. Okay, so that's going to be like a, let's publish that. And if we actually refresh that, let's just open that in a new tab to show you what that looks like. Okay. So when you hover over that, it's going to drop down like that. Okay. So you don't have to do that now, but I just wanted to show you guys how to actually do that. So let's go over there. And then we want to select automatically add new pages to the menu. So when you create a new page, it's going to automatically add it to the menu. So you can rearrange it and you can delete it anytime that you guys want. Okay, let's publish that and let's go back over here and we can create a new menu. So it could be like footer menu, and then we can select footer navigation and click on next. And then we can add item, and then we can add affiliate disclaimer or whichever page that you want to put on the bottom. Click on publish, and then that's going to add your page like that. Okay, so let's click on close once that is finished. Okay, so the next step is I want to show you guys how to change this and how to delete this home title and also this section over here. So if we click on turn on builder, then it should turn on the builder and we can start editing our page. But this title over here is in our way as well as this sidebar. So I'll show you guys how to customize that. Let's click on close. Okay, so let's go back over to dashboard and then let's go to Themify Ultra, Themify settings. Okay, so this is where you can actually control your layout of your Themify website. Okay, so let's go to the default layouts and let's go to default page layout. All right. So for the default page layout, what we want to do is we want to remove the title and remove the sidebar on here. So let's go there. Let's go and hide it and let's change the sidebar to no sidebar and then save it. And then if we refresh it, then that's going to delete. Okay, so that's also going to change the layouts of the header and footer. So what we want to do is let's go to theme settings over here. Let's go to theme appearance. So let's make sure we have this one selected and let's click on save. And then let's refresh that. Okay, so that if that doesn't change, then it might be the cache. So what I want to do is actually go over here to the, let's go to Themify Builder. Okay, go to tools and I'm going to regenerate the CSS files. Okay, so hopefully that is going to, all right, so that's pretty much good to go. So summarizing how I fixed it is I went back to Themify settings, the Themify Builder, and then you can go to tools, okay, and then regenerate the CSS files. Sometimes you might need to delete the cache as well and things like that. And I also deleted the browser caching as well, and then it should be pretty much good to go. So sometimes you might, encounter these issues whenever you're building like a WordPress website or, any type of website, you're going to encounter issues. So this is one of the most common issues. So I do want to include it in the video so that you guys can sort of solve it for yourself. So let's go back over here. Let's go to theme settings. Okay. And what I want to do is I want to exclude the tagline. Okay. And let's just exclude that over there. And you can play around with the different settings, the basic display settings for your footer as well. You can update that. So let's go and save it. And then let's go over here, let's refresh it, and that's going to disappear. Okay, so I might just hide the search bar as well as this one over here. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's hide the footer logo, and I'm also going to go down to, where is it? Okay, footer text, okay, and I'm going to hide footer text too, and then click on save, and then refresh it, and then that is pretty much good to go, right? So you can also change the footer design, the layout as well. This is the default one, so I might change it to the footer block. Let's click on save. Now, hopefully this one's going to save. Okay, so that is pretty much good to go. So what we can do now is click on customize on the top over here. Now, if you don't see the bar, then what I do recommend is refreshing the page, then you should be able to see it. And then what you want to do is navigate to Themify options. It should automatically redirect you here. And then click on site logo and tagline, site logo. And then here you can change the site title. So I'm just going to name it logo. So I just want to keep everything as simple as possible. Now, if you do want to add in a logo image, you can select this tab over here. And I've also got a video where I show you guys how to make a free logo and fav icon using Canva. So Canva is a really awesome tool. I show you exactly how to use it and create your logo, as well as your fav icon, which is the little icon on the top over here. So let's go over here, and you can also just choose a font and just use that as your logo, because you don't really need to worry too much about your logo at this time. What you do want to focus on is your content. So just keep it nice and simple for now. You can also change the site tagline. So we can change it to, like, for example, ultimate resource for YouTube creators. So this should be like basically, telling people what your site is about and, who it is for, who is it helping, and things like that. So for me, I'm creating a website that's going to help YouTube creators, make money online and also, get more subscribers and views. So I'm just calling it ultimate resource for YouTube creators for now. So I probably will change it later on, but I think that is pretty good for now. So we're going to minimize it and click on publish. So to add your fav icon, you can click on back, and then we can click on site identity on that and select site icon, select files, and then we're going to upload the picture. Okay, so this one over here, a PNG. So once that is done, click on select, and then that should be publish, and that should be done, right? So it should be 5112 by 5112, and you can follow this video and I'll show you guys how to make the fav icon and things like that. Okay, so once that is done, then we can close it, and then you should have your fav icon on the top, and you can see the title as well as the site tagline has changed. So let's go ahead and show you guys how to use the builder. So you can turn on the builder. Now, if you don't see this builder icon, like it might say it's not available on this page. Now that's because you haven't followed the video. Make sure you skip back a little bit, and I'll leave the timestamp in the description where I show you guys how to add in pages and set your home page and things like that. So over here is your panel area where you have all the different modules which you can add and drop in. So we can also click it and we can move it like that, or we can drag it on the left as well. So I prefer on the left. So what we want to do is we want to create like a hero image section for your website. So what we can do is hover over here. Okay, so this is the row. Okay, so let's add the styling and add in a background. So then we're going to add an image, right? So for your background image, we're going to click on plus, upload files, select files. And then here, I'm going to upload a hero image. So we're going to try and upload maybe this one, okay? And click on open. And this is the size of our image. So it's around 1900 by 1200 pixels approximately, and it's less than 500 kilobytes. So you generally want to keep it, around 500 kilobytes or less. Otherwise, your website is going to load slowly because that's going to, the image size is really big, all right? So generally keep it around 500 and insert file image like that. And then here for your background image, we can set it to full cover, okay? And then what we want to do is we want to make sure that goes all the way across. So hover over the row again, and then hover over the gear icon. Let's do that again. And for the row width, select full width, right? That's going to adjust it so the row is going to go all the way across, right? So the next thing that we can do is we can click on done, right? Now, if you want to hover over here, you can actually see some purple. And what we can do is actually add spacing or padding to that, okay? So we're going to drag it, and let's just try and do maybe 150 for now. Okay, so we can adjust it later on. Okay, hover over here, and you can see that purple highlight again. So drag it and drop it down to around 150. So try and keep it even. Yeah, okay. That should be good. Right, now let's add in a text module. So over here, drag in a text. So I'm just going to call it maybe ultimate creators resource. So we sort of want to just tell people what this website is about. Let's change it to heading 1. Okay, so when you're actually using heading 1s and heading 2s and things like that, try to keep it only one heading 1 per page, right? So this is for search engine purposes. You don't want to have multiple heading 1s for your page because Google is going to use that as a sort of on-page SEO ranking factor, okay? So only use one heading 1, and the rest can be like heading 2 or 3 or 4, anything that you guys want, okay? So once you have that, then we can also align the text into the middle. So to do that, we can click on Styling tab over here. And then for the font, we can just click on text align to the middle. And then we can also change the color like that. All right. And then we could also go to the tab over here, general, and then click on heading 1. And then we can set the font size here specifically for heading 1. Okay, so I'll show you guys how to set it universally later on. We can change it to any size. So I'm going to change it to 5 EM. Maybe that's a little bit too big. So let's change to maybe 4. Yeah, 4 is okay for now. Okay, and then click on done. So the next thing that I want to do is make sure that text sort of pops a little bit. And for that, we can actually click on it again. Let's click over here. Let's go to font and let's try and add some text shadow. Okay, so I'm going to add 1, and maybe blur, set it to 5. And then text shadow, let's set that to black. I might drop the opacity down to 0.5. Okay, so that's going to make sure that text pops out a little bit by adding a text shadow. You can also hover over here, styling, and then go to row overlay, and then we can change this to black, right? And then drop the opacity down to like 10%. Okay, so it's going to make the image a little bit darker, and that just sort of enhances the text in the middle a little bit, right? So once you're done, click on done, and then that is done. So I forgot to actually mention where to get your images from. Now, if you don't have images of your own, you can go to a website called unsplash.com and you can find really nice images here for your website. So you can search for like creator or creating or something like that. They've got a ton of really nice images like this one over here, this one over here. You want to try and look for an image which is like horizontal rather than vertical, right? Because we need it for our hero image, and we want to make sure that when we put text over it, then the text still looks good. Okay, so you want to make sure you pick the right image. That's really, really important because otherwise it won't be visible. Okay, so you can find images over here. You can also use Adobe stock.com, I think, and you can search for images over here. Now this is paid, but I think the quality of images is really good and probably a lot more unique as well. Okay, so you can use that, and when you actually download the image, you can click into the image and you can download it for free. Generally, you want to click on the drop down and you can download it as a medium size. Okay, otherwise, if you download it as the original, it's going to be too large and the file size is going to be too big. Okay, let's go over here, and what we could do is we can also drag in another text module. Okay, so this is like a sub headline. I'm not sure what I want to put in here yet, so I might just do like sub headline, subheading. Okay, and let's just save. And what we could do is hover over here again, click on styling, and we can go to font and we can align everything into the middle like that, and we can also change the color. So basically when we do that, it's going to adjust everything within the row. Okay, so if we change the font size over here to maybe 20, I think that should be okay. Let's click on save, and we can click on this text module over here, styling, and click on margin, and we're gonna minus the margin, so minus 10. Okay, that's gonna move it up. So what margin does is it's basically gonna adjust the spacing outside the blue box, right? Let's say we do minus 20, it's gonna do that, right? So the padding is, if we click on that, it's going to adjust the spacing within that blue box, right? So if we do, let's say we do 100, okay? So that's going to adjust the spacing within that blue box, right? Like that. That's the padding. So let's just delete that. The margin over here, okay, let's just do 100. So it's going to adjust the spacing outside that blue box. So we just want a little bit, so like a little bit closer, like that, and save. And then the next thing that I want to do is add in a button. Okay, so drag it below there, and then we can change the button text. So we could do like start here. So I don't have anything to link at the moment. So generally what I do is I link it to maybe like a start now page, or maybe my blog page might do that. So we can right click over here, copy link address. Okay, so just paste in your URL into there just like that, and you can link them to any page later on. I just want to show you guys how to use it. You can also change the shape of the button to this one. Okay, so that one might look good, or maybe this one. Let's just change it a little bit. The button is quite large. You can also change the color. black one. You can change it to red. You know, it really depends on your color scheme. So I'll show you guys how I choose the color scheme in a second. So let's just click on transparent for now. And let's go to styling, button link, background. Okay, so this is where you can actually change the color like that. And you can change it to any color that you want, right? So for me, when I pick my color scheme, I generally just do it on Milanote, right? So I choose the colors beforehand, before I sort of build my website. I sort of take inspiration from other websites. And what you can do is you can download a Chrome extension. It's called, I think, full screen capture. And you can capture like entire pages, and you can get a lot of inspiration when you're building your website later, okay? And if you don't know which color to choose, you can go to Adobe, Adobe Color, just Google it. And then we can go over here, and then we can go to extract theme. So you can find an image on Unsplash, right? So search for an image that you like. And for example, let's go landscape. And let's say you like this image over here, we can download it onto our computer, or you like maybe this one over here or this one. We can go back over here to Adobe and we can drop that image in over here, and that's going to create a nice sort of color scheme, right? You can also change the different moods as well, like that, which I think is really, really nice. And then what you could do is just copy the color code and you can put it into Milanote. And then that way, when you actually build your website, you can use the same colors throughout your entire website. And that just ensures everything is professional. So that's how professionals actually design and, you know, edit the colors for their website. That's why it looks so good. So yeah, so that's what I highly recommend. And then also choosing some neutral colors as well, which you can use for your website. So generally use these colors when you don't know which color to actually use. So let's go back over here. So let's just say, for example, I picked this color scheme over here. Okay, so this orange, I really like this orange. And this is going to be like an accent color. So I picked like a green sort of color scheme, and then I'm going to use this orange sparingly on my website. So maybe I can use it on my button. So let's click over here, styling, and just paste that in like that. And then we'll click on hover. And then I go to over here. Let's just paste this one in as well. Copy, come back and paste that in. And that's looking great, right? So I might change the size of that button a little bit. So let's just, it's too big, I think. Okay. Okay. So I might edit it later, but let's just keep it nice and simple for now. Save it and close it. Right. So that is a very, very simple layout. So what you're going to notice is a gap over here, and it's not going to stretch across. So what we need to do is go to edit page. And then what we're going to do is make sure that stretches all the way across to the left, and that space on the top is actually gone. So let's scroll down to the Themify custom panel. Okay, click on the drop down, and that's going to appear. And then for the content width, you want to select full width. So it goes all the way across, okay, and update. So let's click on view page. You can click on view page over here, or click on permalink, and that's going to take you to that page as well. All right, so that is looking great. So before we get started to add content onto our website and also display that content, I do want to show you guys some essential things, which is, for example, your affiliate disclaimer, which I recommend adding in. So you can just simply turn on the builder and add in your text module and drop in your affiliate disclosure. So for example, it could be like, some of these links on this website are affiliate links. This means if you purchase through those links, we may receive a commission. So this doesn't incur any cost to you. In some cases, you may receive a discount. So these commissions help support the content for our website. So you could have something like that for your affiliate disclosure. So this is like an FTC requirement, and you can also add it onto your blog post as well, which I recommend, and I'll show you guys how to do that later. So you can simply just add that in, and then you should be good to go. Then you can create like a simple about page, right? So about page is going to build some trust with your audience. So you can tell them, you know, what this website is about, who does it intend to help, why do you create it, and where to actually find you, okay? So then next, you might want to display some social media icons down here. So we're going to go back to our dashboard section, and I'll show you how to quickly add that in. So Themify Ultra, Themify Settings, and then we can go to social links. And here is where you can just paste your profile URLs, right? So for example, Twitter. So I'm just going to paste that in to show you quickly how that works. You can also change the color, but I just like to keep it as default. Facebook, and copy that, and let's paste that in here. And then YouTube as well. So you can copy your YouTube channel over here. And let's say if you have Instagram, okay, I'm just gonna paste that in. Let's just change this to Instagram. That's, and then insert icon. And then I'm gonna click on font awesome, and then I'm gonna try and type in Instagram. Okay, so this one over here, and then that should be added in. Okay, so you can also add in additional ones as well. Then we can click on save. And now before we actually exit out of here, we need to actually display it. So we need to go to appearance and widgets. So let's go to appearance and widgets. And then what we need to do is look for themify social links over here. So we can drop this widget onto any widget over here. So we're going to drop it on the footer social widget section. Okay. And then we're going to open link in a new window. Okay, so generally I like to open links in a new window if it's an external link, a link that is not on your website. Okay, because you want people to stick on your website, you don't want them to, leave. So we're going to click on save, and you can add it to your sidebar section later as well for your blog. But I'm just going to leave it as is. Okay, so let's go back to our homepage, and then you should have your social links like that, and that's pretty good. Okay, so another thing I want to show you is if you click on about, if we turn on the builder, okay, so go to the widgets over here and drop it below. So we can select themify social widgets as well, like that, and that should display as well. Okay, so I'm going to open link in a new tab, and for the color, I'm going to click on styling, and then we're going to see, I think that should be a link. So we're going to change the link color to maybe like a dark gray. Something like, yeah, I think that should be fine. Maybe the same color, so yeah, same color as the text sort of thing. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's click on done. Okay, so you can do that as well. You can also go to blocks. So these are sort of pre-created blocks which you can drag and drop in to help you with the layout design of the website as well. So I do have a full tutorial on showing you guys step by step of how to actually create the website and how to use Builder and all the different functions on it. Because for this video, I just wanted to focus mostly on actually getting you guys results. Let's go to the, let's go layouts over here, load layout, and you can also load different layouts as well, which have been designed. So for example, if you want to load this about layout, then you can do that as well. Okay. And then all you need to do is click into the modules and edit the text and change images as well as the colors. Then you should be good to go. So let's click on close. Let's save that. Let's close this over here. This thing that is really important and really crucial to understand is that we want to make sure that our website is always mobile responsive. So if we resize the screen just by dragging it in, you're going to see that image is not looking that great, right? And the text is not looking that great. It should be a lot more responsive than that. Okay, so to make it more responsive, we can turn on the builder. And what we can do is we can set the styling for the mobile devices only, or tablet devices, or tablet landscape. So right now we're on the desktop version, so we can click on mobile, all right? And what we can do is we can either display that image on the top or on the bottom. So to do that, we can hover over the row and we can set it to this one over here. Okay, so to change it like that, or we could try and put it below that. So we can do something like this, okay, right to left, and that's going to display like that. So I think that is perfect right now. Obviously your image is not going to be that big on mobile because right now it's displaying quite large, but that is fine. Then what we could do is make sure that on tablet it's looking great as well. So we could do the same thing, or we could also change it to something different as well. So for example, what we could do is, let's say for example, for tablet landscape, okay, maybe we don't want to have this image display at all. So you can hover over here and click on visibility, and then we can hide it for specific devices as well. Okay, so you can also do something like, for example, we can also duplicate it like this, and then what we do is click visibility for this one, and we can hide it for mobile. And what we could do for this one is we can click on visibility, display it for mobile only, and then go to image, and we can ultimately sort of change that image if we want to. So for example, we could do like, let's go ahead and upload another image. So maybe this one over here, open. So let's go and insert file URL. Okay, so what it's going to do is click on done. Let's click on mobile. And then, okay, so that should click on that one. Let's go to visibility. So on mobile, it should hide. Okay, let's click on done, save it, and close it. Okay, so now if we resize the screen like that, then that's going to edit and change the image for mobile devices only. Okay, so that's really important to know because sometimes you might need to use that. So what you want to do is whenever you build a new layout for a page or anything like that, you always want to make sure that you have a mobile responsive website. So you always want to check it like that. And if it doesn't look good, then you can always edit it. Okay, so we can also click on turn on builder, and we can also set a specific size for the text or the buttons for mobile devices only. So for example, okay, we'll click on the mobile device over here, click on text, and then we can click on styling. We can go to the heading 1 fonts, heading 1, and we can change it. So we can change it to, like, let's say 3. Okay, so make it a little bit smaller. So this is going to only change for mobile devices only. If we click back onto the desktop version, then what you're going to notice is that it goes back to that specific size. So you can go back over here and that changes, right? So you can even change the color and you can edit it however you like, specific for mobile devices only. Okay, click on done, save, and let's close that. Okay, so we've got the basics for our website done. So right now, what we need to do is we need to focus in on creating content for our website. Okay, so this is going to be the most important part for your affiliate marketing business and your affiliate marketing website. So think of content sort of like food for a restaurant. So with a restaurant, like everything could be bad, but if the food is amazing, then it still could be super busy. So that's how important content is for your website. So right now, we do want to just have a very, very simple layout. Now, a lot of people, focus in on, trying to create the perfect website before they actually create content. So the most important thing is to have content so that people come to.
Honda, we've chased down a lot of dreams, each one leading to the next. All the way to our latest. Introducing the all-new, all-electric Honda Prologue. Our latest innovation on the road to being carbon neutral by 2050. It's certainly not our last.
Come to our website first, we make some sales, then we can always adjust it as we go. Because we don't have much stuff on our website, then we can't really create much of a layout anyway. So what we want to do is for our content creation, you want to make sure that you've done your keyword research from before. Okay, so what we've done is I've determined that I want to target TubeBuddy review for my page. So if we actually go to TubeBuddy review over here, what you're going to notice is if you actually do like a quotation search, basically we're competing against 7,000 other websites, right? So we want to make sure that our website is ranking on page number 1, because generally if it's not ranking on page number 1, then people aren't really going to, click on page number 2 and 3 and 4 and things like that. Now, ideally, we do want to have our website ranking number 1, 2, or 3, right? So there are thousands of different ranking factors for your website. But the main 2 factors is going to be like the relevance and the quality of content, and also the number of backlinks for your website. So what I mean by backlinks is, let's say, for example, on this Forbes article, and if you read the article, you'll notice that they have different links to other pages as well. So if we click on a link, okay, and that's going to redirect to entrepreneur.com and this article over here. So this is a backlink from Forbes to Entrepreneur. So generally, the more links that you have to your website, the higher you're going to rank on Google, right? Provided that your content is good, right? So each link to your website is sort of like a vote of popularity. So the more votes, then the higher that you can rank. So not all votes are sort of equal. So if you're getting a link from Forbes.com, which is a highly trusted website that gets millions of visitors each month, then it's going to be different if you get a link from a newer website. So to actually get links to your website, we need to have the best content possible. Because if we don't have the best content, then there's no reason why people are going to actually link to us in the first place, right? So what we need to focus in now is creating great content. So I'm going to walk you through exactly step by step how to actually do that. So there are a few key elements of great content. So number one, which is probably going to be the most important one, is that your content should match the searcher's intent. Okay, so what I mean by that is, what is the user, what is the searcher trying to find, like the information, right? You want to provide the information that they're looking for. So for example, if we are creating content about TubeBuddy review for that keyword, then your content should be a review about TubeBuddy, right? It should talk about exactly what it is, who uses the product, is it good or not, the different plans and pricing, do you actually recommend it? So I know that it sounds like very, very straightforward and sounds kind of stupid that you wouldn't do that in the first place. But when I first created my website like 8 years ago, I was creating a website for maxi dresses, right? So what I found was that, okay, maxi dresses were very, very low competition, and it had like over 100,000 searches per month, right? So what I thought I would do is that maybe I could actually target this keyword because it's low competition and no one else is actually doing it. So the thing is, I created a website and I wanted to link them to Amazon, right? So that I could make an Amazon affiliate commission, right? But the thing is, if you actually type in maxi dresses, what you're going to notice is that all of these websites over here are sort of product pages or product categories. So people are actually looking for, a real e-commerce website, and they want to browse all the dresses and they want to, purchase the dresses. Okay, so they don't really want to read a sort of blog post about maxi dresses and then click an affiliate link to direct them to another website to purchase the product, right? They want a real e-commerce website that they trust, and then they can browse the product and purchase the product, right? So that's the searcher's intent, okay? So you always want to make sure that you create content that matches the searcher's intent. So for example, you might want to create a review about TubeBuddy, okay? But then you might think, okay, this doesn't actually get too many searches, and it's easy, but yeah, it's not going to get too many searches. So what you want to try and do is maybe you wanted to try and just target TubeBuddy, okay? So this one might be medium difficulty, but as you can see, the global volume is quite high, so a lot of people are searching for it. But if you actually go and type in TubeBuddy over here, then if you actually scroll and look at the top 10 results, there's no sort of blog content about TubeBuddy, right? It's all like, for example, the actual website, the actual Chrome extension, TubeBuddy's YouTube channel, the App Store, and things like that. So people aren't really looking for a article about TubeBuddy, right? If you know what I mean. So if you actually target this keyword, then you're probably not going to rank for it on page number 1, okay? Because people are looking for the exact product. So before you actually create content for a specific keyword or key phrase, always do a Google search for that keyword and look at the top 10 results and see, what type of content they've actually created. Okay, so many times you don't have to try and reinvent the wheel. You do want to provide, better content, but you don't want to have it like too far off what is currently ranking. Okay, because that's generally what people are actually looking for in the first place, right? So don't try to change it up too much. You just want to create something that's a lot better, a lot more unique, and then you want to get backlinks to your website, and that's just the basics of it. Okay, so the next thing is also equally important, is that you want to create unique content. So you never want to copy other people's content, especially if you're copying like the whole entire article. You don't want to copy and paste, right? That's not going to work. You're going to make sure that content is unique and not a duplicate, because the thing is, like, there's no reason why Google is going to rank your website if it's the same content as another website, right? That will just be spam. Okay, so that's very, very important, that you don't want to copy huge chunks of other people's websites. Now, yes, you can copy like maybe like a small quote and things like that, but you definitely don't want to copy like the entire article. Okay, so number 3, you want to provide real insight and real experience. So a lot of people, when they're creating a affiliate marketing website, they are just copying the features and talking about the features, but they're not sharing their real experience and real insight. Okay, so I think 2021 and moving forward, a lot of websites that actually just copy the features and just talk about that without actually trying the product is going to fail, right? Because most people, when they're starting an affiliate marketing business, they want to do the least amount of possible. So if you actually have real insight and real experience, it's going to help protect your content from other competitors as well. Okay. And number 4, you want to have good understanding of the topic or the product. So you want to make sure you do your research, really thoroughly. Now, if you don't have the product, you want to make sure you do as much research as possible. If you don't understand the topic, then you want to find out and fully understand it before you write about it. So if you look at all the top websites, all the top YouTubers, they have a good understanding of what they're talking about. Okay, so that's really, really important. If you don't understand, you have to learn. That's just the truth. There's no way around it. So if you do understand the topic, then that's awesome. Okay, you're going to have a head start. But if you don't, then you have to learn more about it. Number 5, you want to try and include keywords from your keyword research naturally within your content. So for example, if we are doing the TubeBuddy review, okay, so what you can do is you can look at the top result or the top 3 results, and you can click into the keywords, right, that they're actually ranking for that page. And what you're going to notice is that it's also ranking for other keywords as well. So like, what is TubeBuddy? Is TubeBuddy safe? How to use TubeBuddy? So these are some of the things that people are searching for, and some of the questions that people want answered. Okay, so if you actually include that content within your review content, then it's going to be amazing, right? Because that's exactly what people are looking for. So that's why it's really important to look at the keyword research and look at all the keywords and try to create maybe different subheadings from it as well. So for example, you could have TubeBuddy pricing, and then you could have like content about, is TubeBuddy free, how to use it, and things like that within your content. And that's really going to help your content stand out, okay? Because you're covering everything that people are looking for, right? So number 6, you want to provide answers to what people are actually searching for on Google or YouTube or on the forum. So this is similar to number 5. If you actually do a search for the keyword, so generally there is a section like this, like people also ask. So you can include this within your content. And what you can also do is scroll down to the bottom part, and you can see other searches that people do as well. And what you can also do is you can actually search up different forums, I think like Reddit forums and things like that. You can see what people are asking, and also go to YouTube and watch the videos on the actual review on the product. And then you can discuss the concerns that people actually have. So number 7, you want to make sure that your content is thorough and complete. Try to cover the entire topic really thoroughly. Okay, try to create the best thing possible that you can. Okay, your content is your product. Number 8, you want to make sure it's well formatted. So for example, you don't want like a huge chunk of text. You want to make sure you break it down into different subheadings and make sure it's very, very easy to digest. Okay, so people don't like reading like huge chunks of text. And if people see that, then they're going to click off your website, and then that's going to give Google a negative signal for your website because people are clicking off your website, right? So Google is going to take that into consideration in ranking your content as well. Number 9, you want to include supporting images and also screenshots, videos, and maybe quotes and references to sort of enhance your content a little bit, right? Because people don't want to read just a bunch of text. They want to look at some images and make it more interesting for them and make it easier for them to actually read again. Okay, so that's really, really important. Number 10, you want to include not just the good, but also the bad as well. Like if you're writing a review, don't just write all the good points. You should also write some bad points as well. That just adds some credibility to what you're saying. Okay, so if people see that you are just, writing all the good stuff, then, people aren't going to trust you. So people aren't going to read all your content and things like that. So you don't just want to be like, okay, this product is absolutely amazing and you have no downsides whatsoever. Then I don't think that's very, very good, right? But then on the other hand, you do want to have like, if there is some bad points, sometimes it's not necessarily bad for everyone. So for me, I used to like really like if I don't like a product, then I would say like, okay, I don't like it. But the thing is like there's different types of users. So let's say, for example, you're creating content about TubeBuddy, right? You're writing a review. So the users of TubeBuddy, there are different types of users. For example, you might have an 18-year-old who has a gaming channel, but then you might have like a 36-year-old who has a business channel. So everyone is sort of different. So you have to try and think about, their needs, right? You have to think about, okay, is this product good for them? Maybe it's not good for you. Maybe you should get this product. You have to try and think of it like that, okay? Because sometimes one product might be good for one person, one product might be bad for another. So for example, if, let's say, for example, I like BMWs, right? But then someone might not like BMW because of X, Y, and Z. Maybe you recommend like a different car, maybe like a Japanese car or something like that because of X, Y, and Z, okay? So there's not necessarily just like bad all the way and not necessarily good all the way. So having both, addressing both points is going to help with your credibility and also help people make the right decision as well. Okay. So those are just some of the key elements of creating great content. So what I want to discuss right now is the content creation process. So I want to help you guys break down everything step by step, day by day, so that you guys can have like an action plan of creating content. Because I know that, creating content might be quite scary, but honestly, it's not as hard if you break it down step by step, day by day, right? If you try to do everything one day, you're going to get completely overwhelmed and you're probably not going to take any action. And if you really want to succeed with affiliate marketing, it's about actually producing content and taking action, right? So day number one, you can focus on keyword and competition research. So you can use Ahrefs to do keyword research, and you can look through all the different websites and research the different keywords that you can target as well. And you can use Millernote to jot down all your ideas and brainstorm. Find out what they're doing well, what they're not doing well. What can you improve on and things like that, or any other information that you might need, right? Because you might have a lot of things in your head, so it's really good to actually just write that down and then you can come back to it later on. So then what you could do for day two is you could do product research and also testing of the products. So depending on the product and depending on the competition, it may take longer for the testing and things like that. It may take a week or it might take 2 weeks. It really depends on what type of product that you want to promote as well. Okay, because you want to gain as much product knowledge as possible. That way the content that you create is going to be really good. All right. So day three, you can start writing your titles, your introduction, your different subheadings, and you can also create your featured image, right? So what I recommend is writing all your content in Google Docs first, because that way you have it saved, right? You don't really want to write directly on WordPress because it's not as easy to sort of edit your content there, okay? So you want to have your content ready in Google Doc, and then you want to transfer it once it's all done, okay? So you could write out your title, and then you could also get your affiliate links as well. So generally, you should apply to join the affiliate program by now. So most of the time when you join the affiliate program, it's going to be like an in-house affiliate program, and you can just get the affiliate link directly from the dashboard area. Sometimes the affiliate program might be like a affiliate network that you have to join, and then it does take like a day or two to get approved. Once you get approved, then get the affiliate link, and then you can paste it into here, okay? So what I also like to do is I like to write out, who is reading this post, okay? Because that's going to give me a very clear direction of, who am I writing for? So you can also write out your introduction, and then you can also write out all the different subheadings. So you don't have to write everything right now, but you can write out the different subheadings based on your keyword research. And then once you've done that, then you can create your blog post featured image. So your blog post featured image is like the image like this, right? You got your blog post, and then you need an image that's going to display on your blog, right? So you can either create it on canva.com, or you can hire someone on Fiverr to actually do it for you. So you can search blog featured image, and you can hire someone, and think it starts from like $5 or something like that, $5 to $10 for your blog post featured image, and then you can get that done. Okay, so that's probably going to take 24 hours or 48 hours to get it done. And then once you've done that, day four, you can just focus in on writing. So just filling out all the subheadings that you have written, right? And you can just focus in on writing. So when you're writing, just pretend you're writing to a friend, right? Don't overcomplicate it. I know a lot of people might be scared. You might be like thinking, I'm not a good writer. But at the end of the day, we're just writing our opinion, okay? So don't try to overcomplicate it. Just focus on writing, and over time, you'll get better at it, okay? When you first start out, you might not be the best. It's just going to take time, just like if you were to learn tennis. So you're not going to be the best tennis player overnight, okay? You're not going to create the best chocolate cake overnight. So you have to keep on practicing, and over time, you'll get good at it, all right? And then the next day, you can just focus on editing that content, making sure everything is well formatted and everything makes sense, and write out your conclusion and things like that, and check all your work, right? And then day 6, you can focus in on adding different images, screenshots, videos, or different quotes and references for your article, okay? So to add some more sort of depth into it, okay? So if you want to screenshot things, then what I recommend is going to getcloudapp.com. So this is a really awesome tool that's going to help you screenshot anything that you need. And you can also record short videos and also GIF files as well. So for example, we click here, we can capture it, okay, just like that, selecting the area. And then that's going to capture. Again, that's going to upload directly to the server. And then you can use this to draw like arrows, okay? So you can also change the color to the color that you selected for your color palette earlier. You can also blur things out as well. So for example, like that, okay? So you can play around with the different settings. And once you're done, click on share, and then that's going to upload, okay? So then you can paste in the URL. So you can share this with a friend, especially if you're working with other people. This is a really, really awesome tool, okay? So you can download that onto your computer, okay? So what I recommend is creating like a special folder with all your images. So when it comes to images, you always want to make sure that you sort of optimize images so it's not the biggest file size. You want to make sure that the image is not too big, otherwise your website's going to load slowly, right? So this is another sort of ranking factor as well, the user experience factor, right? So with your website, you want it to make sure that it is loading quickly. And a big part of that is if you have too many images, it's going to load slowly. So what you always want to do is make sure you use Photoshop and either crop your images to a smaller size, and you always want to use the JPEG file, okay? Unless you need a logo, then you might need a PNG, okay? So let's say, for example, we got the image. Let's just save that image. Okay, so let's just download that. All right, so what I recommend is naming your images appropriately. So that might be, let's say, a specific feature, okay, of TubeBuddy. Okay, so feature 1, all right? Because this is going to be for search engine purposes as well, right? So I'll talk about that a little bit later. Then you want to go to photo, okay? Or you can use Photoshop or any other tool that you guys use. And then we can, let's go grab that image, and then we can drop that in, okay? And then over here, we can scroll down to resize, and let's just resize it to, I think, 1000. And you want to make sure this is selected, so that way when you change it, the height also changes, okay? Click on apply, and then export. Okay, so you probably need to log in, okay? And then we can save it as normal quality. So generally that should be enough, and download it, okay? Let's save it, right? So if we compare the file size, if we look at the file size over here, so we've saved it as a PNG, and that one is about 107 kilobytes. This one over here is about half that size, okay? So that's gonna ensure that your website loads quickly. Otherwise, if you have too many images, then it's gonna be super slow, okay? So that's a really important thing as well that you have to note. Then day 7, then you can focus on adding the actual content that you've written onto WordPress. So this is the next step that I'll actually show you, and then I'll show you guys how to optimize it for the search engines. Okay, so let's get into that right now. So once you finish writing all your content and also getting ready all your images, ready to actually upload onto your website, then hopefully, adding that content to our website won't be as hard. So with your images, I've basically cropped it to around 1000 pixels in width, and they're all in JPEG format already, right? And the total file size for the whole entire folder is around 2 megabytes. Okay, so generally you probably don't want your page size to be more than 3 megabytes, 3 to 4 megabytes. If it's that size, then you'll need to have a really, really powerful web hosting server, for example, cloud hosting. Otherwise, your website's going to load slow. What we're going to do is add in our content. So we can hover over here and click on add post, or we can go to our dashboard area and we can go to the post over here, okay, and then click on add new. So let's click on that. Okay, so now if you don't see the dashboard, the left-hand panel, and also the top tab, then we can click on the 3 dots on the right-hand side and we can deselect the full screen mode. Okay, so generally I keep it like this. It's just a lot easier for me. So we've got our content ready. So then all we need to do is just copy and paste basically. So copy and then just paste in your title, scrolling down, and we can add in a new category. So this one is going to be reviews. Okay, so if you have comparison, it might be comparison. If you have some other category, for example, like how to or tutorial or news, just write in your specific category and add new, and then make sure that is selected. Then we can go to tags. This is going to be TubeBuddy, and then we're going to do comma, TubeBuddy review, and then we might do YouTube growth tool, something like that. And then for our featured image, so you should have created your featured image previously. So we're going to click on that and then upload files, select files, and then we're going to upload our featured image. So I personally got the featured image done on fiverr.com. So you can either get that done or you can just use Canva or Photoshop, depending on what you guys use. So the file size for the image is 1280 by 720 pixels. So we're going to set that in and set featured image. So once we have done that, then over here we can click on discussion. And if you want to, allow comments or not allow comments, you can disable it here as well. If you scroll down to Themify Custom Panel, over here you can actually set the specific layout for that blog post, right? So you can do this later. We're going to leave it as is for right now, okay? But I just wanted to show you guys that you can do that. Then the next step, we can click on Publish, okay? And then we can also select this if you don't want to click on Publish twice, right? So you can deselect it, and then every time you click on Publish, then it's published. So over here, we can check our URL. Is this the URL that you want? Okay. So basically what we can do is close this, and I want to edit that URL a little bit because it is a bit too long. So I want to try to keep it as short as possible. So TubeBuddy review, let's do this. Okay, so let's just delete that. Okay, we're just going to keep it as TubeBuddy review, and then we're going to update that. So just try to keep your URL structure nice and clean. You don't want to have like 2021 because then, in 2022, then your URL will be outdated. So you don't really want to change your URLs too often because it's going to hurt your search engine rankings unless you sort of do some like redirection. But, that's another thing that you need to do. What you want to do is make sure everything is done right when you just start out, okay? So once you've done that, then let's check everything. That looks all good. Let's update it, and we can navigate by clicking on View Post, or you can just click on the URL like that. Okay, so this is our blog post. So what I want to show you now is how to add in the content, for example, the text, images, videos, and your links. Then I'll show you guys how to style it. So change the layout and also change the colors to your branding. Okay, so what we can do is first of all, turn on the builder on the top, or you can turn it on over here. And then on the left, we've got the modules again. So generally, there's quite a lot of modules, but you don't really need to use all of these. So most of the time I just use like the text module, video module, and the image module. So over here is where we can actually put in our content. So for example, let's say, for example, we want to add this content over here, which is our introduction. We can just copy it from Google Docs. And then I'm going to drag in the text module and drop it. And then I'm going to paste it and match style. Okay, so that is the introduction. And then what I'm going to do is do the next part. So what is TubeBuddy? So let's just copy that and then go over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on done and then add another text module. And then I can put in the title. So what is TubeBuddy? Now, this is really important. So we want to change it to heading 2, or you could change it to heading 3 or 4, but don't change it to heading 1. So generally for each blog post and each page, you should only have one heading 1, and that's going to be your title. Okay, so this is for search engine purposes. So for now, I think I might just do it as heading 3. Okay, that looks okay. Let's click on save, and then let's go ahead and paste in the content. So copy, come back over here. So we can just add it in that same module as well. So paste and match style, or you could just add in a new text module as well. So sometimes I think that looks okay. So what we're going to do after is going to add like a content section, and it's going to scroll to each of the different sections as well. So here, if you want to add an image, all right, so let's add in our image. So we can drag in the image module just below that. And then what I want to do is click on upload files, select files. And I want to upload all the images that I'm going to upload for this post. So that way I don't have to upload it individually again. So we're going to select all our images except the this one, which we've added in before. And then what we could do is just click on open. Okay, so that's going to upload all our images that we need. So that way we don't have to, keep on uploading images. Everything is very, very streamlined. So the image that I want to pick is, let's find it. I think it's this one. Okay, so this one over here. Let's do insert file URL, and that's going to insert our image. So we can also add in an alt tag over here. Okay, so this is maybe, what is TubeBuddy? So what an alt tag does is that you can put in like, the description of the image. So by default, Google doesn't really understand, what your image is about. So if you add an alt tag, it's going to give an idea of, what that image represents. So then when Google actually scans the content on your website, then they know, okay, this website is talking about TubeBuddy and things like that. Let's click on done, and then that's done. So then the next section is, let's add this in right here, copy it. So this should be fairly simple. So what we're going to do is I'm going to keep on adding in that content. So we're going to add it in like that. So as you can see over here, it's probably too close. So what I like about Themify is that you can actually hover over here and you can drag it like that. So I'm going to drag it and maybe do 20 pixels or maybe 25. Okay, so let's say if I do 25, then, you know, in the future, then all of it will be 25 as well. So that's going to keep everything consistent. And we can click on that, and we can also align it into the middle like that as well. You can also go to styling and you can adjust it here as well. So they're both pretty much the same thing. So we can click on done. So next, I'm going to show you guys how to add in the next sections. And I want to show you guys up to pros and cons, because I do want to show you guys how to style this section as well. So let's quickly add in the rest. So let's just grab all of this. Maybe let's just grab that one first. Copy. Let's go back over here. We can also duplicate the text modules like that if you want to. So then we can just paste it in. This one, we're going to choose that size, that spacing, and then we can also bold our text like this. Okay, then the next section is going to be getting started with TubeBuddy. So what we want to do is we want to sort of add like a call to action near the start of our blog post, which is going to include our affiliate link. So then people can click on their link, and then if they do purchase the product, then we can get a commission, right? So generally we don't want to have our affiliate links like at the end of a blog post. We want to have it within, you know, the blog post maybe 3 to 5 times. So this one, let's just copy that. Let's come back over here and let's just duplicate that post again on that, and then let's just paste that in and match style. Let's change this to heading 3 again. Then the next section is going to be available on. So let's just try and copy that. Copy this and paste that in. Let's grab another text module, put that below there, paste that in. Okay, so sometimes the format might be off, so we need to try to reformat it ourselves a little bit. So what we could do to display this text is we can go to styling, and then we can go to multi-columns and set the column to 2. Okay, so that's going to be like something like that. So actually what we're going to do is I'm going to click on this and maybe let's just remove that one.
My daughter says she works in B2B, where she sells SEO and MRM to CPGs. I don't know how this happened. She was speaking in complete sentences before she was 2.
Parents don't get B2B marketing. LinkedIn does. LinkedIn is the place to be to be.
Oops, delete that. Click on that one and let's enter, paste that in, change that to bold. Okay, so sometimes you do have to play around with it and fix it. Okay, so try to make everything look nice. So let's go back over here. We're going to add in a button. So I'll show you how to do that. Let's click on done. Let's go ahead and drop a button module just below here. And then we can change the button text. So install for free. And then here we can put in our affiliate link. So I'll show you guys how to cloak your affiliate link a little bit later. Right now I'm just going to, put the actual affiliate link. So an example of an affiliate link which is cloaked is something like this. So we're on the Food Rangers blog, and if you hover over the button over here, get TubeBuddy now, you're going to see the foodranger.com/TubeBuddy on the bottom left. Okay, so that is an example. So that just sort of cleans up your affiliate links. So sometimes when you do get affiliate links from the affiliate program, it may be like a very, very long link. Okay, it does look kind of messy and people might not want to click it. So sometimes a lot of blogs and a lot of YouTubers actually cloak it like this, and I'll show you guys how to do that a little bit later. So we're just going to copy and paste that in for now, and we can edit that later. So, okay, so for the link, we just paste that in. Okay, so when people click on that link, it's going to redirect to TubeBuddy. So what we could do is probably just arrange it into the middle. So right now, I'm just going to leave it as is, and I'll show you guys how to change the colors later when we style everything. So I might just add a little bit of spacing right now, maybe 20, 25. Yeah, it's okay. Let's go back over here. Okay, let's add in the rest of that. Let's copy this. and then click on done. Let's drag in another text module below that, paste that in, add some padding, align it to the middle, come back over here. So let's get this done. Let's copy this. Actually, I'm going to try and copy the whole bit. Let's copy that, and then let's go ahead, drag in another text module below that, and then paste that in. Who uses TubeBuddy? Change that to heading 3. Okay, so if we want to sort of link a text, so for example, I'm going to click on this and let's copy that link. Okay, so if you want to add a link in WordPress and the editor, so we can just highlight the text, okay, and click on insert link, and then we could just paste that in. So generally what I do is click on link options and I paste it in like that. And then because this is linking to someone else's external link, then I want to open link in a new tab because generally I want to keep people on my website. If it's like a link within my own website, then I'll just do it without this. Add link, and then you can do it for the rest of these ones. So that's just the basics of it. Now you can also add affiliate links like that as well. Okay, so I'm not going to show you like each and every one. You're going to have to do that yourself. So let's go back over here. Let's add this one in, copy that, and let's see, let's just add the whole thing. Done, drop in a text module. Let's paste that in. Change this to maybe heading, oops, that's not good. Control Z, okay. Maybe hit enter. Let's change it to heading 3. And then what we need to do is, let's try to format that properly. That's okay. Let's just leave that right now. Let's go back over here. Okay, and then maybe I might have another text. So get started with TubeBuddy. Maybe that might not be a button though. So let's click that. Just have it like that. Paste that in. Let's move it to the middle. And then if we want to copy the affiliate link again, let's copy that. Paste that in. So everything that I'm showing you now is like the actual work that you need to do to become successful with making a affiliate marketing website, right? So there's so many videos on YouTube that just show you like, you know, just like the concept of it, but you actually have to do the work, right? So this is part of the work. And yeah, it's just everything that you need to know. So let's go down over here and let's add in the pros and cons. So if you want to display your pros and cons, so we can display it in a few ways. So let's go back over here. So what I'm going to do actually is add a new row. Okay, something like that. And then I'm going to separate it into 2 columns. Okay, 2 columns like that, one on the left, one on the right. Let's do a text module again. Paste that in. And then we're going to copy that. And then we can come back over here. Let's paste that in. Okay, let's change that to heading 3. Oops. Let's drop a space first, change that to heading 3, or maybe try heading 2. Maybe heading 3 actually. So then we can go back over here. Copy that. And then we can just duplicate that one, drop that one over, put this in, select all, and maybe just paste the match style. Oops, that's not good. Let's just delete that first. Paste the match style. Click on enter. Change this to heading 3. Save it. Let's click on this. And okay, so for the rest of this stuff, you can pretty much do that yourself. So the next thing that I want to show you now is how to actually style your blog post. So I'm going to add in a bit more content, and then I'll show you guys how to style it and make it look really, really nice. Okay, so I've added in some more content. So what I want to show you now is how to add in like a content section, something like this over here, where people can actually click on it and it can scroll down to the different sections. So this is going to add to the user experience of your blog post and your website. So let's go back over here and then let's turn on our builder. So this is actually really simple to add. So we can actually drop in, let's say, text module. Let's say we want to drop it over here. Oops, let's move it back. Okay, so just above what is TubeBuddy. So over here, we can label this content. Let's change it to heading 4, like that. And then what we want to do is we want to look back at our article, and we can start adding in sort of all the different sections. So for example, what is TubeBuddy? So for example, copy that, and then we can start adding all the different sections in manually, and maybe who uses it, that, and then we could do the next section, which is going to be, let's say, okay, so pros and cons. So, or maybe getting, wait a second, I think we're missing something. What is TubeBuddy? Pros and cons. Pros, cons, enter. So I'm just going to quickly add all these in. Okay, so you can add your content section in as well, and then I'll show you guys how to style it properly and link it to the different sections. So right now I've just added in everything like that. Okay, so it's all in one column. So as you can see on the right hand side, there's a lot of space over here. So what we can actually do is, I think we need to fix this text over here first. So let's click on enter. So what we could do is click on styling, okay, and then go to multi-columns and set the column to 2. So sometimes you can set it to 3 depending on how you want to display it. I think that is okay as well. So I might just put it as 2 though. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add a background color. So as you can see over here, we've got nice background color. So what we want to do is go back to our Miller note, and if you have your color palette selected, then we could just copy the color code. Okay, come back over here, go to background, and we're going to paste in the color like that. All right. So what I like to do is I click on it. Okay, I'm going to drop the opacity down to, let's say 0.1 or 0.15 maybe, like that. And then what we could do is actually I'll do 0.1 for now. And then we could go and go to border and then paste in the color on the left. Okay, so paste in the color there, and then we're going to set it to 4. So as you can see, it's a bit too close to the edges. So what we want to do is add some padding. So let's click on padding on here. So padding is just space. So we just drag it and move it in like that. So we can try maybe 20. So as you can see, it's a bit uneven. So maybe what we do is make sure we adjust it a little bit. Let's see. So we're going to deselect this. For the bottom, I'm going to change it to maybe 10. Okay, so I think that looks a little bit better, or maybe even 5, something like that. So everything looks really, really nice now. So how do you actually link the different sections to each of the different sections over here? So what you can do is you can link it 2 ways. So for example, if we want to link it to this section over here, we can, let's set in the link ID first. So let's click into the text module, edit, and then for the ID name, we're going to label it what is, and then we're going to copy it to our clipboard. Let's click over here again, and then select this text. Okay, we're going to paste in this. So we're going to type in hash first, and then paste it in, and then we're going to click on apply. Okay, so that's going to add a link. So if people click on it, then it's going to scroll down to this section over here, hopefully. So let's click on save, and we're going to close it. Okay, let's scroll down a little bit. Click over there, and as you can see, it's going to scroll to this module over here. So if we actually click it, it's going to scroll past the title area. So what we want to do is actually scroll it to the row. Okay, so we can turn on the builder. So if we actually zoom out, then what you're going to notice is that all this content is in one row. Okay, so over here, when you hover over it, as you can see this purple, that's the second row. So this is actually in one row. So what I want to do is scroll to the very bottom, and I'm going to add a new row like this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click it and drag it up. Okay, so hold on to it, click it, drag it up to the very top. And I sort of want to separate it into 2 different rows like that. Okay, so I'm going to drag this content over here, drag this one over here on the top. Okay, so now it's in number 1 row, and then number 2 over here. So I'm also going to add a little bit of spacing on the top like that. So maybe 25. So instead of linking it to the text module, I want to let's just cut this and click on done. I want to link it to the row. So we're going to hover over here, row options, and set the row anchor to, oops, that's row options, and paste that in. So that's going to set in the location to the row. Let's click on save, and we can close that. So as you can see, it's going to scroll down to the row. So if we click on that, okay, and that's going to look really good. So what you can actually do is you can make it scroll down to either the text module or the row. So sometimes if we actually turn on the builder, let's say we want to scroll it to the summary section. Okay, so we don't actually have a summary here. So let's just do maybe summary, and then we can set the link, summary like that. And then we can scroll down, and we can actually scroll it to the sort of the text module above. So we can scroll like this and then label this summary. Click on done, save it, and then close it. So if we click on it like that, then it's going to scroll sort of like that, okay, which is okay as well. So you can do it both ways, scroll it to the row or scroll it to the text module. So what you can do is you can individually do it for each one. Okay, so what I want to show you now is how to actually change the link color. So as you can see, the link color is red, and that's not part of my color scheme that I actually set in here. So what I'm going to try and do is maybe change the color to this, copy that. Okay, let's go ahead and go over here, customize, and I'm going to try and change the color universally. Okay, so that means I don't have to change it, for each individual module. So let's click on, let's go to body and body link. Okay, let's paste in the module like that. Okay, so as you can see, that color is really, really nice. Okay, so everything looks, blends in really well with my color scheme. So that is that. Then we can click on publish, and then for the link hover, what we can do is we can also set it to this one, so dark green. Okay, and paste that in. That's so when people hover over it, it's like this dark green. Okay, so you can adjust it a little bit as well. So maybe sometimes I actually just take this color over here. Okay, so we can actually go to a website called 0 to 255, and we can paste in the color over here, click on next, and then what we could do is it's going to give us shades of the same color. So what I like to do is pick maybe 2 to 3 shades darker for the link hover. Okay, so this is like web design. Okay, so you're learning a bit of everything here, and it's honestly what you actually need to know. So you need to know a little bit about keyword research, a little bit about building a website, a little bit about design, and everything like that. So as you can see, it just makes it a little bit darker. It's very, very subtle, but looks really, really nice. Click on publish. And while I'm here, I'm actually going to change the color scheme for the entire website as well. So we're going to start from the top. Okay, so for the headings, let's click on, okay, so that is the main navigation. So over here, menu link. Okay, let's just select the green color. Okay, so it didn't actually save yet because I need to exit out of it, perhaps. So I'm just going to copy that, paste that in. Oops, that is actually the background color. Put it into here, like that. I think that looks okay-ish. Okay, so we can actually keep it like that, or we could just do perhaps just for the menu link hover, and we could do something like that, right? So it hovers like that color. So I'm actually going to go back over here, make sure this one is saved as well, and then click on publish. Then if you're scrolling down, as you can see the back to top button. So what we're going to do is we're going to change that back to top button color. So let's go to advanced, and then scroll down to footer, and then look for back to top button. Okay, for the color, we can select this one. Okay, the dark, oops, that's not the one that I want. So we want that for the background color, and then we want to change that to white, something like that. Okay, so that looks really, really nice. So you can either pick like an orange color, which is also part of my color scheme, up to you, right? So just try and keep everything consistent as possible. I think that is looking pretty decent. Okay, let's click on publish. So what I want to do is maybe I want to change the footer color. Okay, so what we could do is go to footer wrap. Let's go to background color and maybe select that color like that. Okay, and then what I can do is I'm going to change the the link color within there. So let's put a font, change that to white. And then for the link color, for the link, let's change that to white again. Okay, so that looks really, really nice. I'm going to click on publish. And yeah, so that's basically how you actually change the colors on your website. So you can control each of the different sections over here. So let's close that for a second. Let's go to our blog. Okay, so as you can see, we can't actually see our blog post yet. So what we need to do is turn on Builder and actually display our blog post. So what we could do is click on the post over here and drag it in like that. And now you can actually see the blog post, right? So we can actually change, how we want to display it like that. And then what we could do is click on save. And then what we can do is I'm going to actually change that hover color as well. So let's click on close and let's click into that first. Okay, so I want to change that hover color. Let's go to customize. Okay, so I want to click on post, and then that's going to be the post title over here. For the post title hover, we're going to change it to the green, so maybe the dark green perhaps. Oops, that's the background color. Okay, that should be the font color, like that. Okay, so maybe something like that. And then for the post title, we can also align it into the middle, like that. Looks quite nice. And then for the post date, we can also change that as well. So let's minimize all that and let's go to post date. We can also change the background color of that. So for me, I don't really want this rounded version of it, so I'll show you guys how to change it. So what else do we need to change? So let's scroll down to the bottom. Okay, so over here, how do you change the color over here? So we can go to forms, and then this is going to be the form button. And then for the background, let's just change it to the green like that. And then maybe the hover color, let's change it to the dark green. Okay, so that's going to look really, really nice and subtle. Okay, everything's consistent on our website. Then we can actually click on publish. And then let's go and click on close. So I want to change this, okay, to an inline sort of date. So let's go back to our dashboard. So I just open up in a new tab. Let's go to Themify Ultra, Themify Settings. And then over here, we can go to Default Layouts, Default Single Post Layout. And then what we could do here is we can either hide the post date if you want to, or change it to inline text. Click on Save. And then we can refresh it. And then it looks something like that. Okay, so it's really, really awesome, this theme. That's why I highly recommend it, because you can literally create any type of website, any type of theme that you want, right? It's so customizable. Otherwise, if you pick a theme, then sometimes you want to change something and you can't really change the theme. You need to change the entire theme, right? So that's why this theme is so good. So over here, this is the meta description. Now you can definitely hide it if you want to. So for example, we could hide, the author, save it, and let's close it. And then that's going to disappear like that. You can also hide, the different sections like categories and tags like that as well. Maybe I just might keep it. But what I want to do is probably move it into the middle. And I would probably want to, let's say, maybe let's just not hide that one. Okay, and then I'm going to click on save. Okay, so what I want to do is change my name though, because right now it's just my email. So let's go to users over here. Click on edits. And then I'm going to set my name. So Hogan Chua. And then display publicly as maybe Hogan or Hogan Chua, doesn't really matter. Okay. And then here you can also change and you set your password as well. Let's click on update. Let's go back over here and refresh. Okay. So that's going to be like my name, the category and the tags. So let's just go to customize again, move that into the middle, scroll down to post, and this is going to be the post meta. Okay, move that into the middle, and hopefully that is good to go. So what we're going to do now is I want to show you guys how to style something, which is really important. So let's close that and close it. Now, if we go to some websites, as you can see with the image, you've got like a nice little border on that image. It just makes everything very, very professional and just polished. So how do you actually achieve that? So we can go back over here. We can do that as well. So turn on the builder. So you can do it two ways. We can click on the image module and we could do like, let's say bordered like that. But the border is a little bit thin, to be honest. We could also do drop shadow if you want it to display like that. Or we could just go to styling. And then what we could do is we could add a border. So click on border and then we could do all. So over here, what we could do is use a light gray. So something like that should be all right. And then here we can set in thickness, which is 3 pixels. Okay, then you got like a nice border like that. So that looks really, really cool. It could be like 4 pixels. It really depends on what you want. I think that looks pretty good. Let's go over here. Maybe let's drop it down a little bit. So maybe something like that. And then I'm just going to add that to my color palette as well, so I can use it whenever I need. So once you're done, click on done. Okay, so how do you actually add it to the other images, right? So you don't really want to add it individually because that's going to take too long. So what you can do is you can right click and we can copy. Okay, so that's going to copy the styling. So let's go to the different images on your website, right click, and then we're going to paste styling. Okay, so as you can see, it's applied already to this image, and we can scroll down and we could right click again, and then we could do paste styling, and then, and so on. Okay, so that's going to make it look really, really cool. Let's zoom out. Okay, so that's what it actually looks like. Okay, so make sure you zoom out of your layout and make sure like all your spacing is all, all good. Okay, so you can just play around with the spacing that. And let's say, for example, we want to add, some social media sharing links. So let's drag the social share and we drag it below that or something like that. And then we could do, Facebook, Twitter, maybe LinkedIn. And then we could do, let's say, squared. And then we could do styling. And then we could move it into the middle, hopefully like that. Let's decrease the spacing actually. Let's zoom back in. So I think that looks not too bad. We can also change the color if you want to. I think that is going to be the icon, and then we could do background color, and then we could do something like that, green, or maybe dark green. Okay, so that really depends on what you want, really. I think that looks not too bad, actually. Yeah, so that really depends on what you want. Okay, and then what you could do is you can also add the social sharing on the bottom of your page as well. Just duplicate it, zoom out, and then we can click on it, and then we could drag it anywhere that we want. Okay, so we could drag it onto the bottom of our blog post like that, and we can also rearrange it to something like that. So I'm just going to leave it as is. I'm going to delete that. Okay, let's click on save. Oops, what did I actually delete? We can also undo over here. Okay, let's save it, and then we can close it. So before I actually show you guys how to customize the sidebar section, I sort of want to show you guys, we're going to change the button over here. Okay, so we're going to add some like calls to actions within our blog post, and we need to change the color. So we can click into the button module, and we can change the color over here, but you've got limited options, right? So I'm going to select transparent, and then let's go to styling. Let's go to button link, background. So I'm not going to select green for this one. I want to select the color that stands out a little bit, which is maybe the orange. Okay, so I'm going to use something that stands out. Now you can use red or depending on what you want. Okay, so let's paste that in. Okay, so that's going to stand out a bit more. So then the next thing is the link color. I'm going to change that to white. Okay, and then for the hover color, let's just change it to a darker orange. Copy that, and then we can paste that in. Okay, then what we could do is make sure we add that to our color palette. Same thing for this one. Add that in. Okay, and then here get started with TubeBuddy. So we could change this link color as well manually. So let's go to styling, go to link, and then for the link color, change it like that. And then for the hover, we can change it like that. Okay, so then we could also make it a little bit bigger. So like heading 2, or maybe not, maybe heading, yeah, maybe at heading 4 or heading 3. Okay, something like that. So you can rearrange it, and then we could make it less bold, maybe, yep, something like that, and save it. Okay, so the next section, I want to show you guys how to configure your sidebar section. So you could add like an image, and you could add like an advertisement, a banner ad, also an affiliate link, and then also show your categories and fully customize the section over here. So let's click on save and let's close. So to edit your sidebar, we need to go to the dashboard area. You can also just go to widgets directly. So this is going to take us to the appearance and widget section, right? So what we want to do is we want to edit the, I think this one, sidebar section. Okay, so for the recent post, we're going to delete it. Recent comments, we're going to delete that as well. Let's navigate over here to see what I want to show. So I might include like a profile image or a little bit about us. Really depends. I think it adds some extra trust for your content as well. So let's just drag in a image module here. Let's add an image and maybe let's add this one over here. That's okay. Insert that in there, save it. Done. And then we could add in a text as well. So over here. So about me, and then you could write a little bit about yourself. Okay, so I'm just going to grab some dummy text for now. Copy that and paste that in. Okay, so you can use it and you can bold it. You can also link it as well. So save, I'm done. Now, if you want to add, let's say, a affiliate link. So for example, we could add a banner. So I'll show you guys how to add a banner. So for your banner, there's actually two ways of doing it. So sometimes the affiliate program might actually give you a sort of custom HTML that you can add in. So for example, for the Amazon Associates, we can actually click over here and we're going to go and click on build link. And then over here, right, it's got the HTML for that product. So it's going to include the image as well as your affiliate link all tied together with the shop now button and things like that. Or you could click on the image only and you could also paste that in. So this is the HTML, so we can copy it, right? And then we could go over here and then we could drop in custom HTML and then paste that in like that and click on save. Okay, so or you can just do it manually. So for example, if you have your own image, so for example, drop it below, add image and upload files, select files, and then let's just add in the TubeBuddy logo. Okay, and then we could add to widget like that. And then over here, we can just put in our affiliate link manually. So for example, okay, we're going to grab our affiliate link, so copy that, and then come back over here, and then we just paste that in and save. Click on done. So now we can actually go back over here and let's see if we refresh it. So here's got an image about me and
Shopify's point of sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. Need a fast and secure way to take payments in person? We've got you covered. How about card readers you can rely on anywhere you sell? Thanks. Have a good one. Yep, that too. Want one place to manage all your online and in-person sales? That's kind of our thing. Wherever you sell, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/YouTube audio. Shopify.com/YouTube audio.
and then you've got your Amazon link. Okay, so that's the HTML that you've added in. And then this is the TubeBuddy one that you've added in manually. Okay, so both of these, if you click on it, it's going to link and it's going to take you over here. The other one is going to take you to TubeBuddy. Okay, so yeah, so for that one, actually, what I want to do is I probably want to open that in a new tab if I can. Let's see. Edit image, advanced options. Okay, let's open that in a new tab, update and save. Okay, let's go back over here. Let's refresh that. And then let's hit that. Okay, that's going to open a new tab. So that's what we want. Okay. So that is pretty much it for your sidebar. We can also add in like categories as well. So for example, where is it? Categories over here. We could drop that in below. Okay. And then you could arrange it. Okay. So click on done. You could also do like the most popular post. So for example, I think this one, featured post. Okay. So drop that in like that. And you can also set the thumbnail size. So for the thumbnail, it's going to be 128 by 720. Okay, 72, sorry. And then we could do display the post thumbnail. You could also not display it, so we can relabel it like most popular, and then we could save it, and then let's see what that looks like. Okay, let's refresh it, and then that looks like that. Okay, so you could do that as well. You can also remove the post thumbnail. Done. Refresh it. Okay, so this is something that you can play around with yourself. So you're not going to break anything, so you can just rearrange it and you can play around with the different widgets and display it. Okay, so part number 6, I'm going to be going through on-page search engine optimization as well as off-page optimization. So this part is really, really important because it's going to help us rank our website on Google, right? We want to make sure that on our website, it is fully optimized so that when Google scans our website, then they know exactly what our website is about and it has all the best settings. So we're going to go through that, and then I'll go through off-page optimization, which is basically getting backlinks to your website. So generally, the more backlinks you have on your website, the higher that your website is going to rank. So I'm going to go through that in detail a little bit later. So what we're going to do now is we're going to install a plugin called Yoast SEO. So we're going to go to Dashboard. So this is a plugin that is basically going to help us optimize our website on our page. So when we hover over plugins over here, click on Add New, and we're going to search for Yoast, and click on Enter. So it should be this one over here, Yoast SEO by Team Yoast, and it has over 5 million active installations installed. So once that is installed, then we need to make sure we activate it just by clicking Activate, and it should show the little icon on the top. So the next thing we need to do is click on Post, and we want to make sure that all our posts and pages are well optimized. Okay, so if it's like your affiliate disclaimer page or your about page, you might not really need to sort of optimize it that much because you're not really trying to rank that on Google, right? So if it's like a review post and you want to make affiliate commissions from it, then you want to make sure that it is fully optimized, right? So we can click on edits. So on the right-hand side, Yoast will actually show up like that. You can also click back onto the gear icon to display the old display panel. Okay, so what I generally like to do is just scroll down to the very bottom, and you've also got the Yoast panel down here as well. Okay, so scroll down to the bottom of the post and navigate over here. So the first thing you need to do is put in a focus key phrase. So this is going to be the keyword that you want to target for your page or your post. So for example, it's going to be TubeBuddy review. So what Yoast basically does, it's going to take that keyword and it's going to scan the content on your page, and it's going to provide us with a simple checklist to follow. So if we actually click on SEO analysis, then you can see some of the problems and the things that we've also done well, okay, already. And it's going to provide us a simple checklist that we just follow step by step to make sure our page is well optimized for this specific key phrase over here. Okay, so I'm just going to go through each of the different settings that you should have optimized. So the most important thing is you want to make sure that your focus key phrase is in your title. So for most of you, it should already be your post title already. So if you don't have your keyword in there, you want to make sure you have your keyword in there and try to keep it at the front of your title as well. Okay, so TubeBuddy review, and then you could have, you know, what is it and should you use it or anything like that after that. Okay, because this is going to be really important. If, you know, someone searches TubeBuddy review and they look at your title and you don't have it within, you know, your title, then they're probably not going to click into that. Okay, so that's going to be a really, really important factor. So the next thing that you want to do is, if you want to edit manually, you can do that as well, just by navigating to SEO title and deleting that and just typing that in. So TubeBuddy review, and then you could do is it's really worth your money. Okay, so you want to make sure your title is also has your keyword, but it's also like enticing for someone to actually click into. Okay, so for me, I'm just gonna have it as the default one. So I'm gonna put the variable in there, and it's just gonna take it from my post title and add it there. Okay, so for your meta description, by default, it's gonna just take a random snippet of a piece of content on your website and include it in your meta description. So this is the description over here. Okay, so we can go over here and can type in a meta description that we want. Okay, so we could do like, in this TubeBuddy review, will be taking an in-depth look at all the features and benefits, and then maybe like, does it really get you more views? Find out here, something like that. Okay, so with your meta description, I generally try to include the keyword in there as well. Okay, it's one of the checklist items over here as well. But if you can't include it naturally, then you don't have to, right? So with these different things, besides the sort of the title here, like sometimes if you don't get it 100%, then it's okay, right? You don't need to like have everything 100% optimized. So if you have like 80% of them like, green, then it should be pretty much good to go. Okay. So here we can actually just look through the different things and just fix it. Okay. So as you can see, I already have a lot of these green now, mainly because I've done this a lot of times, and actually, when I'm creating content, then I'm really aware of it and I'll try to actually do it already. So let's say, for example, you want to fix something, then let's say, for example, this one, your key phrase does not appear in the first paragraph, then you can actually fix it. Okay. Sometimes you might not have any outbound links, which is like linking outside your own website, and internal links, which is linking within your own website. You might not have it. So I'll show you guys how to fix that. And for example, the image alt attributes. Okay. So you can just work through this yourself as well. I'm going to click on update, and then I'm going to click on view post. Okay, so just turn your builder, and if you want to fix something, it's fairly easy. Let's just say, for example, you want to add, your keyword within the first paragraph. Just click into the first paragraph and try to include it within the content naturally, right? You don't want to just like squeeze it in anywhere. You want to make sure that the sentence actually makes sense. Okay, so if you can't do it, then don't do it, right? So if you want to add, let's say, for example, the link, so an external link, outbound link. Then let's say, for example, we can link misinformation. Click on the link over here, click on link options, and then you can put in your URL over here and link it up. Okay, so most of the time for outbound links or external links, I'm going to open it in a new tab, mainly because I want to keep people on my own website, and then we can click on add link. Now, if you want to add an internal link, let's say, for example, you have another article about YouTube growth and how to grow your channel. So maybe I can link, this keyword to that page, so people will click into it and they can read about that content. So it also has to make sense, right? It has to be relevant before you link anything. So we click over here, click on that, and then over here we can just search for our content. So for example, if you have the content and the title, you can just type in the title. So let's say, for example, we want to link it to our about page, right? Then we can actually just click it like that and it's going to link up. Okay, so for an internal link, a link on our own website, I'm going to just link it as is without opening in a new tab. Okay, and add link like that. Okay, so the other thing is for the image alt tags. So if we click into an image that we've added, you can add the alt tag over here. So by default, when Google actually scans your website and they look at images, they can't know what that image is about. So that's why alt tags are important. It basically gives like a little description on the image, so that when they read the alt tag, then they know what that image is about, right? So you can add your alt tag over here, okay, and click on done. So those are just the basics that you need to do. So once you've done it, you can just save it, and you can click back to the back end of that post. Okay, and then you can scroll down and you can try and work through, the different other things that need to be fixed as well. Okay, so as you can see, it says your key phrase does not appear to be in the first paragraph. But if we actually go to our page over here, you'll notice that, it does include it within our first paragraph actually, right? Same thing over here. Okay, that should be the first paragraph. I think it might actually be because we've got content on the right-hand side, and for some reason, Yoast SEO might be reading that and they can't actually see they read this content over here. Okay, so don't worry about it if you can't do it. As long as you've included it over here, then what really matters is that Google just scans the sort of the back end of your website, and they'll know that it's actually included there. Okay, so Yoast SEO is just like a checklist tool. It's not like a tool that tells Google where your keyword actually is, right? So it's just basically there to actually just help you, right? So if we go back over here, then you can go through each of these different things and fix it. Once you're done, just click on update. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to click on plugins and we want to install Google Site Kit. So what we want to do is connect our website with Google Analytics and also the Google Search Console. So basically, if you actually search our website right now, so we'll take the URL and let's type in our URL over here. Just paste that in. Let's type site and colon, hit on enter. So what we want to do is try and index our website. Okay, so what we need to do is install Google Search Console and add our website over there. Okay, so if you go back over here, okay, so we're going to click on add new, and then we're going to search for Google Site Kit, hit on enter, and then we're going to install this, right? So it's going to help us connect to Google Analytics and also the Search Console really, really easily. So with Google Analytics, you're able to track how many visitors are coming to your website and what they're actually doing on your website, how long they're staying. So basically, once you actually have that information, then you can figure out how you can actually improve your content and your website, things like that, by looking at the statistics, okay? So once that is installed, click on activate. So what you also want to do is make sure to actually log into your Gmail or your Google account. And once you've done that, then we can just click on Start Setup. And then we can just sign in with Google. And then I'm going to select my Gmail account. Just allow that and allow that. Scroll down and allow that. Okay, so now it just needs to verify ownership of your website. And that's going to add, they're going to add a HTML code with the actual plugin. So click on proceed and then click on allow, and then we can add the site, and then that is done. Okay, so go to my dashboard. Okay, so it's connected with Google Search Console. So the next thing I want to connect is Google Analytics, right? So it's going to track your visitors. So click and connect service and select your accounts and select your account. Just allow that. And then allow. Okay, so it's going to create a new account for us, and our account is going to be maybe just affiliate tutorial. So this should be your basically your website name or your company name. Okay, this is the website, and you can set in your country and time zone and create an account. Let's select that one. Allow. So we're just going to select my country here. Australia, accept terms of service, and then accept. Go to my dashboard. Okay, so that is pretty much done, right? So that's gonna start gathering the analytics data once you have a few visitors coming onto your website. So let's say, for example, what we could do is we can search for the page. So our page is TubeBuddy, TubeBuddy review, and then we can click into that and view data, and that's going to give us how many visitors are coming to your website, how long they're staying for, are they clicking on other pieces of content on your website, or are they just leaving. Okay, so once you do have visitors, then it's going to show over here, and then you can start looking at the data and optimizing your website and making it better, improving it, and things like that. So the other thing that we want to do is we want to submit a sitemap file. So basically this is going to help Google better understand how to crawl our website. And when we publish new content, then hopefully it's going to index our pages a lot quicker as well. So this is really important. So we can go back over here, and what we can do is go to Yoast, right? So if you go over here, click on General tab, go to Features, and then for the XML sitemap, we can click on the question mark, okay, and then see the XML sitemap, and it's going to redirect us over here, okay? So we could just copy this URL, just the last part of it, okay, so sitemap -index.xml, right? Just copy that, and you should receive an email, and you can also just click on submit a sitemap, or you can just go and search Google Search Console and log in, okay? So I'm just going to click on start here, and we can navigate to sitemaps on the left, okay, and then just paste in the URL. Okay, so our website, sitemap over there, submit. Okay, let's click on got it. That should be good to go. So let's go back over here, And that is pretty much it for your on-page search engine optimization. So make sure you optimize all the posts and pages that you want to rank for. Okay, so for the other pages which aren't as important, like your about, affiliate disclaimer, you don't really have to optimize those ones. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is your off-page SEO, which is basically getting backlinks to your website. So backlinks act like a vote for your website, and generally the more backlinks you have, so the more sort of popular your website is, and the higher Google will actually rank your pages and your website. Okay, so what I want to talk about now is off-page SEO, which stands for off-page search engine optimization. So it's everything that we do off our website. And that basically means getting backlinks to our website, right? So I want to explain a little bit about what backlinks are first. So for example, in this article in Neil Patel's blog, in his article within here, there's links, right? So if you click on that link, then it's linking to another website. And that is basically a backlink. Now, generally, the more backlinks that you have to your website, so for example, we have a lot of backlinks to our website over here, that means that it tells Google that our website is popular and therefore it should rank it higher. Okay, so that's the general sort of idea behind backlinks. So we need to have good on-page optimization. So we need to have good content and make sure that it is fully optimized so that when Google scans our website, that it knows what we're talking about. Then it needs some backlinks to tell Google that, okay, our website is more popular than other websites. So it's also really important to note that not all backlinks are created equal, and each backlink have sort of different weights to them and how much they're actually worth and how much they'll actually increase your ranking by, right? So one of the factors is the sort of domain authority of the website. So if you were to actually get a link from Neil Patel's blog, which is a very, very authoritative website with a lot of trust, and it also has a lot of traffic as well, then it's going to be worth a lot more than if you were to get a link from a less established website. And another factor is the location of the link. So if the link is within the content itself, just like this, then it's going to be worth more than if the link is coming from like the footer section. It's like a sort of like a profile link that you get from your Facebook page. Basically links which are harder to actually obtain, which is links within the content, it's going to be worth more than links which are easier to obtain. So for example, if you were to get a link from maybe like a blog comment, then it's going to be worth less. Okay, so that's really, really important to note, as well as the relevance of the blog that you're actually getting the link from. So if you were sort of a blog talking about YouTube and YouTube marketing and how to make money on YouTube, and you're getting a link from maybe a blog that talks about dogs, it's not going to be worth as much. And there's also two different types of links as well. So there's the do follow link and also the no follow link. So basically the main difference is that the do follow link will actually pass that link juice, that voting power to your website to increase your ranking directly, right? Whereas a no follow link, it doesn't pass that link juice. So Google actually implemented this years and years ago, back when a lot of people were actually doing sort of blog commenting and spamming blogs with their links. So what Google decided to do was implement the no follow link tag. So for example, if we right click this blog comment link and click on inspect, then what you're going to notice, it's going to show a no follow tag, right? So the no follow tag means that it doesn't pass any link juice to the website and it doesn't directly impact the rankings of your website. Okay, so this is not to say that it's not important at all, because it is sort of important for a natural backlinking profile, as well as leaving blog comments is sort of going to help you get some referral traffic back to your website, especially if it's a high traffic blog. And it's also going to build a relationship with the blog owner as well, which is really, really important in terms of our backlinking strategy that we're going to employ later. So what I want to go through now is a specific backlinking strategy for an affiliate marketing website. So this is really important because there's so many different strategies out there of getting backlinks. But what we're going to do is we want to have a process and have a strategy specific for a new website. So for our affiliate marketing website, we're going to be implementing a 3-step strategy to building backlinks for it. So one of the best ways to actually build backlinks is through guest posting on different blogs and websites. So what that basically means is that we're writing an article for another website, right? So for example, on this Forbes website over here, this is an article written by Erica, right? So she's a brand contributor from Deloitte, and she's written this article about productivity. And within the article, she's linked back to the Deloitte's article. Okay, so that's getting a backlink through a guest post. So this is one of the best ways to actually get a backlink because it is also a contextual link. It's a do follow link, and it's also a relevant link that drives traffic back to your own website as well. So this is a really sort of powerful link that is going to help sort of increase your rankings for your website. So before we actually go ahead and, do guest posts and things like that, we do need to do step number 1 and 2. So before we can actually do guest posting, we need to build a very, very solid foundation. And we also need to build relationships and things like that. That's why we need to do step 1 and 2 before we can actually go ahead and, find different blogs and websites and ask if they accept any posts and things like that, right? Because with guest posting, we are basically contacting another website owner and asking them, can we submit our article on their website? So what we want to do first of all is to sort of build our own portfolio first to actually show them the work that we can actually create. So this can act like a practice for you guys. And also if you are writing a guest post for them, right, it's going to drive some traffic back to our own website. Now, if our own website doesn't have any content on it, then there's no reason for people to actually stick on your website and read your content and eventually become fans of your website. And if they don't become fans of your website, they're not going to come back and they don't have anything to link to, right? So they've got no articles to read, nothing to actually link to. So it's going to be a waste if you actually, create guest posts right now. First of all, I don't think many people are going to reply because people want to see that you are a legitimate sort of online business before they actually work with you. Okay, so it's going to be a lot easier for you to collaborate with them if you do have some work to show for that. Okay, so for our affiliate marketing website, before we sort of focused mostly on review content, comparison content, basically affiliate marketing content. Now, generally with that type of content, it's not really linkable, right? So most of the time when people are linking within an article, it's generally to a resource. So, or it could be like to different case studies, different statistics. It could be to show people how to do something. It could be different case studies and things like that. So what we want to do first of all is to create sort of informational content which is worth linking to, and also the informational content that sort of helps people, right? Because when you actually help people, it's going to sort of help you build an audience as well, and it gives a reason for people to come back. For example, for my website, which is talking about helping people how to start a YouTube channel, how to make money on YouTube, then I would also create content, for example, like how to get more views on YouTube, 7 easy hacks, or I could do like how much do YouTubers earn. I would do like 21 real examples, basically content that people want to read, right? And content that people can actually link to, people can share that type of content, right? So people generally aren't going to share like my TubeBuddy review or like vidIQ review or any type of review. So people normally link to resources. So for example, if I'm creating a video showing you how to build backlinks and things like that, maybe I can't cover every single little strategy, but then I would be like, okay, maybe you can refer to this blog post or you can refer to this website, this video. So that's gonna, I'm gonna leave a link in the description, and that's gonna help, build a backlink for that website. So that's what we want to do. First of all, we want to build a very, very solid foundation. So you want to build at least, write at least, 5 informational blog posts, which are in-depth and also well-researched, as well as finish off with your review and comparison content. So that's going to take you a few weeks to actually complete that. But it's also very, very important, right? Because you need a portfolio to show people that you can do great work, and then it's going to increase your chances that you're able to actually guest post for these websites. Okay, so step number 2, branding and engagement. So this is also a really important step. So what you want to do here is that you can actually create relevant Web 2.0 profile links. So for example, that is like your Facebook pages. So create a Facebook page, create a YouTube channel, Twitter profile, and if you have any social media profiles, then you can actually add your domain or your website link as a website or in your bio. Okay, so most of the time that's going to give you a backlink back to your website, and it is probably going to be like a no follow link, but it's going to add some trust signals for your website, and it's going to help with your rankings as well initially. Okay, so what you want to do is you also want to engage within the community as well. So once you actually create those pages, you want to get some initial sort of referral traffic back, right? So one of the best ways to actually get that is to actually engage in the community, for example, on Quora, right? So it's a question and answer type of website, and people will ask questions, and then a lot of people will actually answer those questions with an answer. And here, for example, how does TubeBuddy work? And then this person over here, he's explaining exactly how it works with a link back to his video. And a lot of these will have links back to their different pages on their website as well. And that's going to give you some initial referral traffic. Okay. So it's also going to help in terms of building a reputation for yourself on the internet, because when you want to request, different blog owners to actually guest post on your website, you sort of want to make sure you have a brand, right? So when people actually check your website out and, your social media accounts and different things like that, then they see that you are a real business. Okay. So another thing that you should do is also do some blog commenting as well. So you can spend like 30 minutes a day doing, question and answers, and also doing blog comments and sort of engaging in the community. It could be like on YouTube as well, or perhaps on, a person's Facebook page, or maybe a person's Instagram page. You can start engaging there and sort of try and build a relationship with the, website owner and things like that. Okay, so when you actually reach out to them, then they're more likely to know who you are. So with the blog commenting, you can do that after you've found some relevant blogs that you sort of want to potentially guest post on. And I'll show you guys how to find the blogs in a minute, okay? So you can spend like 30 minutes per day doing these engagement activities. So basically what we want to do right now is because no one knows our website, we sort of want to get as many eyeballs on our website as possible. And this is something that you just need to do when you just first start out. So no matter what business that you do, when you first start out, it's always going to be a little bit harder. You sort of want to do everything that you can. Okay, so for example, you could also post your articles and your blog post on your Facebook page, on your Twitter pages as well, and things like that. So what we want to do now is to find different blogs and different websites where we can actually guest post on. So for this task, we can use the Ahrefs Content Explorer tool, and we can navigate to the Content Explorer tab on the top, and we can enter in our topic. So for example, it could be a word or a phrase. For example, let's say for our website, we're going to do how to make money on YouTube, okay? And then do a search. So over here, we can scroll down and we can see the different search results for that key phrase. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the one page per domain, because there's 26,000 pages, and we just need the domain. We don't really need the duplicate and, the same pages from that domain as well. So basically, we can actually scroll down, and what you're going to notice is that a lot of these websites are quite popular. So for example, the domain rating is very, very high. They get a ton of traffic. And if you're like a new website, then it's probably not a great idea to actually go for these with your first guest post or your first few guest posts, because they get a lot of traffic. That means they get a ton of requests for guest posts. So you sort of want to build up to that. Okay, so for example, the Shopify blog is very, very popular, and your chances are going to be quite low if you don't have like a relationship with one of their staff, and if you don't have much of a reputation yet. So what we can do is actually set in a filter. Before we do, we can actually set it to English first, since we're going to be writing in English, and we're going to add in a filter and set a domain rating. So we can set it to maybe 10 and to 50. Okay, so that's going to pull in the websites with a domain rating of 10 to 50. So what we could do is start sort of browsing through the different websites to see if we actually want to, submit our guest post on there, because not every website we can actually do it, because maybe it's not relevant, maybe it's a bit old, maybe it's just not a website that you want to guest post on. So what we could do is just click on the different results like that, and let's click through. Okay, and you can also do like a different search as well. So for example, we could do like how to get more views on YouTube, and then we can click on search, and then we can scroll down, we can click on the different results as well, like that. So I basically opened up a few more different websites. What I want to show you now is basically the process of trying to find a good opportunity for our guest post. Okay, so this one over here, our first website, This Online World. So the first thing I've noticed over here is that, this post is quite recent, and that's definitely a good sign. Then the next thing that you want to look at is, is the content on the website sort of something that you can produce, something that is relevant to your own niche? And also, does the actual blog accept, guest posts on their website. Okay, so you can look through that, and normally on the bottom you might actually find like a author's bio, for example, over here. Okay, so this one is Ryan Scribner. He's a full-time YouTuber and also the founder of another blog, and he has written a guest post on this blog. Okay, so what you do want to look at also is probably like the about page and check out the different social media channels, see if they're actually active. If there are, then maybe you want to shortlist it. And instead of actually contacting them, directly, then maybe what you do want to do is try to engage with them on their different social media platforms. So for example, you would spend 30 minutes a day commenting on the content that they produce, perhaps on their Facebook page, maybe retweeting their tweets and things like that. Okay, or sharing their content on your Facebook page, right? So you do want to get them on your radar first, especially if it's like a blog where it's like very, very personal, which I think this blog is, right? It's very, very personal, and I think a lot of the blog posts like he actually writes himself. Some other blogs are a little bit different as well, so maybe I would shortlist this one and spend more time to engage with this one. So we can look through some of the other ones as well, and we can look at is it relevant to my own niche as well. Sometimes this one maybe perhaps I wouldn't maybe. So let's just click on the about us. Sometimes you can tell from the content, it's not like really like a personal blog. They just have a lot of different guest posts on there. Let's have a look. Okay, so this one maybe not. So this one over here, it's like, I don't know, this is like maybe just sharing different content. So what you can actually do if you do come across something like this, right? You can go back over here and we can set and add a filter to like set words to maybe above 1000. Okay, so maybe it won't actually show results like this one over here. Okay, so that isn't good. This one over here, you can take a look at it and see, is it something that you want to post on? Maybe not. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of traffic, a lot of followers following this blog. I don't know, just the feel of it. Maybe I don't want to post on this one. This one over here, let's have a look. Is it like a real person? So you can look through the content as well. Okay, if it is, then we would click on the contact and see if we can get in touch with them. This one over here, okay, 2016, it is a bit old. So let's click on the blog. Okay, so it seems like they haven't updated their blog recently, so probably not worth trying to contact them. This one over here. Okay, so this one, I'm pretty sure this one is actually like a private blog network where they just sell SEO services. So we can click on some of these ones and check their blog post. Are they linking to, okay, so it's linking to a company website. This one linking to like a product service page. This one is, yeah, it does look like, it does look like a private blog network. So I probably don't want to post on this one, don't want to contact them. This one over here, perhaps, maybe it's a bit old. You want to look through their different content, so maybe not this one. This one over here doesn't look too bad. It's like a real person. And let's say, okay, so maybe this one, okay? So that's what I like to look for. Like, is it like a real person? Because normally if it's like not like a real brand, then they won't have much of a following and you won't get much traffic to your website and things like that. So this one over here, maybe not. I probably have to look a little bit deeper. So sometimes what you're going to notice is that if you scroll down to the very bottom, you might actually see like a Write For Us page, right? So these ones openly accept guest post. If you do want to guest post on it, then what you do want to do is look through their different requirements, okay? So if you can actually fulfill those requirements, then I think it's a good idea maybe to get in touch and contact them and submit your guest post. So websites like this, they might not have like a very loyal following compared to a website like this where it's very, very personal. But I think it might be still a good idea just to get some initial links to your website and to do some guest posts to start off with as well, especially if they've laid it out for you. Probably going to be a little bit easier. Okay, so this one over here as well, I think it does have a Write For Us page. So what you can actually do is you can actually use Google as well. You can do like your topic, for example, YouTube plus, and then Write For Us. Okay, so you can type that in and you can see some of these websites over here just by clicking into them. And they might have like a Write For Us page where you can actually submit like a guest post as well. Okay. So you have to look through this manually yourself, and you can also just shortlist this on like a Google Doc or an Excel document. You can also sort of export it as well. For example, export it. So then you can just export it onto your computer, and then you can actually use a tool called hunter.io, and you can actually search up their domain and try to find the emails that way. So you can actually bulk import the domains. For example, let's say we take this domain over here. Like sometimes they might not have a contact page or they might not get back to you. You can actually take the domain and you can use a tool like hunter.io, and you can just put in their domain over here, and we can click on search, and that's going to give you their email addresses. So it's not going to work every single time, but sometimes it might work and you'll have a direct email to them. Okay, because sometimes the contact email might not go directly to their email, it might go to the junk mail or whatever it is. But if you're able to actually contact them, for example, maybe their personal assistant, then it might actually be quite effective in your outreach campaign. Okay, so I think personally, probably doing it manually is probably the best solution. It is a bit tedious, but you get to sort of look through each website and sort of manually filter it rather than just export it in bulk. So that is pretty much it in terms of actually finding different opportunities where you can actually guest post. So the next thing that I want to talk about is how to actually email them, right? So I'm going to give you guys a very, very simple template that you can use as a sample, right? So you could do like, hey, John, big fan of your work, especially X, Y, and Z post. I'm Hogan from hogantour.com. I've written for, and then maybe you can provide a few examples. You don't want to provide too many. You can also just provide examples of your work if you haven't done any guest posts yet. And then you could say, I was wondering if you accept any guest post. If you do, let me know because I'll love to write for your blog, right? So very, very simple. And then you can include a few different ideas that would work really well for their blog. Okay, so what I recommend is making sure that you've done your research on, seeing what blog posts work well on their blog. And also, if you want to go the extra mile, then you can also do some keyword research as well, right? Because at the end of the day, they also want to get more traffic to their website, right? So if you actually have done the work to actually do some keyword research, then you can actually show them, this is a great opportunity as well for you to actually get some more traffic. Okay. So what you want to do is you want to sort of set this as like a daily process where you reach out to like a dozen different websites because not everyone's going to get back to you. Okay. And then what you need to do is you want to make sure that you follow up. Okay. So follow up with like a follow-up email to ask if they've received your email and things like that, because sometimes they might just ignore it and you might have to try it again. Okay. So make sure to not be like too pushy in terms of getting guest posts. Sometimes they just don't want to, so that's fine, and you have to move on. And then later on, once you've built your portfolio, your reputation, then reach out again. Okay. So in terms of actually writing up your content, so what I do recommend is obviously looking at their own requirements first. And if they don't have any requirements, make sure to ask them. Okay, so generally in terms of the links back to your own website, you should only include 1 to 2 maximum. Okay, so depending on the length of your content, maybe if it's like more than like 2,000 words, maybe you can link to it 2 times, but generally probably just 1 time. And then you can also link to maybe some external resources as well. Also make sure to ask them about that. Okay, so you could also link back internally to their own website. So what you could do is after you've written your guest post, then you could also look at the content on their blog and try to help them internal link to their own website, right? Because that's going to help with their own on-page SEO as well, and help their own pages to rank. Okay, so you could do that, and then what you need to do is make sure to not include any affiliate links unless they say you can, and you don't necessarily need to link directly back to your review page, right? So for example, I would do something like, before I create a video, I always check out the competition by doing a general search on YouTube If it looks like a decent opportunity, I will then do some keyword research. I normally use TubeBuddy for this purpose, and then I can link it to my TubeBuddy review. Okay, so sometimes that is maybe like on the borderline, too commercial because it's linking back to my review. If it is, then I would probably link to maybe like another article on my website. For example, an article showing people how to actually do keyword research. And within that article, then I'll link to TubeBuddy. So what I mean is that I would have, let's say, TubeBuddy review, and then I might have a how to do keyword research for YouTube, right? And then instead of linking directly to my review, I will link to this article first, okay? And then from this article, I'll link to this review, right? So this is internal linking, right? That's still gonna pass a little bit of link juice, but with guest posting, sometimes it can be a little bit, you just don't wanna do that, right? You just don't wanna link directly to like a product page or like a service page. Sometimes you can do that. Just make sure to ask them, okay? So that's pretty much all for guest post. Make sure you provide really great quality content and make sure to organize, all your images and screenshots and optimize all the image sizes for them. So you want to make it as easy as possible for them to actually just publish that guest post so that in the future, then they'll like to work with you, right? And then once they've actually posted their guest post, make sure to actually follow up and engage with the comments if there is any comments so that you can actually get some referral traffic back to your website as well. Okay. So in the beginning, it's going to be quite hard and quite manual in terms of actually building backlinks and doing guest posting and creating content. But after a little while, then your content will start ranking on Google, right? And that's going to naturally get you some more people on your website. And if they like your content, then they're going to link back to you, right? And then that basically means that you're going to get more backlinks and that's going to increase your rankings, right? So then once that starts going, then you're going to start getting more and more natural backlinks to your website and everything else is going to start ranking as well, right? So basically the more people that come onto your website, then the more opportunity you're going to get for natural backlinks. And then you don't have to do as much guest posting anymore because a lot of people are going to link to you naturally, right? So this is like the flywheel effect. And if you actually read a little bit more about the flywheel effect, Jim Collins actually discusses this in his book. I think it was like Good to Great. And he talks about Amazon's flywheel effect. So basically he talks about how you put in a lot of effort in the beginning and until one day the flywheel starts to turn, right? So you're going to put in a lot of initial effort. And then once the flywheel starts to turn, then it's going to be really, really easy for you. And all you need to do is to produce really great content. So this is Amazon's flywheel. And basically what drives growth is very great customer experience. So that's going to drive more people to actually use the website. So more traffic to the website. And because there's a lot of people on the website, then sellers will be attracted to actually put their products and list it on the website. That's going to increase selection and that's going to increase customer experience and that's going to drive lower prices and that's going to sort of drive growth naturally, right? So for example, for our own flywheel, is that we're going to produce really great content, but initially we do have to get people on our website first, right? To get some fans and subscribers. And then once we do have fans and subscribers, then we might get links naturally, okay? So getting links naturally is always going to beat you trying to obtain links, right? So that's going to increase our rankings and visibility for our website. That's going to get more people to read our really great content. And then it's going to get more links and then we're going to get more rankings. And yeah, so that's going to sort of drive growth for our own website, right? Just like if you were to open a restaurant, you have really great service, really great food and really great value. Initially, there might not be a lot of people to our restaurant and we have to do a lot of advertising, marketing for the restaurant. But then once people actually come to our restaurant, they really love the products, then they recommend them to their friends and then their friends will recommend them to their friends and it's going to keep on going and that's going to drive growth for the restaurant. Okay, same thing for our website. Initially, it's going to take a lot of manual work, but eventually it's not going to be as tedious and all you really need to focus in on is to create really great content and that's going to drive your growth. Okay, so that's pretty much it for off-page SEO. Okay, so we're pretty much finished with this free course showing guys how to create an affiliate marketing website. What I want to do now is just to give you some final tips to help you guys succeed faster with your website. So the first tip is what I recommend is actually targeting long tail keywords. for your website's content, right? So when you're actually doing keyword research and you're using Ahrefs, what I recommend is using the sort of filter tool on the top. So what we can actually do is we can actually filter the keywords by using the word count, and we can target long tail keywords by selecting key phrases which are 5 words or more. So we can click on apply. Now, generally with these keywords, there are going to be lower competition and you're going to be able to actually create content which is more targeted. So that's going to give you a more chance to actually rank your website quicker, especially if you're a new website. You don't really want to target key phrases which are too short because they're going to be higher competition and it's not as targeted. So you want to focus on low competition keywords first until your website builds some more authority and trust. Then you can actually go ahead and target more competitive terms. Make sure to get a few sales first, and then you can really, once you actually believe you can actually get results, then you're going to take more action, then you're going to get even more results. So you can also set the volume over here to maybe up to 1,000 and click on apply. And you can also set the keyword difficulty to maybe up to 30, right? So go for low competition first, then aim higher later. So tip number 2 is to be early. So when you're actually choosing a niche, I highly recommend choosing a niche that you're very interested in, because if you're interested in a niche, then when a new product comes out, generally you'll know about it, right? Then you're able to actually create content earlier than everyone else. That means that your website is going to rank a lot easier because there's going to be no competition at all. So that's really, really important. I think within sort of anything that you do in business, if you're early, then you're always going to have this early movers advantage, right? That's going to be the same thing for an affiliate marketing website. So for example, you could do like, maybe old product versus the new version of the product. Should you actually upgrade, right? So that's a very, very targeted key phrase that you can actually use when you're actually doing new product reviews and things like that. So tip number 3, if you guys want to get fast results, what I recommend is actually turning your blog post into a video. So what you can actually do is, if it's like a product, especially like a digital product, you can create like a tutorial sort of review and you can go through all these points in video. You can talk about the pros and the cons. You can show people the features, how to use it, what you like and what you don't like, by doing a screen recording, just like I'm showing you right now in the screen recording tutorial. For PC, you can use Camtasia to record as well as edit. And if you're using Mac, then you can use ScreenFlow to record your screen and also edit as well. And if you guys are really serious about it, then you're probably going to need a mic. And for that, I recommend Blue Yeti mic. And you can also get the Blue Yeti Nano as well if you don't want something that's really bulky. Right, so this one is really, really bulky and really big. Probably not going to be great for traveling. This one is really, really small and really awesome as well. So if you actually upload onto YouTube, then all you need to do is, make sure you create a really nice thumbnail. Make sure to actually do some keyword research as well by using TubeBuddy or vidIQ. And you can put in a title, try to make it a little bit different from other people. Put in a description, and you can also put in your link. So for example, the review link in the description or in the comment section, that's going to get your backlink back to your website, and it's probably going to get you some referral traffic as well. That's going to help your website rank on Google. And yeah, if you're creating a video, you're able to showcase the product a lot better as well. And if you're showing your face, then you're going to be able to build some trust, and you don't have to build any backlinks to your video. So that means it's going to be a lot faster for you to actually get results, especially if you have really good watch time for your videos. All right. So I'm not going to talk too much about it, but creating a video is just, so awesome because you're able to also build a brand. And when you are reaching out to get guest posts, then it's going to be easier for you as well. So tip number 4 is repetition and execution. So in this video, I've shown you guys how to do everything just once. So for example, I've shown you guys how to set up the website once. I've shown you guys how to use the builder once. I've shown you guys how to create content once, how to do keyword research once, how to actually add that content onto your website one time. So the thing is, you've learned everything one time, right? But to actually get results, you've got to actually repeat those actions over and over again. Just like if you were to, let's say, go to the gym or something like that, and you want to get fit. So you've got to go on the treadmill, every single day, like for weeks and months until you get really great results. So the same thing with your affiliate marketing website. You've got to execute on a daily basis. And what I recommend is having sort of like a daily process. So take what you've learned from this video and, write out your own daily process of content creation, of keyword research and things like that. So obviously you can, group it into, like, for example, you could do keyword research 1 week, and then maybe the next week you could just batch create the content and things like that. And then the week after you can, edit the content, right? The concept of affiliate marketing, the concept of passive income, it's super easy to explain, and it's really easy just to watch a few videos, but to actually get results, you've got to take action. Okay, so that's going to be super, super important in terms of being successful online. So tip number 5, and the last tip, is to focus. So make sure to focus on your readers, make sure to focus on the people that you are trying to help. So create content to help those people, and that's all you should really just focus on, right? Don't focus on other businesses, don't focus on e-commerce, don't focus on, drop shipping, don't focus on Amazon FBA, don't focus on anything else other than helping your readers, other than creating the best reviews possible. I think this is the biggest trap that most beginners fall in, is to chase a lot of different sort of making money online opportunities and not just sticking to one until you're successful. So I'm not saying that you can't do those ventures later, but until you actually start making money and until you make stable income from your affiliate marketing website, don't go and do other things, right? It's just like choosing a sport. Let's say you choose tennis, let's say you choose basketball. You don't really want to switch from that to like swimming and then to like other sports as well, because it's going to take you time to actually learn the skills required to be actually good at it, to be able to actually earn an income. So this is going to be the same with affiliate marketing and your affiliate marketing website. So yeah, so make sure to focus and don't get distracted by, what is hot and what is trending at the moment. Focus on your readers and your customers. So that is pretty much it for this free course on showing you guys how to make an affiliate marketing website. So what I'm going to do is hopefully within 3 to 6 months, I'll update you guys with the progress of my website. So I didn't really want to reveal it right now because I don't want people like copying exactly what I do and things like that. So yeah, so if you have any questions, drop it in the comment section down below. So hopefully I can create a few more videos to show you how to add in a few more things to sort of fully customize your affiliate marketing website. But I'm not really sure, how this video is actually going to do. So this is a very, very long video, like 4-hour video, but it literally covers everything you need to know to create $1,000 per month or even more affiliate marketing website. Yeah, do let me know in the comments below what you guys think of this video, and make sure to give it a thumbs up if you found any value in it. It really helps me out because it did take a long, long time to actually put together for you guys. So thank you guys for watching, and see you guys in the next video.
So this is your first time buying a home?
This is first time doing any of this.
Honestly, we definitely have the stress and anxiety part too.
I know this can all seem a bit overwhelming, but everything is in the email I sent you the other day. Will go a long way to ease those new anxieties. Information about financing, inspections.
The email.
And if you haven't looked at it yet, let's go through it together.
Expertise. Just one of the many ways an agent who's a realtor works for you.
This is driving me insane. To make a lot of money, you don't need to be a genius. You just need to remember a few things.
Ramit Sethi, financial expert, the money man.
New York Times bestseller. There's more than 20,000 documented success stories. This is your chance to never worry about money again. You can live a rich life regardless of where you came from, and regardless of your income.
How many people are clear on what their rich life looks like?
Less than 1%. When I talk to people who have a spending, 100% of the time, they always say something. I just need to know. If you double your income today, do you think your problems will be solved? No.
Some of the stats I pulled up, look, about 25% of people who made $100,000 a year plus are still living paycheck to paycheck.
Makes us realize that maybe the things we think we need are things that we have been socially taught are important. For example, owning a house is the best investment. It means you are successful, but it can be a very bad financial decision. There are far better, far simpler investments.
So I've got £100 that I want to invest. Where do I start?
And I love that we're getting into the facts of it. So let's do this exercise. Let's take it out. First off, and then there's just one more thing you have to do.
I would have 736,000 in my account. Ramit's 10 money rules.
This is where the real wealth is created.
Number 1. This episode
changed my perspective on money. I'm an investor. I've been investing for the last 6, 7 years at different levels. Big companies, small companies, the S&P 500, funds, you name it. But Ramit changed my mind. Changed my mind on money, spending, investing. And he changed my mind on something that I think 95% of you that listen to this podcast and are about to listen to this need to have your mind changed on too. That if you have the right philosophy towards money, the right perspective and mindset towards money, then there is a path to living our rich life, to becoming rich, that enough people are not talking about. He debunks the myths of money, the limiting beliefs about money, and he confronts all of the unhelpful advice about money that stands in the way of you becoming rich. There's an app on my phone that I now have installed because of this conversation. And there are 3 big investments that I've now made in my life because of this conversation. And there is one key idea that I now believe will make me 10 times more wealthy over the next 3 decades because of this conversation. You're going to love it. Enjoy. Someone's just clicked on this podcast on YouTube and Spotify, and they saw the title, they saw the thumbnail, they thought that's fantastic. Tell me why you think they should stay and listen to what we're going to talk about today, what they stand to gain, if they give us their time.
Whenever someone hears someone talking, they get rigid. They instantly think that someone's going to come in and tell them, you can't spend money on lattes, you can't go on vacation, you can't buy any new clothes, save all your money until you're 90 years old, and maybe, just maybe, then you can spend. And I don't believe in it. I think you should spend extravagantly on the things you love, as long as you cut costs mercilessly. I think you should live a rich life today and an even richer life tomorrow. And so when you combine money and psychology, you start to understand that there is more to a rich life than just some number of spreadsheet. People already know they should be saving. They know about compound interest. They may not know the intricacies, but they understand if they invest some now, they're going to have more later. So what's stopping them? That's been the central question that I'm fascinated with for the last 2 years. That's why when I studied human behavior and persuasion and psychology, I was obsessed with this question of what are the things we know we should do, but we still do. You can live a rich life regardless of where you came from. You can live a rich life regardless of your income. Now, of course, having a higher income dramatically helps. But just like fitness, we can all improve from it. And that's what we get to talk about.
When you talk about the language of money, what do you mean?
I mean, understanding the nuts and bolts of money. So just the same way that we all learn how to drive. We learn the rules of the road, when to use our turn signals. Most of us do not have even the equivalent knowledge of money. For example, the basic language of money would be, what percentage of your income are you saving? What percentage are you investing? And when will you have $100,000 or $500,000 or $1 million? And what will that money get you? Because just having $1 million in the bank is pointless. What does it get you specifically? This is the basic language of money. You've got to know your key 4, 6 numbers in your life. Not many, just a few. But once you understand those numbers, it's like understanding the speed limit. Understanding the speed limit means you understand a lot. There's a rule of the road. If you go too fast, what's going to happen? Why do these rules exist? And these rules are similar in money. You can break them. That's okay. You got to understand the rules.
What are those numbers?
There's 4 numbers that I really like to track. I track these myself, and these are the numbers I use. The first is your fixed costs. Those would be your rent or your mortgage, your any debt payments, groceries. The money that you are spending every single month is essentially fixed. And the number I recommend for that is 50 to 60% of your take-home pay. So that would be, if you're spending 50 to 60% of what you make, what you take home on your rent, your groceries, any debt payments, your car, you're in good shape. Okay. The next one is your savings. That would be roughly 5 to 10%. Savings would be things like an emergency fund, savings for a down payment for a car, things like that. Third is investments. This is where the real wealth is created. And for this, 5 to 10% of take home is fine. Of course, the more you put in, the more you're getting. And then the fourth category, the one I love the most, is called guilt-free spending. This is going out for cocktails in New York. It's buying a beautiful shirt. It's treating your friends, whatever you love. Yoga, 20 to 35%. So if you're watching or you're listening to this, just take 15 minutes. Back of the napkin, jot down your approximate numbers. You don't even have to get them perfect. And you will be able to benchmark how you are spending compared to those numbers. I'll tell you that those numbers tell me. It's almost, if you just show me those 4 numbers of your spending, I can tell so much. I can tell what you love spending on. I can tell what you don't. I can tell what your priorities are. And I can also tell where you are confident. So I'll give you an example. When I ask people, what is your rich life? One of the common answers they say is, I want to do what I want, when I want. I hear it every day. I go, wow, that's so interesting. So what do you want? I go, most people have never thought beyond a trite answer. So then the next answer I often get is freedom. I want freedom. I go, great, that sounds good. What is freedom? I want to do what I want. I look at their numbers and I see a huge payment that they're making to a 30-year mortgage. I see debt payments. I see car payments. And I go, now this is interesting. You want freedom, but you have essentially anchored yourself down to not be able to travel or to pivot or to move. How can those two be? How can you reconcile those two? And that dissonance is actually a fascinating one. I love when we experience dissonance. We all do. I say that I want to work out more, but I don't work out. Why? And what you'll discover is people often, they simply have never thought. What our rich life is, these generic phrases, freedom, flexibility, it's just words. What I really want somebody to say, what can I go a lot deeper, is to say, I want to be able to travel for 6 weeks a year. I want to go to London. I want to go to New Delhi. I want to go to Thailand because I want to visit my family. That's a good start. If we get even more specific, they tell me what seat on the airline they're sitting on. They tell me where they're eating. They tell me who they're with. But to simply say, I want freedom, is so vague that when I look at your numbers, there's often a huge incongruity how you're spending versus what you claim your rich life is.
How many people, from your experience of interviewing people and doing this research, are clear on what their rich life looks like, down to, what you described there, I want to travel for a couple of months a year, and then even further down to which seat I'm going to be in, what class I'm going to be in as I travel?
Less than 1%.
Less than 1% of people know that.
Most people literally say, I want to do what I want. That is the extent to which they've thought about a rich life.
Why does it matter to be, what do that less than 1% of people that have that planned out have as an advantage or benefit from that meticulous thought that the other 99% don't have?
Because they can craft their rich life that is uniquely theirs. Almost like getting a handmade tool. And in fact, the more you craft your rich life, the more bewildering it looks to the outside. So I'll give you an example from my own life. I love to travel. I spend a lot of money with my wife and I. We go travel for months at a time. I love hotels. I love the hospitality. I love the details. I love it all. I don't really care about cars. Not at this phase of my life. It's just not that important to me. So when I talk about my money dollars or the things that I love to spend money on, I might spend a crazy amount on a hotel room just because I love it. But I drive a car that's almost 20 years old. It's just not important. And I want that. I want to hear in your life what you spend extravagantly on, but then you cut costs mercilessly on, because I want that duality.
which indicates you are intentional about your investment.
What if we're buying things from classical people and we don't? Because it's hard to, looking in from the outside especially, it's hard to know if someone actually likes Lamborghinis.
Yeah.
Or if they're buying Lamborghinis because they were beat up when they were 9 years old in the playground and they're trying to overcompensate and make the world. And does it matter what they're buying?
Does it matter? I don't know. First of all, how would we even know? How would they know?
Is there a difference, do you think, just in your opinion, on the impact that purchase has on us, whether we're doing it intrinsically or we're doing it extrinsically? Because I reflect on some of the things that I spend money on and I go, that was for someone else. Whereas there's other things I spend money on, which are maybe health related or travel related, like convenience, flying in a nice class on a plane, which I go, no, that's actually adding a lot of benefit to my life. Whereas that mansion I bought out in the countryside when I was 23 or whatever was a terrible decision. It took me away from my friends because it was an hour and a half outside of the city.
Yeah.
And none of my friends ever came to it. So I was just arriving at midnight after work in this fucking mansion with this tennis court by myself, sleeping for 3 hours, and then driving another hour and a half back to the city where all my friends and work were. I go, that was a stupid fucking decision based on extrinsic, external, motivations.
It's a great question. And, particularly in America, we love this idea of ownership. We are taught you've got to own. Owning a house is the best investment. It means you are successful. And if you're renting, no one really says this, but what they deep down say is you're a loser.
Yeah.
Okay? This individualistic strain really runs deep. And it has led a lot of people to make poor financial decisions. First of all, you might be surprised to hear my view is that owning can be a good financial decision, but it also can be a very bad financial decision. In fact, I rent by choice. And living in New York, for example, I lived here for a long time. I knew that if I were to buy, I would be losing thousands of dollars every single month because it actually costs more than twice as much to own than to rent. But can you imagine the pressures even I got from people who would come over and say, oh, so do you own this place? The place that I was renting. I said, no, I rent. And there was this visible moment of confusion. They're shaking my hand. They know that I'm the I will teach to be rich guy, but I rent. How can you be teaching money, but you rent? Isn't renting for losers? And I have to say, because I was rock solid confident in my decision, that pressure did not affect me. But I want to also say that a lot of us buy things based on things. Like the idea that we don't buy things based on what people around us think is nonsense. We buy things based on status. To deny it is absurd. But I do think that for the big purchases in your life, like a house, a car, the big things, you've got to run the numbers. And if you decide, hey, you know what? I want to buy a house, even though it's going to cost me an extra $600,000 in opportunity costs and phantom costs, but I'm going to do it because I like it or it makes me feel good. I say, God bless. But if you simply make decisions based on what other people around you do, then you will discover, like you did, I thought I was going to feel a certain way, and I don't really feel that. And that, for me, is an opportunity for you to interrogate.
And money is like a personal zero-sum game, right? So I can't just spend indefinitely. So buying a ridiculous house out in the countryside takes away from something which might have genuinely brought me closer to happiness, like, I don't know, going away with my family or whatever it might be. You talked there about buying property. I find it really curious because the popular narrative is, for most people, the minute they get any decent amount of money is to buy your first house. And that's what people do. They take a 10% deposit or 20% deposit, whatever it might be, and they buy a house. Why is that a poor investment? Why is that a bad thing to do? Because that does kind of sit counter to the popular narrative.
Well, we have to remember, first of all, where the popular narrative came from. In America, if you ask people what is the American dream, the answer is inextricably tied up with a single-family home with a white picket fence. That's not an accident. That is the result of decades of messaging. Some might call it propaganda. First of all, most people in the world do not live in single-family homes like we do in America. That has caused a lot of issues. But to leave that part aside, this is how most people think about buying a house.
They think grandma bought a house in Austin, Texas in 1970 for $100,000. Grandma just sold it 50 years later for $1 million. Grandma made $900,000. They go, it's the most profitable thing you could do, buy a house. I go, okay, that sounds really nice. Did Granny factor in how much she spent on maintenance for the past 50 years? No. Did Granny factor in inflation and how that affected her return? No. What's inflation? Did Granny factor in the opportunity costs of what that down payment could have been used if invested in the S&P 500? No. And did Granny look at all these phantom costs such as interest on the loan? No. It's not simply the bigger number minus the smaller number. That's wrong. That is simplistic. For the biggest purchase of your life, you've got to go deeper. Again, when I was living here, I kept a very close eye on real estate. And the place right next to me, same square footage, same number of bedrooms, same everything. It would have cost 2.2 times what I was paying in rent. So just to give you an example, if I was paying $3,000 a month, it would have cost about $6,400 a month to own. Okay? I said, you know what? I like renting. If I have a problem, I just text my landlord. I took the $3,400 I would have spent owning when factoring in phantom costs, maintenance, interest, taxes, all that, and I simply invested. And I made more money doing that than I would have.
What about if you're buying somewhere for the rental income?
That can work. That can work. So owning real estate as an investment can be part of a well-diversified portfolio if you run them. Right now, there's a lot of hype. People go, I'm going to buy a house, and if I don't like it or whatever, I'm just going to rent it. Okay, fine. You've got to remember that if your mortgage is $1,000, that's not just the amount you're paying. There's a lot more. In fact, in my estimations, I add 50% to that price. So $1,500 a month, which would include a roof repair happening 19 years from now. We've got to amortize that out. Labor costs, interest, all that. If you can rent it out and make a profit, fantastic. It cash flows, that's awesome. What you discover is that most people who buy a primary residence, the place they want to live in, they buy it because they want it. And then they tell themselves it's an investment. Buying a house can be an investment, but oftentimes it's not. There are far better, far simpler investments. Here's my key message. I want to make sure nobody misunderstands. I've been accused of saying buying a house is bad. No, I never said that. In fact, I will buy a house myself one day. And when I do, it's going to be a terrible financial decision. I'm going to do it anyway. My key message is for the biggest purchase of your life, you've got to run the numbers. Sometimes buying can be a good financial decision. Often renting can be a good financial decision. Run the numbers and never feel guilty for renting.
As it relates to buying a house, I've always been hesitant because I'm scared really of the point you mentioned about being anchored to a location. So the way that I've kind of justified that away is by saying, well, I'll just Airbnb it when I'm not there, or I'll rent it out if I decide to move to New York or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a cost in the opportunity of being less flexible about where you can be that people don't think about, especially when they're younger?
Yes.
And they're probably a little bit unencumbered by, life.
Yes.
At that point.
Yes. Buying a house is one of the most profound financial decisions that will affect your lifestyle ever. You can sell a car, even at a minor loss, but selling a house involves massive transaction costs and labor that most people don't anticipate. One of the reasons that I rent is for lifestyle reasons. Financial, yes, I make more money renting and investing the difference than I would owning, but also lifestyle. I don't know that I'm going to be in the same place for 10 years, which is one of the key things that I would encourage people to decide before they buy. You want to know that you're going to be there for at least 10 years because then you can spread all those transaction costs, spread them out over 10 years. They become much more affordable. It's kind of like buying an expensive jacket. If you buy it and you wear it once, that's really expensive. If you buy it and wear it over 10 years, it becomes a lot more affordable. And take that multiplied by 1,000, and that's a house. Particularly for young people,
I don't give a lot of unsolicited advice. I used to do it when I was young, when I just learned about money, and I realized nobody really wants to hear. They really don't. If somebody comes to me, they come to my blog, my social media, great. Otherwise, I'm not going around telling people you should do this. Once in a while, though, I get a young person asking me, I'm just about to graduate from college. What advice do you have? And at that moment, the best piece of advice that I have is move where the action is. And typically that's a big city. So that would be where there's more jobs, where there's simply more people if you're looking for relationships. And there's a lot of tacit knowledge that happens in big cities. Like, oh, have you tried this? Oh, what have you seen that musical? Have you tried this thing, this idea that's going on? So often surrounding yourself geographically can be hugely rewarding to you. You can't do that if you bought a house because everybody told you that it was going to be the best investment. And if I were to say, show me where you calculated the numbers that it was going to be a great investment, 75+% of people have never created a simple spreadsheet.
How does buying a house compare in terms of returns to something like investing in the S&P 500?
It's quite poor, actually.
Really?
Yeah, over about 100 years, there's great research showing that it has essentially matched inflation. It's been slightly above inflation. People find this mind-boggling. Again, because they think somebody bought a house for 100K and they sold it for $1 million, so it's 900K. But they don't properly factor in inflation, opportunity cost, phantom cost, all that. It's really hard to factor these numbers, but it's critical because it's the biggest purchase of your life. I'll give you another example of where people don't properly factor in. Some people pay a financial advisor 1%. They go 1%. It's no big deal. I'll pay 1%. What they don't realize is that 1% over the course of their lifetime will take 28% of their returns and hand them over in fees. Think about it. If you make $1 million in investing over the course of your life, $280,000 are going right out of your pocket into that advisor's pocket. Now that's super counterintuitive. 1% turns into 28%. How does it work? You can simply go online and search for investment cost calculator and plug in the numbers, add a 1% fee, and you'll see. The point of this is that sometimes money is highly counterintuitive. Really counterintuitive. It's unlike anything else. If you and I go to sushi right now and we get sushi for $20, it'll be fine. If we get it for $100, what do you think? Probably be a little better. And if we get it for $1,000, the fish will have been flown in from Tokyo this morning, and it will be served in an absolute stunning state. So in other words, you pay more, you get better results. We're used to that. If I spend more on a sweater, it's probably going to have a different type of fabric. More on a car, it's going to look cooler, have cooler features. Money's not like that. If you spend more, you don't get better returns. You don't get better anything. In fact, if anything, you get worse returns. People find this mind-boggling because it is. It's counterintuitive. But in investing, costs money. In buying a house, you've got to run the numbers because they are totally counterintuitive.
Quick one before we get back to this episode. Just give me 30 seconds of your time. Two things I wanted to say. The first thing is a huge thank you for listening and tuning into the show week after week. It means the world to all of us, and this really is a dream that we absolutely never had and couldn't have imagined getting to this place. But secondly, it's a dream where we feel like we're only just getting started. And if you enjoy what we do here, please join the 24% of people who watch this channel regularly and have hit that subscribe button. It means more than I can say. And if you hit that subscribe button, here's a promise I'm going to make to you. I'm going to do everything in my power to make this show as good as I can now and into the future. We're going to deliver the guests that you want me to speak to, and we're going to continue to keep doing all of the things you love about the show. Thank you. Thank you so much. Back to the episode. So what is the S&P 500 for anybody that doesn't know?
Yeah.
And what are the returns that I'm likely to get from investing in the S&P 500? I really want to simplify this for people that are at the very start of their investing journey. You know, because I mean, this is what you spend so much of your time doing. I just think about my team here. It's at the Diary of a CEO. There's about 30 people. And we started talking about money one day. And it was mind-blowing how nobody in my team's lives had ever had the conversation with them about investing. we all think of investing as something that rich people after the age of 40 do once you have $1 million. Or if you don't have $1 million, then the only other way to invest, we're taught, is to buy a house.
This is driving me insane.
It's true though, isn't it?
Yes, and that's the central part of my work, is that you can live a rich life, and that rich life can be richer and more vibrant and more personal than you ever imagined. If you want to travel, you can travel for longer than you ever thought. You can travel, for me, at nicer hotels. You can spend more time with your children, with your loved ones. Whatever your rich life is, you can do that. But you've got to learn a few key basic things about investing in money. So let me tell you what I would tell my family when they come to me and they go, how should I start investing? The simplest way that I advise my family is I say, get a target date. So let me explain what that is. A target date fund is one fund, just one, and you pick it based on the year that you're going to retire. So if you're going to retire in 2050, if you're going to be 65 in 2050, you go and you find that one fund. It's called a Vanguard 2065 fund, or Fidelity 2065, or Schwab 2065. There's lots of brokers. These funds, it's one fund, all you do is put money into it. That's it. The fund, like a pie chart, is automatically diversified. So as you get older, it gets more conservative, because somebody who's 75 years old should be investing differently than someone who's 25. One fund. All you have to do is set your money up to go into it every single month.
What is a fund?
A fund is a set or a basket of stocks and maybe bonds. So we've all heard of, companies like Microsoft, Google, whatever. A fund owns lots of things, right? And that's important because we've heard diversification, like you should have diversified your investments. Okay, well, how do I do that? You don't need to go and buy 20 stocks and then figure out how much of each to do. That's too much work. And honestly, most people are not good at that, even professionals. You buy a fund which automatically owns lots of stocks, like hundreds of them. And over time, all you, the individual investor like me, have to focus on is putting money into it.
So a fund, essentially, I've got £100 that I want to invest. I find a fund. Where do I find these funds?
You can go to Vanguard, Schwab, or Fidelity. All those are great companies. What you're looking for, regardless of what country you're in, is you're looking for a low-cost brokerage.
So, but there's also apps and stuff that I can
You can use apps. I don't like a lot of the apps because they gamify you to try to invest.
Right.
They want you clicking and trading. I hate traders. You do not want to be a trader. Traders lose money. Investors treat investing like watching paint. That's how sexy it is. Trust me, I'm not getting my entertainment from investing. I'm going out, go watch a movie, go watch Netflix. But investing is boring and boring. That's how it should be.
I used a company called Hargreaves Lansdown in the UK when I first started investing. When I first started investing in funds, they had a very ugly app, so I wasn't really told things. I think it's better now. But I would just do it on desktop, which I do get your point, because you don't want to be gay. You don't want to screen.
Yeah.
All of that
I like ugly.
Yeah,
it should be ugly.
And you don't want it to be too accessible. As in,
Correct.
I don't want to be able to check it every day.
No, look, on my phone, you will see no investing apps.
Yes.
There should not be.
Yeah.
Why do you need to log in and check it every day? What's the point?
Yeah.
In fact, most people should check it every 3 to 6 months. And here's how you check it. You log in on your desktop. Wow, it's up. Wow, it's down. Okay, bye. You're not tweaking anything. It's like making Thanksgiving dinner. Once you've put the turkey in the oven, just let it sit. Do not fiddle with it, because you're only going to mix it. And in this case, you're letting the turkey cook for decades.
And that fund, so I've got £100. I go on a website.
Yep, Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab, whatever they are. I have no alliance to any of them.
Neither do I. There's various ones in the UK. I actually do recommend Lansdown because it's simple, and I think investing in funds, there's no fees. There's no fee associated with the investment itself. Obviously, they might take a percentage depending on which fund you're investing in. I take my £100, and investing in Hargreaves Lansdown, there's no minimum rate, from what I understand. And there's no, if you invest in a stock, they charge £12 per investment. But if you invest in a fund, it's free. I put my £100 into a fund. The fund is essentially taking £1, one of those pounds, and investing £1 into Facebook. It's investing £1 into Google, £1 into Shopify, £1 into Spotify, £1 into Nvidia or whatever. It's doing that for me. It's managing it for me. It's making the decisions for me. I just put the money in every month, whatever I can, and I leave it.
Yeah, and let's go even deeper. I love that we're getting into the nuts and bolts here because, honestly, most people, they do not know how to invest. Literally, what website do I go to and then what do I do? The fund owns these different stocks, and some will go up and some will go down, and it's inconsequential to you. All you need to know is you own this fund. Now that you've opened up an account and you've sent $100 or $1,000, you've made one of the most important decisions of your life. Now, there's just one more thing you have to do. Set up an automatic transfer so that every single month you have a certain amount of money coming in. Now, if you don't know how much money, use my conscious spending plan guide. What did I say? 5 to 10% of take home is a good guide. Right? You should be able to do 5%. Trust me. Anyone who comes to me, they go, Remy, there's no way. Must be nice. I can't afford. I go, show me where you're spending your money. I guarantee you I can find 5% to send in every month. Now, you're not trying to send it in. I don't try to brush my teeth anymore. It's a habit. Investing is even easier than brushing your teeth because you set it up automatically. The investment fund will automatically draw from your checking account. And it will pull in $100, $500, $1,000, whatever your number is. And so you're not going to log in for 3, 4, 5 months. You're going to log in a few months later and you're going to be like, oh my God, I didn't even realize that all this money is in here. When you add that plus compounding over years, that is how real it is. So I don't want anyone to think that you have to be rich in order to start investing. One of the ways you get rich is by investing.
I've got a friend that's currently actually in this building at the moment, and I had this conversation with them about a year ago. Gave the advice that you've just given there. And about 2 months later, this individual, I shall not name, came to me and I said, how's your investments going in that fund? And they said, oh yeah, I had bills, I had a credit card bill, so I took it out.
Yeah, she treated it like a checking account. Investments for me are places to accumulate. I don't draw from it. That's what a checking account is. So what that is there's two parts to what your friend is saying. One is mentally, she's thinking that this investment account is just money I can draw from if I need it. So I would sort of gently change the way she thinks about it. The second is I guarantee her account structure is a little subpar. So here's how I would say it. This is in chapter 5. It's all automation. Because trust me, I don't want to spend time transferring money back. And I don't spend any time. You get paid, your money goes into your checking account. From your checking account, it is automatically transferred to a savings account. In fact, I have sub-savings accounts for vacation, car, down payment, all that stuff. So you have money set up for specific goals. Money is transferred to your investment account. Transfer there, I'm not going to touch it. And then I have my guilt-free spending, which is going out with friends, whatever I love, and my credit card bill is That's how you want to set it up. It takes a couple of weeks to set everything up, and then you never have to.
How can you prove to me that this is the way to make wealth? What case studies have you got that investing in funds over a long period of time is the path to financial wealth? Because, you said earlier about the paint drying thing. The narrative that we see about why people and how people get rich is, they sell a company or they have a lottery win, maybe they buy some cryptocurrency and it goes up. That's what we hear. That's what we try and emulate.
Totally.
Prove to me that this fund strategy is better.
Well, there's a couple things. First off, the research over about 100 years shows the returns of the stock. And the returns tend to be, at least in America, they tend to be around 11%, 10 to 11%. And if you take out inflation, you get about 7 to 8% per year. Now, for anyone listening, they go, okay, well, what does that mean? number is 7%, whatever. If you go right now and you do your investment calculator and you just plug in your age, you plug in, let's say, 200, 300 bucks a month, and you plug in 7% return, and you just watch how that grows, you will be shocked.
Jack, give me my phone. I'm going to do it now.
Okay, so let's search for compound interest calculator. And there's a really simple one. It's called Money Chip.
Okay, I've got it.
All right. All right, so there's 4 numbers we need to fill out. Let's take a look. The first is current principal. That means how much you've got in the bank.
I'm going to say $5,000, and I'm going to start when I was 16. Because if I'd saved my money when I was 16 and not spent it recklessly, I think I could have had that $5,000 when I was 16. Annual addition, what does that mean?
How much can you invest per year? So for most people, they think about, they might say 200 bucks a month, which would be 2,400.
Okay, so I'm going to say, can I say $5,000?
Yeah, that's, about 400 bucks a month. I think that's reasonable. I often find that with people making median or slightly above median salary, that there are hundreds of dollars a month of money that is unaccounted for, that if properly made intentional, could be invested. So great, 5,000 a year. All right.
Obviously, I could have, once I got past a certain age, I could have increased that though. So
we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Hold on to that idea.
Okay.
How many years? This was you at 20?
This was me at 16.
Oh, okay. And how old are you today?
30.
Okay, so 14 years. Let's just do it until today. Okay. And then it says interest rate. So what should we assume for that?
Is that 8%?
Yeah, 7 to 8. I do 7 just to be super conservative because I never want to be surprised on the downside. If anything, I'm going to make more. So 7%. All right, let's calculate. Okay, what do you see?
Damn.
What do you see?
$133,537.
That's what you would have had right now. Now let's add some context. So this is really important. You see a number that says $133,000 at age 30.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a lot? Is that not? I don't know. Let's break it down. At that point, you started with $5,000 and you invested $5,000 per year. We assumed no raises, even though you obviously made more than you made at age 60. We assumed you stopped investing at age 30, which is obviously ridiculous. And you end up with 6 figures. Let's play it out. Let's take it until 40. So instead of 14 years, you invested for 24 years. What do you see?
I would have $336,000.
It's getting better.
From just $5,000 a year.
It's not much.
It's fantastic.
Again, 400 bucks or so a month is very modest. Remember, people's income goes up, typically in their 30s and 40s. And if you already are investing a little bit automatically, all you have to do is just tweak a number and it will take an extra couple of $500. Let's do one more. Let's go to 34 years just because I want to see what happens. And then we're going to play it down.
So investing from the age of 16 until I'm 50, I would have $736,000 in my account.
Now I want to do the full thing. I want to do a more realistic. So instead of 50, we're going to go 49 years. That takes you to age 65. Okay. And instead of $5,000 per year, your income obviously went up from being 16 years old. So I'm going to pick a number out of thin air, and I'm going to tell you how I picked it. I'm going to say instead of $5,000 a year, it's actually going to be $30,000. Let me tell you why I picked it. In your early years, you don't have as much money, but you're still investing a little bit, which shows that you're dedicated. As your income goes up, you're going to start proportionally continuing to invest. So at a certain point, your income will be really high, and that will bring that back. That's why I switched to 30,000 per year. I actually think this is quite modest, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. So here we have someone starting investing at $5,000. They invest $30,000 per year. Okay. They grow it for 49 years, at 7%. Do you know the math? No, it's not. 12,303,000.
So that's me starting with 5K, gradually ratcheting it up until I'm investing 30K a year per average across those 49 years.
Yes, which is a flaw in this because it's so simple. That money invested, you're not actually going to invest that much early on. You'll invest more later.
Yeah.
So you won't actually, you'll maybe have a marginal amount less, but we're talking 10 versus 12 million. That's a lot of money.
And then if I got 8% instead of the 7%, I'd have 17.4 million.
Yeah, but don't mess with that. Because this
That's
is what people do. They go,
Okay.
well, if I got 13%, I'm going to invest in this PE fund. I go, don't do that. You're going to lose all your money. Just stop.
Yeah.
7% safe. It's conservative. That's why I am here. That's why I want to encourage people. You don't need to juice your returns. I hope you do get 8%, but I don't want you to count. I want you to count safe, stable returns. And what matters for you is the time you started early and the amount you have a considerable.
What about the richest people in the world? You know, we think of the Warren Buffetts of the world or the Charlie Munger of the world who ended up becoming the richest investors on planet Earth. What was their strategy?
I'll tell you. Let's talk about Warren Buffett. There's a friend of mine, Morgan Housel. He wrote this amazing article. Yeah, The Psychology of Money. He wrote this amazing article about Warren Buffett. If you look at Warren Buffett's returns, he started investing at a very young age, and the money compounded. Again, it's like putting the turkey in the oven and letting it sit there, not just for an hour, but many hours. In his case, 60 plus years. He has made over 99% of his wealth happen over the age of 60. Okay? Think about it. It's all because he started investing so far. And what is mind-boggling is that you don't need a fancy strategy. You don't need to be picking individual stocks. You don't even need to be a genius. To make a lot of money, you do not have to be the smartest person in the room. You just need to remember a few things. Start as early as possible. Okay? And if you're not 16 years old, if you're 30, 40, even 45, okay, start now. Second, invest aggressively every single month. That's critical. Third, keep your costs low. 1% in fees is going to take 28% of your return. 2% is going to take over 55% of your returns. Keep your costs low. If you do those things, you will have more money than you ever.
What are the attributes of someone that's probably going to be poor in 30 years in terms of their relationship and their behavior with their money?
Easy. They don't invest. They feel overwhelmed and anxious about money, and they talk about it all the time. They've never read a single book. And there's these deeper attributes. Only rich people invest.
They think that.
Yeah. And that's why I'm here. I want everyday people to know, just like me. I started off, my parents immigrated from India. I had no special investment knowledge, but I had two parents who were educated and encouraged me and said, learn this. Here, we'll do it together. And that was a gift. Everyday people can build tremendous wealth, which in and of itself is impressive, but it's even more impressive when that wealth is used to live a rich life. A rich life of adventure and spontaneity and generosity.
Some of the stats I pulled out from your book, about 25% of people who make $100,000 a year plus are still living paycheck to paycheck. According to a recent survey of millionaires done by the US Trust, 83% of the wealthy say their largest investment gains come from small wins over time rather than taking big risks.
Yes, this is counter to everything we see on TV. Because on TV, it's really boring. What are you going to look at my Vanguard account? Oh, wow, compounding 7% per year. It went down 8% last year. It went up 9% this year. So boring. So we see these cool stories of business owners, and we're both business owners. It is cool. But a tremendous amount of my own wealth from low cost, long-term thought.
That's like a rule of life, isn't it? That the real returns, in reality, the great returns come from patience and consistency and things that really aren't sexy, but they're not Instagrammable. If I post on my Instagram today, here I've got some advice for you guys to become wealthy, to invest in this fund and just leave it there. But if I go, listen, I've got this new NFT collection or cryptocurrency coin that's going to make you 1,000,000% this year, people are going to go all in. That's just like something within the human condition where we want big returns with little effort and today.
We want to get rich quick.
Same with a six-pack. We want the six-pack abs in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We don't want six-pack abs with diet restrictions and 9 months of work.
And that is why I have a lot of compassion for helping people unlearn some of the messages. Because we all have the equivalent of, I want six-pack abs. But we also have something in life that we've spent time to get really good at. And we know that the secret is basically consistency. If I go ask someone who's an amazing cook, hey, I want to cook like you, how do I do it? What are they going to give me use cinnamon? No, they're going to say, get in the kitchen and cook every single day for 5 years, and you're going to learn about when to use salt, when to cook it for long. Fitness, you want to have someone who looks really good or feels really good about their body? They're going to give you some secret workout? No, they're going to say, I show up when I feel good. I show up when I don't.
Let's think about the people that might be listening now. So there's going to be someone that is they're a bus driver, or they are a social media manager, they are a cleaner, they're a teacher, they are a personal trainer. If your job was to make that person a millionaire in 20 years from now, whatever their age they are right now, and you were their financial advisor. In fact, you were controlling all of their personal, professional decisions. Talk me through what you would do with that individual at a very detailed level.
I would do a few things. Number one, that the most important things I would do would set up automatic investing, being aggressive about it. Two, they have to increase their income.
Okay, I'm going to be that person. I'm going to embody that person.
Okay.
Just describe. So increase my income. I'm a personal trainer.
Perfect.
Okay, so what should I do?
All right. You're a personal trainer. So first off, I would say, how much are you charging? How are you finding your clients? We talk about that. And let's say you're charging $100 an hour and you have clients. How long do they stay on average?
That's exactly what I'm
2 months. Perfect. Great.
They stay longer than 2 months.
How long do they stay? 3 months. Wow. Okay. You're very good. All right. So your average client is worth a few thousand bucks. Great. So you're making, let's say, $60,000, $70,000 a year. Okay. The first thing, after I understand all this information, I say, we're going to double how we can do it. The first answer everyone gives is, I got to find it. Okay, you should. You should ask your clients, hey, I've got a few slots available. Who would you recommend? So you should get more clients. Second, you're going to listen to your clients and you're going to say, what else are you looking for? I know you've got a fitness journey you're going on. They're going to tell you, I've got a 10-year lead. I want to plan for that. Another person's going to say, gosh, I know I should be eating healthier, but it's really hard for me. So you're thinking, here's what you do. You package up meal planning services. You can either do their macros for them and charge them a little bit extra. Let's say an extra $200 a week or $200 a month. You can also partner with a food delivery service and you coordinate with that company to feed over their macros. Right there, you've added thousands and thousands of dollars per year per client, as long as they stay with you. In addition to that, you can do group sessions. So you go, hey, I'm going to do a weekend session. I'd like for you to invite your friends. Invite them for free. And of course, of the people who come, let's say you get 15, 20 people to come, you do a free little session on Saturday. You go, I'm a trainer. I work in Soho. I have 3 open slots. That's how you find your clients. So you're doing 2 things. You're finding your clients. You're increasing your average lifetime value per person. Okay? That's 2 things. Now let's do one last thing. Let's increase the duration of the stay. They're sticking with you for 3 months. Give them a special offer to stay with you for 6 months. So when they sign up, they work out with you for a month. You say, look, it's $100 right now. If you stick with me for a 6-month plan, I will give you my sessions at $95. So that's 5%. 1, 2, 3. You can increase it. If we did the math, you may have doubled that. Sure.
A lot of that's about making sure you're getting a better return per hour you spend at work, but also making sure all of those hours are full. then doubling down and making sure each hour, because that's your currency when you're a personal trainer, you're trading in your time. I need to make the most from every hour I spend. I thought about something recently. I've been writing my new book, The Diary of a CEO, which I've written these 33 laws for building and becoming great, essentially. It goes across marketing and business and whatever. And one of the chapters that I investigate is this idea of making sure your skills are on the right market. So my company went public, and one of the things that I came to learn from sitting with investment bankers for many, many years was that if you put a company, the exact same company, let's just say it's, the company that make these silver mugs in front of me. If I take this company public on the London Stock Exchange, I might get, for example, 4 times revenue. If I take the exact same company and I list it on the New York Stock Exchange, it will be valued at 8 times revenue. It's the exact same company, exact same people, exact same business, just moving it to a different market. And upon leaving the social media marketing world when I was 27 years old, one of the first calls I got was from a biotech company ran by a billionaire friend of mine that was going public. And they brought me in. And on the first week, when we were discussing what they might pay me, I'm thinking, they can't really pay me in cash because I've got enough cash. I don't really need that. They can maybe give me some stock. Their offer to me for my skill set was $8 million, roughly $8 million in options that I would earn in 9 months from taking the company from where it was, building out the marketing team, handling the storytelling, and taking the company public, which we did at about 3.2 billion valuation. Their offer was $8 million in options. I reflect on that and go, I'd spent the previous 10 years using the same skill set to sell consumer goods like dresses and iPhones for Apple and Logitech and big fashion brands. I took the same skill set and applied it to a market and industry where it was rare. Biotech people know nothing about Reddit and Twitter and Facebook and social media. So my skill set was rare, scarce in that market, so it was incredibly valuable. And I think about this a lot with especially as this AI thing rolls in. I think people should be looking at their skill sets and going, where is my skill set as a writer going to yield the greatest returns? I could be a social media manager, I could be a blog writer, or I could add a little string to my bow and become a scientific writer, or like a writer in biotech, and you'll get paid. If you can add that little bit of knowledge to your writing skills, you'll get paid, I'm going to say 5 times, potentially 5 times more. And people don't think about the fact that they need to place their skill sets in the most lucrative market where it's scarce.
Yeah.
And just throwing that out there because it's really front of mind for me at the moment. Like
It's
personal
great.
training, like
Personal
you could be at a gym and
Yes.
you'll lose 75% of your income to the gym, or
You could do it virtually. You could specialize on just preparing people in the beginning of the year. It's like your best year. And every January, that is your focus. It can be celebrity clients. It can be uptown mid-career executives. That's a very lucrative. You choose carefully. I agree. That's a bit of an advanced concept. I think most people, they start off, they go, just how do I make more? I'm a trainer. I have free hours. But once you kind of master that, like for example, there's a trainer I know here who charges $175. That's very good. After you get that, you fill up your entire calendar. Okay, I'm making $305,000 a year. I want to make more. How do I do it? Now you need to get creative. Move to different markets. You add in package things that scale when you sleep. You have video courses, etc. There's so many different ways. But I think everyone would do well to listen to what we're saying, which is think about how to move up market or potentially to a totally different
where your skill set is really scarce. And that's the problem a lot of people have. Their skill set might be too abundant in the industry.
like social media managers.
Social media managers is one thing, but that's a slightly different skill set because there's a wealth of knowledge there that is unique to that. Knowing the algorithms, knowing the platforms, there's a real creative element to it. But I think about my friend Anthony. He was a graphic designer, the greatest graphic designer I ever knew in Manchester. He was designing nightclub flyers, and he's talked about this publicly before. For every nightclub flyer he designed, he got $50, the equivalent, $50 to $100, right? I had a conversation with him a couple of years ago about this. I said, you're really specifically good at like luxury design. He's got that really like beautiful, chic, simple, but elegant design style. I always go to him whenever I need design work like that. So I said to him, move to Dubai. and go there and help design luxury brands. And this guy did it. So he went from Manchester, where he was doing nightclub flyers, to moving to Dubai. And without revealing his financial position, what I can say is the same hour per piece of work is now yielding him tens and tens more in returns. You know, instead of getting $500, he's getting $50,000 for a project. And it's just moving his skill set, the same thing, designing on the same software to a different industry, which will appreciate and pay more for the same skill.
The lesson I take away from it, beyond his willingness to actually make a change, which is amazing, is that most of us do not think in terms of discontinuity. We think, okay, I have $100 a month. What if I had $120? Well, 20% is quite good. That's amazing. But what if I had $500 or 5,000? That's a discontinuous jump. And to get those kind of numbers, something big has to change. In business, moving markets, developing a new skill, partnering, all those things. But it's different. In investing, it's primarily time. And that's where we're not attuned to. We go, well, you know, I only have like a couple $100 a month to invest. That's nothing. It's only going to turn into a few thousand. No, you're not thinking about time, because the human mind is not made for compounding. So plug it into a calculator and you will be blown away. Same thing, buying a house. You're only thinking of how expensive your rent is, which granted, rents are very expensive, but you're not actually factoring in how much time and money it costs to pay taxes and maintenance and interest on your loan. You've got to get smart about running the numbers. And when you start to sit back, when you learn the basic language of money and you understand how you feel about money, whether it be I like stats, or I like luxury, or I don't really care about XYZ, when you understand your own feelings, suddenly you can almost look at the chessboard dispassionate, sit back and look. I see what's going on here. I even see how I am a player on the game of life when it comes to money. And then you start to say the most powerful question, what if? What if I earned more? What if I spent less? What if I decided I actually love traveling 2 months a year or buying a house because I can decorate it the way I want? And then you can start to look.
Someone comes to you and they say, what about crypto? I get that question a lot. What about crypto? Should I be investing in it? My friends told me about this new coin, and I'm thinking of putting a couple £1,000 into it. I get this all the time. Should I invest in that coin that my friend told me about?
So I get this question a lot. I got it a lot a few years ago. Let me tell you what happened. You know, people read the book. They know that I'm a fan of low-cost, long-term investing. And then all these crypto nuts grow up, and they grow up to be like 19 years old. And they go, oh, Ramit Sethi, such an old guy, such a Luddite. He doesn't understand investing. This is the new future. Fiat is dead. I go, I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, what is the rest of your portfolio? They go, portfolio, I put it all in on crypto. Okay. Second, do you think that it's normal to get 4,000% return per year when over about 100 years, the stock market has returned approximately 7%? They go, yeah, that's because fiat is dead, you idiot. It's going to be, we're going to the moon. I go, you're going bankrupt. And many of them did lose a tremendous amount of money. My view on crypto is if you have a well-diversified portfolio, and you want to have a little bit of fun with 1, 2, even 5% of your portfolio, go ahead. And that could be crypto, it could be an individual stock, it could be investing in your friend's bar in Brooklyn, it could be whatever you want. But you got to limit your risk. And what you find is that the type of people who tended to be attracted to crypto tended to be extremely risk-seeking. And in fact, they saw diversification and risk management as boring for old people. This game is a marathon. You want to live a rich life, you want to be living it for 60, 70 years. I'm not trying to get 10,000% returns and then blow up. And that's what happened to me.
I mean, part of the problem here is that when we do get our 10,000 returns, 10,000% return at the moment.
Yeah, we think it's going to be 10 million if we just.
But we also do 10 of them.
Oh, of course, you never hear anyone saying. Let me tell you something. Thank you for saying that. I went on Twitter because I mess around with these crypto bets. I go, hey, where'd all the crypto bros go? Everyone seems to have disappeared in 2023. Where'd you guys go? And there's just like crickets. Where in 2020 they were really coming out, guns blazing. I said, if you have lost a lot of money from crypto, send me an email. I want to share your story. I'll keep you anonymous. I have a lot of people who follow me on social media. I got less than 3 responses. We love to share our successes. We love it. We do it with crypto. We do it with buying a house and selling it for a profit. We do it with business. We do it with all that stuff. But you almost never hear anyone saying, oh my gosh, I bought this. I sold it for 1/5 the price. Oh, and by the way, because of the transaction fees associated, I actually lost 80%. 85%. You never hear that. It's deeply shameful for people to admit that they lost.
It's the opposite of status, isn't it? We're not wired to seek the opposite of status. We're not wired to voluntarily bring ourselves down in a time.
Exactly. We are safety seeking, we are status seeking. And so this is what happens with money. That's why I talk about prenups and why I talk about investing and mistakes and all of the above, is that I want to shine a light and show people if you are only seeing the top of the iceberg, all the successes, of course you feel like you're behind. Of course you feel like everyone knows something you don't. But it's complex. Some people make good decisions, some make poor decisions. We got to look at them all, and then we will understand what's right for us.
So my position in crypto is I believe in the underlying technology of the blockchain. And I've been a big Ethereum holder for a very, very long time. But it does represent less than 5% of my portfolio, although I am a very big holder in Ethereum. And I've held it for so long that although I'm at a point of profit right now, I'm well aware that I could go into a huge, into the red. Yeah. Irrespective of that, it is inconsequential to any decisions on my financial portfolio at large. And B, because of that, I have such a long-term time horizon that I could hold it for 30, 40 years, and I've never flinched. I don't check the price. Sometimes I just check my password works, but I'm not in. I've never traded. I have no interest in that. Ramit's 10 money rules. I just want to go through these 10 money rules because you mentioned prenups there, and I was quite curious that number 10 in these rules is marrying the right person. But let's start at number 1. Always have 1 year of emergency funds.
So for me, 1 year of emergency fund is conservative. It's more conservative than most. Lets me sleep at night, and I just keep the cash in a savings account. It's not under my pillow. Cash does not mean it's sitting under my bed. Please don't try to rob me. It's cash in a savings account, totally liquid, and that's what it's for. Emergencies.
Rule number 2, save 10%, invest 20% gross on your income.
This is all about the numbers that I shared and being more aggressive. I know that paying myself first now turns into way more later, so I invest in this.
Rule 3, pay cash for large expenses like engagement rings or big holidays or weddings.
This one is controversial because for the things that are important to me, I don't want price to be the motivation. So I'd rather save up. When I was in my 20s, before I ever met my wife, I knew one day I would get married. And because I'm Indian, I knew we would have a big wedding. And I wanted it to be amazing. So I started putting money aside every single month. I do the same thing for trips, house, etc.
Rule 4, never question spending money on books, appetizers, health, or donating to a friend's charity fundraiser.
Yeah. So the books and the appetizers are a little weird. I have something called Ramit's book buying rule, which means if you ever see a book that you're even remotely interested in, just buy it. Don't ask a question, don't equivocate, just get it. Because if you can learn one thing from that book, it can transform you. Appetizers. When I was a kid, we couldn't afford to. So we would eat out every 6 to 8 weeks. We had a coupon. We'd usually go to a pizza place. Getting appetizers was inconceivable. So now, when I eat out, to be able to see 1 or even 2 appetizers that look alike, it feels incredibly rich. And this is just an example. It sticks with us. It feels awesome.
Rule number 5, business class flights on flights over 4 hours.
Yes. Again, my money rules, not for anyone else. When I was in my early 20s, I would get on a flight and I would actually, in my head, scoff as I was walking from the front of the plane to the back. Be like, why would anyone spend 4 times the money paying for a first class ticket? It makes no sense. We're all getting to the same place. Ha ha ha. I wish instead of disparaging, curious. And I wish I would have said, if somebody can afford to get those seats, why would they? I wonder what they're spending money on. Aren't we all getting to the same place? And if I had gone from disparagement to curiosity, from D to C, I would have understood that some people have their office paying for it. Some people do it for health because they want to get there. They want their back to feel good. They maybe need to go to a meeting. And some people just have enough money that they can do it. And when I started to become more curious about money, that opened up my eyes to be able to spend on certain things and spend extravagantly, but also to realize, wow, maybe I try this certain type of food once. Cool, I don't need to do it. So for me, my money rule, so that I don't have to decide every time I take a flight, boom, this is my guideline, it's done, it's written, never have to do it.
Rule 6, buy the best and keep it as long as possible.
Yes, I love this. I think we all intuitively have this idea of quality over quantity, but if you look in somebody's closet or you look at the things in their house, there may be some incongruity. So, for example, my car is 17 years old. It's a good car. For me, it was a fine car. I don't care. Rides. It's a 4-door Honda Accord. I told you. Very sensible, long-term, great. Buy the best, keep it for a long time. It's the same with clothes. Those things, I like them. And so I'll buy something that might seem very expensive, but good thing.
Rule 7, no limit on spending on health or education.
This one is important. I learned when I was in my 20s and I started training and learning from personal trainers and nutritionists that I really loved. And I also realized that I need great teachers. And so eventually I just realized I'm going to give myself unlimited space. Same for education. So I'm a teacher. I teach different programs. Of course, I'm a student as well. I want to learn from great teachers, from taking accounting classes here at Columbia to buying every conceivable book and digital program there is. I've given myself the freedom to do that. And all that came from, I had a scholarship. I had many scholarships that paid my way through college. And one of the scholarships set up a Stanford bookstore. So when I walked in there, I could get literally any book. It was like Willy Wonka mixed with it. For a guy like me to have unlimited books, it was like unbelievable. And when I graduated from college, I realized that. And then I remember having this conversation with myself and saying, how much would it really cost to recapture that feeling of being anything? See a book on the bookshelf? It's really not. So over time,
Health I find really compelling because it's clearly the most important foundation of all of this. It's clearly the most lucrative investment any of us can make. Because everything we've described, the rich life, doesn't exist without that foundation. So it's all good investing in your Vanguard, but it doesn't matter at all if you're going to die.
Yeah. If you ask people what's important to you, they'll often give you the same answers. They'll say relationships, health, maybe travel.
Career.
Yeah. I go, okay, let's take a look at your spending. Show me where you spend on those things. It gets really quiet. Now, it's one thing to spend time on relationships, and we should, but we can also spend money to enrich those things. It might be surprising your niece at a showing of Michael Jackson, or it might be surprising your family by going home and visiting. There are lots of ways you can use money to enrich those experiences. Same for health. It could be what you buy at the grocery store. It could be training or gym membership. It could be whatever it is that's meaningful for you. But if we claim something's important to us, it sure better show up in our time and our spend.
Rule number 8, earn enough to work only with people you respect and like.
I decided long ago that I wanted to. So I earn enough money for that. And to me, who you surround yourself with matters profound. Ideas seep into your consciousness, values seep in. If I'm around people who, when I look at the calendar, when I have a meeting with them, I dread it, I already know it's.
Most of us have to work. Yeah, I say have to. I shouldn't use that word. But most of us spend most of our life, especially the early part of our lives, working on ourselves.
We work with people that we may not particularly choose ourselves. I think that's probably. So yes, I built a life where I could make that decision for myself. I'm the CEO of my business, but I think what is important there is the intention. It's like, even if I worked at a company, I would be deciding on which division I want to work in, which boss I want to transfer under, based on do I like or don't respect. That's it. The intention is there. Again, these are my rules, not anybody else's. But if this one strikes, then the way that I would interpret this is, wow, who in my life do I not like? Who do I not respect? Do I need to be around? Maybe it's not work. Maybe it's the friend that I hang out with socially on Saturdays. Again, we have a choice. Not on everything, but in the things we do have a choice. What a shame if we don't have a choice.
Rule number 9, prioritize time outside the spreadsheet.
Yeah. Too many nerds love a spreadsheet and they go, I gotta optimize cell B43. B43 never talked back to me. I go, all right, look, yes, you need to know your numbers. Yes, you should be automatically saving and investing, all that. Yes, do the conscious spending plan. But at a certain point, you won. The turkey is cooking. You won. You know your numbers. Turn the page. Get out of the spreadsheet. A rich life is lived outside of the spreadsheet. So on a personal level, that means I spend less than 1 hour. It all runs. It's a machine. It's a system. I speak to my wife. We talk once every couple of weeks about money. Besides that, do not spend time tweaking, because the rich life is lived having conversations like this, seeing friends, seeing my family. That's where I want to live, not tweaking things endlessly for no margin.
Number 10. Marry the right person.
Maybe the most important one of all. Marriage is the most consequential financial and relational decision we ever make. And people, they're a little weirded out by this word. They go, what does this have to do with money? I go, what do you mean? The partner you choose will affect where you live, what you spend on a day-to-day basis, what type of house you buy if you do, how often you travel, the values if you have children that you pass down to kids. Of course it's important. And so these are conversations that if you are starting to date, it's a great time. There's natural moments in the dating process or even the relationship process where you can bring up money. So it's like the first time you take a vacation, take a trip, you go, hey, just want to, this is on my mind. I'd love to just put it out on the table. Love that you invited me on this trip. I'm so excited to go. I'm just curious, how are you thinking about paying for the trip? Who in your mind pays for it? How would you see us splitting this? That's a great way to bring it up. You learn a lot about it. There are questions you can naturally answer. How were you raised with money? What do you remember your parents telling you? Here's what I remember about my parents. Genuine curiosity. It also tells you. And then there's a few other natural moments in a relationship where it just makes perfect sense to you. When you get engaged, when you get married, if and when you move in together pre or post marriage, if and when you have children, there are these natural moments where you get the gift of being able to talk about money.
Do people talk about money? Couples.
They talk about it when something goes wrong.
Outside of that, what sort of percentage of people, couples, do you talk about money?
Rarely. It's very low. I know. I speak to them all the time. I ask, when do you talk about money? They go, when we're fighting. Or when they talk about it, it's these grooves that have been created for them. Oh, every time she goes to Target, she spends too much. Ha ha ha. That's not that funny. Like, the running joke between you is that she spends too much at Target. Why not it be something different so that when you talk about money, it's a proactive you always start with compliment. I really appreciate that. When you travel, you always pick the best flights. I have total trust because you always get us there on time and you pick the flights that are so comfortable. And I just love it. That's a great way to reframe how we talk about money. But instead, we often simply do not talk about it proactively. We only talk about it when something is a problem.
Do you think a partner should know how much money they have?
When you're married, probably a little before that as well. Like, I'll tell you what happened with my wife. So in my book, in chapter 9, I talk about how to talk about money and when to talk about it. And first of all, there's a lot of personal finance experts that are like, you should talk about money on date 1. I'm like, have you guys ever been on a first date? Who's talking about their asset allocation on the first date? I'm like, get a life. So she had asked me, like years into our relationship, some 401k. So read this book, learn it. So I knew all about her money. We had talked about her finances. And then as we started getting more serious, one day she came to me and she said, I don't feel comfortable because you know everything about my finances. And that was a sobering moment because I realized I had violated my own rules in chapter 9 of talking about money early and proactively.
Why didn't she feel comfortable?
She didn't feel comfortable because she felt like I knew everything. And she didn't know anything about me. Being in the dark about your partner and their finances is very uncomfortable. We were planning to get married. So what does that mean? Does he have debt? Does he not? Does he have this much money or not? Does he expect me to pay the exact same amount for this apartment because I don't know if I can afford that? What does it mean for children? What does it mean for our elderly parents? All that stuff. This is what money means. Money is not just an amount in a spreadsheet. It's where do we live? Security. Who do we get to be? And, you know, security is a really good, that word haunts me because I realized to my horror that I had shared about my finances. So we had a series of conversations. And as we got engaged, we had more. We started talking about money a lot. And I mentioned to my now wife, I said, it's really important for me that by virtue of me running a business for so long, I've accumulated this business, these assets. I love you. It's important for me that we talk about freedom. And I was very, very scared. I had talked to a lot of friends. And I'm sharing this because prenups are another thing that always happen in the dark. And I don't want that. I want people to shine a light and to understand how these conversations happen because nobody talks about this. I'm going to talk about it. So I was nervous. And all the advice online is awful. It's like, have the conversation. I'm like, what conversation? What do I say? Or some people, they tell you to blame your lawyer. My lawyer insisted I have a prenup. I'm like, if I can't be honest to my soon-to-be wife, what kind of relationship do we have? So that's what I said to her. And she responded like, awesome. She was like, wow, I didn't expect that. I don't know much about prenups, but I'd be willing to learn more. I said, fantastic. So we start talking more about it. We both get lawyers, as you're both required to. It was going pretty well until it didn't. We started really dissing. And we were just like fighting. And she finally said, we should go see somebody because this conversation is important. And I totally agreed with her. So we literally went on Yelp and we searched therapist near us and we found one right there. And we sit down and this therapist was great. She asked us, what does money mean? She asked me first. So obvious. Money means growth. Like I could literally see the compound interest charts in front of my eyes. I know about the rule of 72 and expense ratios. Growth, of course. She has the same question. My wife says, safety. That's like somebody saying, metal. Money means metal to me. Huh? And it was that we realized. We saw money completely. It explained to me why my wife wanted more money in just sitting in a checking account. When I go, but that checking account is losing potential interest. Why would we lower our yield? Blah, blah, blah. We're looking at it from two totally different places. So that single question was very helpful in reframing the conversation. It didn't change everything overnight. We still had a lot of conversations we had to have. And even once we got married, we still have conversations. Now they're different. They're about spending and investing and prioritizing. But it was a new way for us to look at the world.
Where did the lens come from?
Childhood, like most of us. Same for me. In fact, every time I talk to couples who are now in the seat that I was in, I ask them, what do you remember about growing up? And they always tell me similar things. My parents never talked about money. That's very common. Or they said certain phrases like, we can't afford it, money doesn't grow on trees, we don't talk about money in this family, etc., etc., etc. Imagine you hear, we can't afford 100 times, 1,000, 10,000 times growing up. And you turn 25, 35, you start to make decent money. But every time you go to buy something, you feel guilty, you feel anxious, you feel, I should be saving this money. And you can't figure out why, because on paper, you make more money. If you came to me on my podcast, we would trace it back, and you might realize it is something as simple and vivid as sitting around the dinner table, hearing mom or dad say, we can't. Our childhood sticks with us. We can change, but it's so important for us to stick to it.
If I approach my partner and I say, I want to get a prenup, and they say, what? You don't trust me? And they say, no.
What do you do? Is that the question? Well, I would say, first of all, I wouldn't start off like that. I think that is one of the most important conversations you're ever going to have. And the subsequent conversations. So take it seriously. You show up and you explain.
I explain it perfectly.
Okay. And they say, no.
They say, you don't trust me.
Okay, that's a contingency you might have to plan for. So you might say, okay, tell me what's going through your head. I want to understand. This is a conversation. It's not a dictate.
Do you know that?
I would have a lot more conversations. I can't say yes or no because you can't judge someone based on their reaction in a situation they. How am I going to react if I got in a car accident and I start crying? Can you judge me my entire life based on that? No. But let's say that we extend it and you and I are in a relationship and I ask you, it's important for me, but don't you this and that. And you trust me, if you are unwilling to even discuss it, if you're unwilling to talk to friends, to talk to lawyers, to talk to people you can find on your own or I can introduce you to, then I think we have a bigger disagreement. And you know, the way that most of us think about prenups is usually some rich asshole telling someone who has way less money, like, sign this paper or it's over. And again, that's prenup, which I learned is all about if the marriage ends, what you had before or any agreed upon assets stay with them. So if you have a business and your partner and you get married, there's no prenup, and for whatever reason, God forbid, you separate, suddenly that business might be at risk. The portfolio that you accumulated before you ever met your partner might go to them. And that, when you explain it that way, most people go, oh, that doesn't really seem fair. But the money that you accumulate together as married partners, yeah, there definitely should be an agreed upon, that money needs to be split, etc. And no person, especially the partner who earns less, should be left out.
Do you notice any differences when you speak to these couples in the podcast in gender differences as it relates to people's relationship with money? So I read a lot of stuff about men being more prone to gambling addiction, gambling generally.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of differences. I think gender is one of the axes that people differentiate on. I see typically more aggressive investing from men. I typically, if I see a gender difference in investing differences, it would be much more conservative with women. I might see words like safety and security used more commonly by women. But I think there are also other axes. Socioeconomic class is a huge one we talk about. And that's something that's very under the covers, particularly in America. But we talk about it point blank. If somebody tells me I've been poor before and I can be poor again, it doesn't bother me. I can tell you how they were raised. I can tell you probably some geographical. If they tell me my parents said be seen and not heard, that tells me a lot. So there are different axes that you see.
This is the best product that Huel have released in recent times. Many of you will think of alternatives to this, but I've tried those alternatives, and none of them are as tasty as Huel's daily greens. It was out of stock because of the demand. It's now back in stock for everybody in the USA. Right now, it's not available in the UK, but when you get a chance, just try it. That's all I'm going to say. Just try it. And I think once you try it, you'll understand why this is such an essential part of my life right now, and will probably become an essential part of yours. I'm someone that understands, probably from doing this podcast, the importance of having greens in my diet. But do I achieve that every week in the chaos of my life? Do I achieve that? Sometimes the answer is no. With Huel's Daily Greens, the probability of me achieving that is now almost 100% because of its convenience and because of the ease of preparing this. 1 scoop, 10-second shake, and you're ready to go. Over the last few years, I've realised that my first foundation is my health, something you've heard me talk about a lot. Nothing matters more than my first foundation. So that is why I'm so excited to be involved with a company like Whoop, who are leading the charge when it comes to bettering your health. All my friends have received free Whoops from me because once you've tried Whoop, I think it's like lights turning on to your health. That's the only way I can describe it. My sleep, my performance, my recovery, my stress, it's like someone turned a light on. I'm sure you guys know, but for those that don't know what Whoop is, it's a wearable health and fitness coach that provides you with the feedback and actionable insights into your sleep, recovery, training, stress, and overall health. And I've become entirely, utterly obsessed with it. If you know me well enough, you know how obsessed I am with the smallest details. I think those small things compounded together produce the biggest gains in our life. And that is exactly what Whoop does in my health and fitness every single day. Being able to see my 1% gains on Whoop has had a profound impact on my health journey. I highly recommend you try it. All you have to do is search join.whoop.com/CEO to get a 3 months Whoop membership on me. And if you do, send me a DM and let me know how you get on. I'd love to know. When you look at really successful rich people that are living their rich life, that might be billionaires, millionaires, or just living their rich life, what are the unobvious things, the character traits, the philosophies towards life that you see? Whether it's, I don't know, confidence, whatever that means, whether it's patience, what are those like character traits?
They're really good at multiple things. When I was at Stanford, my first year, there was a Nobel laureate professor, and the professor next to him was making a joke, but it wasn't really a joke. He said, you'll hear stories about a person being an amazing chemistry professor, but they're just a disaster at home, etc. But not him. He's a Nobel laureate. He was in chemistry. He's at the top of his field in chemistry. And by the way, he's published papers in music, and he's an accomplished flyer. That was the first time that I had been exposed to the idea that you can be absolutely amazing in multiple domains. Because it's a comforting story we tell us that, oh, this person's really good at this, but they're probably a disaster. What I find is that the people who are really good at something, they're actually good at it. They take those skills and they transfer them. They show up on time. They prepare even though they didn't need to. Look at all the preparation. That's good. You didn't need to, but you did. And they're probably good, socially skilled. There's a lot of things they know. So for me, that is inspiration because it means that I have a lot.
At that point then, on the other side, people that you would bet on, give me 3 character traits of people that you would bet on never living their rich life in terms of character traits.
Number one, they're surrounded by people who keep them down. So that would be phrases like, why do you need to do that? That's weird. Don't get too big for your britches. Number 2, impulsive. They make decisions based on what's in front of them versus stepping back and looking at the entire chessboard and having a long-term perspective. And if I were to ask them, tell me 2 things in your life that you do with a long-term perspective, you would probably struggle to answer that. Whereas a long-term thinker would be like, oh my God, it's 4 hours. Investing, parenting, travel, what I wear on my feet, and all that. And 3, no personal vision of investing. So if I ask them, what is your rich life? They go, I want to do what I want. Yeah, what? I want, I want the house and I want the car. And I go, okay, what type of car? Like a Ferrari. Oh, okay, like how come a Ferrari? Oh, it's just cool, like a red Ferrari. Like no personal connection to it. If they were to say, I want a Ferrari because my uncle once had a Ferrari and I saw the race in Italy and blah, blah, blah. But if it's just things, objects,
driving without sight. Super interesting. I should have this conversation with this. I'd certainly be in a much different position now. I think about if I'd been even more savvy with my money and had it compounding sooner in my life would be a lot different. Actually, I wonder, and that's why there was such a pause there, whether it be happy. Because I don't even know.
Well, your story brought you here.
Yeah.
What you did. And look, I wish I had started squatting when I was 14 years old. I didn't know what a squat was. And so we play the cards we're dealt with, and then we make the best. And I never want anyone to feel like it's too late. There's always something you can do. Honestly, your life has turned out obviously very fantastic. But I love that you grapple with these questions just like anyone. We all wonder, is it too late? What if I'd started 5 years ago? Of course, we can't do it.
We have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest. And the question that's been left for you, without knowing who's leaving it for, is, okay, what is other people's biggest misconception view?
I think the biggest misconception is that I have a very specific way of telling you what your rich life is. But that's not true. That comes across because people will often interpret what I say that I'm telling you, don't buy a house. Not true. I'm going to buy a house one day myself. What I crave is encouraging someone to build their rich life with intention. Don't do it like me. My rich life is mine. Your rich life is never going to look like that. Nor should it. The misconceptions that I'm telling you, follow this exact formula and you will be rich. No, follow this formula and you will have a lot of money. But building a rich life takes more creativity. Only you.
Do you see that as a piece of work that we all need to do? Like the kind of the exercise that you ran me through there. Do you think that everybody needs to do that initial piece of work to really sketch out?
Of course. Otherwise, what are we working for? You're saving money blindly. That's what the whole journal is about. You've got to know down to the intimate detail. What is my perfect salary? What do I not want to do? I guarantee you, when I ask people what their perfect week looks like, 0% say, I want to spend 3 hours doing it. I go, great. Can we use money to solve that problem? Easy. Luggage in the airport. Can we use money to solve that problem? Done. We never have to think about it again. So we've got to design our rich life. It doesn't just happen to us. Nobody trips and falls and lives a rich life. It is intentional and it is ongoing work. And in my opinion, is one of the most important pieces of work.
And that's, you're right, exactly what this journal does. I will teach you to be rich journal. And throughout this journal, you kind of hold people's hand through those exercises, but
do it solo or you do it with a partner and you get to dream. Most of us feel so nervous and rigid and scarce about money. Feel ashamed. This has almost no numbers. It's all about what is your rich life. And if anything, you finish this and you dream bigger, not smaller.
When I look at this journal as I go through it, there's a real emphasis here on just heightening people's, telling the lights on in terms of what money is, but really heightening their self-awareness about their relationship with money as well. Which seems to be the foundation of getting good at money. And your other book, I Will Teach You to Be Rich, which is the second edition of this book. The first one came out, I believe, in 2009, just after the financial crisis. This one came out in 2019, so this is an updated version of the book. I mean, millions and millions of people have bought this book.
The nuts and bolts of money. If you don't know how to get started investing, if you have debt and you're not sure what to do, if you even have questions about should I buy whole life insurance? The answer is no. Should I
buy it or lease a car, it's on. No guilt, no excuses, no BS. Just a 6-week program that works. You're referred to as the new finance guru. And I think, we do need new finance gurus because there's not enough financial literacy from the very start of our lives. As you saw from my story where my relationship with money was catastrophic. And I'm very aware that I could be in a much different position because of those early mistakes I made and mishaps and my early relationship with money. So people do need to start getting educated with their money because, as I said at the start of this conversation, it is about living a rich life, and that is a subjective thing. For me, it was having the freedom of choice broadly across every facet of my life about where I spend my time and who I spend it with. But it is the foundation of that freedom of choice, and that's what your book and your work does so brilliantly and articulately. It gives us the path to freedom of choice. We get to choose what our rich life looks like. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being an inspiration and being a loud voice in the conversation on money. I know so many of the people listening to this podcast are completely in the dark about money. And so having these kind of conversations and having a practical roadmap to how we can improve our relationships so we can unlock the future we want is incredibly important now. I'm sure it will remain incredibly important in the future because there's going to be a lot of influencers like Instagram and TikTok that are trying to tell us a story about money and aspirations and what we should be aiming at that are unhelpful and counterintuitive to our happiness. So thank you, Remy. Thanks for having me.
Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Data Analytics Full Course by IntelliPack. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about data analytics from basics to advanced level. But before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now, let's see the agenda. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Data Analysis. In that, we will be explaining you what is data analysis, why do we require that, and types of data analysis. Once we finish that, we will explain you about the life cycle of data analysis. Then later on, we will tell you how to become data analyst, what are the skills required, job and career prospects of data analyst. Post that, we will learn about pandas and data analysis using pandas. Then later on, we will learn about exploratory data analysis and also NumPy. Then later on, we will be doing a very quick hands-on demo on how to create NumPy array. After that, we will be seeing the difference between a data analyst and data scientist. Then finally, we will be covering data analyst interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
You've all heard this term somewhere. It pretty much rings a bell that every time you think about it, right? So analytics with respect to data. Well, what are we trying to analyze is what we need to know here, right? So the formal definition of how it goes is basically extracting meaningful information from raw data. It's as simple as that. So we have data, right? So consider anything to be data. If that is not useful to you at that point, it is considered as data. But then if you perform some operation on this data and make sure that it is useful for your organization, this is when the data becomes information. And this information is what is usable for you, right? So the process of pretty much converting raw data into information by performing certain analysis on it can be termed as data analytics, guys. I mean, this is just a very rough definition of what goes in the industry. To give you a better insight of what that means, basically, it is the pursuit of extracting meaning from raw data using specialized computer systems, guys. And then these systems, they transform, they organize, and they model the data. End of it is to basically draw the conclusions from all of the data. So you'll have, again, as I've mentioned with the raw example, our goal here is to basically draw conclusions, to identify patterns, to make use of this raw information in a better way. I mean, sure, data can just be used in its raw form, but then not with every case. And to give you an example, so think of your data, probably you understand. So let's say you're looking at a huge data set which contains thousands of values. Those are just numbers, right? So having these numbers, sure, as a data analyst, you will understand what you're doing. But then let's say you need to explain it to a person who doesn't know what data analytics is, or you need to explain it to someone, probably your peer or someone above you as well. Let's say you have a business meeting where you have to explain this. Giving the numbers will not really be that great, right? It will not make a very good presentation. So converting all of these numerical data, making it into graphs, making it in a way where everyone understands the data, and showing out graphically whatever insights that you can generate from the data, that can be considered as data analytics as well. Again, today basically the field of data analytics is ever so growing rapidly. And why is it growing so rapidly? Well, because the market demand for it is that much. So we have pretty much every startup companies these days have a requirement for big data as well. So big data, to dumb down the definition, it pretty much means a huge amount of data that cannot be handled by just one machine. If you're stretching out your data across multiple nodes, you have data coming in from various sources. Then you need a method to handle all of this big data that's coming in, to process the data and then to perform analysis on it case. So this has been in demand in the market for a while, and for the last couple of years, data analytics has been in the boom, and then it's providing a very straight answer to all of the questions being raised about how all these can be handled. And of course, we're going to need the people who have the skills which is needed, and the skills which are needed to manipulate all the data queries, to translate all these numbers into graphs, and to make insightful analysis on it, right? So that's what is the main key role of a data analytic person. What is the need for data analytics if you have to break it down into 3 steps, guys? So again, we already know that it is on the rise, right? So I can pretty much go about to step out into the open and then tell you that it is not soon that it will be an integral part of an organization. It's already an integral part of every organization there is, guys. So the first important need is, again, we already know that it is a top priority for all of these organizations, ranging from the small organizations all the way to the big guys. And then this is needed to make very good decision making. Well, with respect to you being confused to, let's say, take a decision for you, then looking at this analytics will make your decision making skills and decision taking skills a little bit easier, and it will be more validable as well. And it will be more validated as well, guys. And the second thing is to we require new revenue, right? So let's say you have the data which pretty much only a couple of people can make sense of understand. Let's say your market is very niche. In that case, sure, you'll be still making revenue, still be making money on it. But then at the end of the day, if you have to reach out to a broader audience, you need to make sure your data is understood by this broader audience, right? So that forms the second very important need for data analytics, guys. And the third one is to obviously decrease these operation costs for every organization. So this can be a very demanding task if you have to convert raw data into information, process the data, and make out very good visualizations out of it as well. But then if you have the workforce for it, then sure, you can do it. But if not, again, since it's probably a manual task, and until a couple of years ago, it surely was a manual task. And these days, you can implement machine learning and data analytics to pretty much automate itself and make your job easier as well. It speeds up your work. It keeps you very efficient in such a way where your data is being visualized, processed very effectively. So again, time is money when it comes to big organizations, right? So on that note, pretty much it helps decrease all of the operational costs with respect to, either waiting in the data pipeline, or waiting to process, waiting to publish, waiting to do some analytics, waiting for visualization. All of these waits, you need not consider them anymore because they will pretty much be reduced to nowadays. So on that note, you might be wondering, who are data analysts? So data analysts are the people who sit at the end of the chain. I'll just explain the chain in the next slide. So these guys form a very good workforce for the company, where they basically, deliver the values by taking in all the data that data scientist might give it to them, a data engineer might give it to them. And then he uses, this person, data analyst, uses all of these to answer a couple of questions and then communicate all of the results back. And all these results that he just gives back is basically used to take very good business decisions, guys. It might include analytics of past trends. It may be prediction of what the future looks like, and so much more. And then the common tasks done by data analysts are data cleaning, performing analytics, and then creating visualizations. Well, data cleaning to come about it is basically simple, guys. So again, data is raw information, right? To make sense out of it, to pick out information that we only require, and to make sure that again efficiency is the game here. If you're pretty much processing data that we pretty much will not require, then it's just a waste of time and resource. So cleaning the data, making sure that your data is just perfect enough for processing, that's a very important first step there. So this is the spearhead of a data analyst's role. And then the second one is obviously as soon as your data is clean, you need to perform some very good analytics on it and create very good visualizations, guys. So these four designations you see on the screen right now is basically the designations a data analyst is also known by. So the first is the business analyst. So data analyst is also a business analyst. He or she can be an operations analyst, a business intelligence analyst, and a database analyst as well, guys. So coming to the task that they pretty much do, the first important task that we already spoke about was cleaning and organizing raw unstructured data. So this is again a very overlooked concept in today's world, unless you get your hands dirty with the data itself. Uh, when you start to go about doing that, you will realize that cleaning and organizing the raw data is extremely important, because at the end of it, your data might be unstructured, your data might be semi-structured, or it might be a structured data. This will not matter if the data you're processing is of no use at the end, guys. So cleaning and organizing raw data is very important. And the second thing is the analysis of all of the hidden trends found in the data. So making sense of something, again, maybe predictions in the future, or looking at past trends, generating this sort of an information which you cannot figure out upfront just by looking at the data. This is pretty much the umbrella under which the hidden trends function of a data analyst's work. So you'll be looking at a data, you'll find something very interesting. So let's say you find a trend in your data where pretty much you can access a new side of the market with respect to your sales in the next 5 years, 10 years. And then you were not told this, but then your data was telling you this. So you making sense of the data in which this trend was found, which was not upfront, then this is again a very important skill of a data analyst as well. And the third important thing is pretty much the big picture view using descriptive statistics. At the end of it, sure, we know what the past trends of the company are, we know how the company is going on now. But then if you need to just summarize all of this and say even add some predictions for the next 5-10 years, getting this big picture view of what's happened, what's happening now, and what will happen in the future. Not just using very simple statistics, but using descriptive statistics where we'll be picking up each aspect of what's going on and then perform analytics on it and find out what's going on. If we are right at this place, if we are wrong at this place, how can this be improved? How can this concept be checked? How can we reach the clients better, and so much more. So getting this big picture view is again a very important task a data analyst goes about doing, guys. And the fourth one is probably the most important thing a data analyst does, is pretty much the creation of dashboards and visualizations, guys. So as I already told you in the introduction part of the video, where we're starting out with raw information, again, a lot of numbers. But if you have to show these numbers at a business meeting, yeah, I mean, numbers are numbers. Some people like them, but a majority of the people who they might not understand the numbers. So making these numbers as your input, creating very good visualizations, giving them a user interface, and giving your customers, your peers, your superiors, your business meeting members, giving them a very good user experience with all of this data. Again, at the end of it will add up to very good business methodologies, and then it will help you take better business driven decisions again. And again, the same goes for presentations of results to your clients and your internals as well, guys. So coming to the chain of how the data moves around in a firm, I have three important things that I just want to walk you through, guys, in a quick gist. So first person who's the spearhead of the data for an organization. By spearhead, I mean he's the first one who look at the data, or he'll be responsible for bringing in all of the data from various sources, guys. So data coming in from the various sources, right? So think about all the data you can get from Twitter. If you're performing in sentiment analysis, think of all the data that can come from all of the big data sources You can have data coming from your various nodes from Hadoop, so much more. You can have your data coming from your own network, away from your network, and so much more, guys. The data engineer is a spearhead who handles bringing in the data and making it understandable by the organization, guys. And then as soon as the data engineer finishes his part with the data moves on to the data scientist. The data scientist, he's responsible for working on all of these raw data, converting it into valid information. But then we already told this for the data analyst as well. Well, the data scientist pretty much uses machine learning algorithms, uses deep learning, he uses, let's say, binary classifications, naive bias. He makes use of so many concepts here that a data analyst might not know. And he uses a lot of machine learning and deep learning, as I've already mentioned, to convert this raw data into valid information. And 99% of the time, the information which is being converted into are numbers, guys. So after the data scientist pretty much goes about doing his magic onto the data, and then we have the data analyst who steps in. This person, again, as we've already been mentioning, he is responsible for the prediction of what happens in the future, that is finding out trends, and then the presentation of all these informations to your peers, to your clients, to your superiors, and so much more. This is the basic gist of how data moves around. So the data is first seen by the data engineer. He does his job. Comes to the data scientist. The data scientist works his magic via all these fancy algorithms and whatnot, and then pushes the data to the data analyst. The data analyst performs predictions, sees trends, visualizes the data, makes it presentable for everyone to understand, and then eventually goes about analyzing the data. So on that note, we can come check out the type of data analytics that can be done in today's business, guys. There are a couple of types of data analytics, and I'll be walking you through this here. So the first type of data analytics you can go about doing is the descriptive analytics. With respect to descriptive analytics, again, the quick one phrase answer to what descriptive analytics is basically picking out data from a source or summarizing your data, making sure your data can be understood by everyone, that is picking out very good insights from your data, from all the past events, doing some predictive analytics on that as well, and then keeping it ready. So your data is descriptive at the end of the day. And a question which goes by to understand the descriptive analytics is what happened in my business? So the answer to this question, what happened in my business, is given to by the descriptive analytics, guys. So most of the time, the data which is generated by descriptive analytics is very comprehensive, it is extremely accurate, and the visualizations are very effective as well. So here's a very simple scenario that you guys can consider. So consider a scenario, where an e-learning website decides to focus on a trending course according to the analytics of the search volume of the course content, which pretty much the users go on searching, all of the revenue generated by the course in the past few months as well. So there are certain technologies. Again, we live in a world full of trends, right? So let's say data science is in the boom right now. So pretty much any e-learning company or any company for that matter, they're going to find these trends. They're going to know that, hey, data science is sitting in the top tier and we need to do something about it. If they have students in data science, and most of these companies are aimed at making the students' life better. So even as a firm here in IntelliPath, that's exactly what we do as well. We get this amazing insight from all of our learners for any particular course, and we use all of those insights, all of the feedback that we get, and what's trending in the market, what's latest in the market, and we use all of these to perform analytics, and then pretty much all of these helps us to put out a better course as well, guys. So at the end of it, you can already see how the descriptive analysis is already helping our business, right? And then the next type of data analytics we can check out is the diagnostic analytics, guys. So we already checked out what is happening to my business with respect to descriptive analytics. With respect to diagnostic analytics, we will check out why this particular thing is happening to my business, guys. To simplify it again, it basically gives you the ability to drill down to the root cause of why something is behaving just like how it should, guys. So drilling down the data to identify certain set of problems which are present in your data or in the trends that the data shows is a very vital part of diagnostic analytics, guys. And then it basically helps in answering the question for us about why the issues occurred, So it just takes one look towards the data, towards the analytic result of the data to understand what the cause behind a problem, if one should exist, is. So again, to give you a very simple scenario of how diagnostic analytics work, Let's say consider a company where the sales went down for a month. So let's say they were doing as good as the previous months. So to diagnose this particular problem, you will, let's say, consider the situation where the number of employees were quitting their job and they weren't bringing in a lot of sales. So this could pretty much, this number of people quitting the company could directly impact the sales that they brought into the company. So sales went down this month because they did not have the company, they did not have the sales. So finding out why this is happening and hunting for that root cause, which is basically a treasure hunt with your data, where you go on finding something and taking insights from your data. Finding out that why part of it is extremely important when you're finding out what's happening to the data and why it's behaving this way. Guys. So this again is a very vital part of diagnostic analytics. And coming to the third type of data analytics, it is predictive data analytics. Guys. And as the name suggests, the quick question you'll be asking is what will happen in the future based on the past trends. Guys. So finding out, hunting out, historical patterns that are being used to basically predict all these specific outcomes using, let's say, machine learning algorithms, using deep learning, using so many more concepts to predict something in the future based on the data we have now is again a very important niche of data analytics. So predicting the future trends and the possibilities in the market based on the current trends is self-explanatory, and then it helps in optimizing all of the business plans for the future, because now your business has a direction to head to, right? So you're predicting certain aspects in the future and you know which path leads to better business strategies, right? And this will give you an edge over all of the other businesses. To give you a very nice example, think of the Netflix recommendation systems, guys. So this will basically use statistical modeling to analyze all the content that it's being watched by the audience across the world. So let's say there are a couple of TV shows which are very famous in India, but then there might be a couple of TV shows which is trending in the United States and let's say Australia, United Kingdom, so much more. Making sure that the right users in the right geographical area get to know the right recommendations are extremely important for Netflix as a business. So this again, predictive analytics will just do them good there, guys. Again, it will provide us with prediction of all of the upcoming content and the shows that must be watched by all the different class of audience as well. So let's say someone sitting in the United States is very interested in watching an Indian trending television series. So knowing Netflix, finding out that this person exists and to recommend an Indian TV show for this person sitting in the United States to watch. Again, this is another very good business opportunity for Netflix. And then if they go about nailing their recommendation system for everyone, it just makes them a better business model. And then it just makes a better user environment for the users to go about watching videos there, guys. So the next one, the next type of data analytics is prescriptive data. So as soon as we think of a prescription again, we think of a doctor, we think of something, a medical appointment or something. Here it's again something similar. The question which will be asked here is what should be done? So applying advanced analytical algorithms to ensure that you make very good recommendations, you make sure you're punching out very good strategies that help the business, and so much more is a very vital part of prescriptive analytics, guys. So it basically involves breaking down all of this complex information into a very simple set of steps. And these steps are like the prescription we handed out when we visit the doctor, right? And these are the prescriptions which are precautious as well, let's say. They're the precautions basically used to remove any of the future problems that might occur, and it will also help in performing predictive analysis. This will basically help to predict outcome, and eventually that will help us optimizing business as well, guys. So this again demands the use of artificial intelligence and big data, and then the data analyst person will always be in touch with the data engineer as well and the data scientist as well, because he's going to need all the help he can get with respect to artificial intelligence from the data scientist and help with respect to big data from the data engineer as well. So all these three guys working in correlation make up a business, and I've already told you that. So again, to give you a common scenario of how this would happen, consider the prescriptive data analytics that Google Map goes about doing, right? So every day we are commuting from our office to our homes, or let's say we're going on a vacation and then we need to get out of the city as quick as possible. So Google Maps has a wonderful API where they map out the best possible route considering live traffic conditions, weather conditions, road closures, and so much more. It considers your distance, traffic constraints, and again, as I already told you, it even considers if it's raining, if you're walking, or what's the best route that you can take to walk, what's the best route to take if you're in a car. And now they've come up with the bike route as well. So if you're in a moped or a bike, you can take a different route compared to the person who'd commute with the car, and so much more. So knowing this kind of a prediction into the future and giving you the sort of a prescription to ensure you don't run into any problems along the way is a very important part of prescriptive data analytics, guys. So on that note, let's quickly check out what the life cycle of data analytics is like. So the data analytics lifestyle, it basically defines the analytics process and all of the best practices, which goes on from the discovery of the data or the project till the completion of this project, guys. So there are a couple of steps involved in this life cycle process. And the first one is business understanding. At the end of it, again, understanding the purpose and all of the requirements that come from your business and understanding it from the business viewpoint is very important and vital for the functioning of the business. Right? This also consists of a very good interactive plan. It consists of a decision plan. It consists of a formal to-do list, let's say, for the business to go on to achieving the target. So the first important thing about the life cycle is the understanding of what's going on around you. And the second one is the data understanding, guys. With respect to data understanding, again, this mainly involves the process where we're collecting the data and we're processing the data in a way which leads to analytics. And then after the analysis of the data is done, we need to pick up some insights that we can, go about using from the data. So extracting all of these meaningful insights from the data, again, is a very vital step in the life cycle of data analytics through data understanding, guys. The third part of it is data preparation. So data preparation is the, let's say, converting the data from an unstructured form to a structured form. And this involves constructing, let's say, a data set as well. And then this data set will be provided and fed into a model. And then this model will be used by a machine learning algorithm to train, to understand, to see what's going on, to perform predictions. And then it will be given to the data analyst to be visualized using Tableau or any other business intelligence tools and so much more. So data preparation, again, is a very important phase where the data is actually being transformed, and even in the states, the cleansing of the data is pretty much performed as well. And then comes modeling. This step is very important because it involves the selection of various modeling techniques, applying all of these modeling techniques, making sure the parameters are right, and all the readings here are right to ensure that your data being converted into the information, raw data being converted into the information is of the optimal, let's say, it's of the optimal tolerance that can be used for your business usage. And then as soon as your modeling part of it is done, as soon as the techniques are applied and all the parameters are marked, then comes evaluation. So evaluation is a very important phase where, again, the model which is being built, it will be built very rigorously, tested very rigorously based on what you've built in the initial stages, based on what you've built in the initial stages. And then so many tests will be performed on this data as well. So evaluating something that you've generated, performing various tests on it is extremely important. Most of the time this is overlooked, but then these days everyone knows the value of evaluating your data, guys. So this again involves reviewing all of the steps that are again needed to carry out to construct this particular model and to perform tests on it is very important. And with evaluation, that's exactly what we do, guys. So the next life cycle concept I want to tell you guys is deployment. Deployment is the last step in the data analytics life cycle, because deploying is when you're sending out your model into the world for, let's say, by the world I mean, let's say, for your team, for your peers, or let's say even for your client and customers as well. So making the data go from just you seeing it all the way to spreading the data and spreading the data to your clients, to your peers, or anyone else. If you can perform more tests on these as well. So after deployment, you can have after deployment tests. If something is wrong, again, you can go back to modeling, perform more evaluation, perform more deployment as well. So the thing you need to know here is that deployment pretty much goes about to be the final phase of the data analytics lifestyle, guys. And on that note, we can check out very quickly what are the roles of analytics in various industries around us, guys. Again, data analytics has an amazing insight and impact when it comes to the telecom industry because, again, if you've been observing, all the prices of, or let's say, the calls, the messages, or the internet packs these days have been coming down and down. And there was a time when they were being exorbitantly high as well. So again, the telecom industry realized that if you keep the price very high to make more profits, and eventually your customers will not come, they will not buy internet packs. So to keep this in mind, probably they decided, let's say we're having a bad impact right now, so let's drop down our prices to see if it works. And it is, I guess. And this has helped the telecom industry in bringing better business. And for us as users, it has helped us just make it a bit economical and efficient on our side with respect to money as well. And then the retail banking industry, data analytics has a huge impact on the retail banking industry as well to know what their customer wants. Because again, with telecom industry as well, they have a huge amount of customers to play with, right? So they need to understand the view of each customer, the requirement of each customers, and then to find out if all of the customers are actually in the common chain of what's being supplied by the bank, or if the customers are against something that's being sent by the bank. So that again is a very important thing that you need to check for as well. And then with respect to the e-commerce industry as well, to perform again some analytics in the e-commerce industry, might be ad recommendations, or there are very big sales which are run by some of the big names in the industry such as Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, and so much more. So these guys will have to perform extremely heavy analytics on the data that they see based on the products that they sell and based on the places, based on the city in which the product sells, or if the people are unhappy with the price. Again, performing analytics has just changed the e-commerce industry, if you may, guys. And last most important industry where data analytics has touched is the healthcare industry. This has had the most impact with respect to analytics in the healthcare industry with respect to so many things. Mainly with respect to finding out what medication is required by what countries, what amount of medication is working for what population, and so much more, guys. I can probably talk about just the roles of analytics in these industries for days together, and we can still be going on and have a very good discussion of how important analytics has become these days. Again, with respect to insurance as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following method creates a new array object that looks at the same data? A. View. B. Copy. C. Paste. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What geographical location requires insurance, what the audience are, and so much more. So again, as I've said, we can go on talking about this, but then to keep it to the scope of the story, we can just quickly brief through each of these things. So with respect to the healthcare industry, this is the formal way of going about analytics. The first one is to again analyze all of these disease patterns, analyze all of the disease outbreak that pretty much goes on. We had a disease outbreak a couple of years back, which is Ebola, and so much more. We had H1N1 and so much more, right? To keep a track of all of these outbreaks, this basically again improves the surveillance with respect to health, and then this gives out good responses to the emergency sectors as well, guys. And then development of better targeted preventive techniques, obviously, and then the development of vaccines, making sure these vaccines again reach your customers, and all of these where you need to reach your customers, or let's say in this case the patients are very important. So identifying consumers again in this is the greatest risk of business. Identifying certain customers or patients who are of the greatest risk is again, because they might be developing some adverse health outcomes, and then developing welfare programs to keep a track of their health, to track their health on a daily basis, even a weekly basis, monthly basis, to perform analytics on all of the aspects and the parameters that you're tracking with respect to the patients. Again, that is a very important thing. And lastly, to ensure that they can reduce readmissions, because they might know what the cause of an adverse effect is. And if there are 10 patients with very similar symptoms, then you can perform analysis, and you can at least filter out and find out that all of these 10 patients might have this one common symptom associated with them, and this might be the cause. So mapping that for every patient is again very important. guys. So coming to the telecom industry again, telecom industry pretty much goes about using predictive analysis to gain all of the insights that they need to make better decisions, to make faster decisions, and to make more effective decisions. Again, as I was talking about the internet pack example, again, this was very key in that. And then by learning more and more about their customers daily and the preferences and the needs, these telecom companies can be more successful in this extremely highly competitive industry as well. It's good for them with respect to business, and it is good for us as customers by bringing down the prices again. So it is used for analytical customer relationship management. It is used for fraud reduction. It is used for bad debt reduction. It is used for price optimization, call center optimization, and so much more. So now that you're looking at data analytics in this way, you realize that data analytics eventually has a big play or has a big say when it comes to any of these business models, right? So again, coming to banking, as I've already mentioned, analytics is making banks become very smart day by day, guys. So it is managing all of the plethora of challenges that the bank faces, and then again, while pretty much going about doing some basic reporting all the way to descriptive analytics, and this is all a must for every single bank, right? Even performing, let's say, advanced prescriptive analytics or so much more, and all these are starting at this age. Banks have started to realize that this will again help you generate very good insights, and this will result in extremely good business impact, and it will help the banks as well. On that one, we need to check out how data analytics is helping in the banking industry. So it is used to acquire and retain customers. It is used to detect fraud, which is again extremely important with respect to banking. It is used to improve risk control, find new sources of growth for the bank, and to optimize all of the product and generate their portfolio models as well. So as soon as we check out the banking sector again with the e-commerce industry, right? So this is the market which is exploding for the last couple of years. I can say even the decade, right? eBay came up, Flipkart came up, Amazon is again taking over everything, Myntra, Nykaa. Guys, there are so many e-commerce portals today, and to make sure we perform very good analytics on these e-commerce industries is very vital. So how is data analytics used? Again, it is used to improve user experiences. It is used to enhance customer engagement, customize offers and promotions, maintain effective supply chain management, optimize pricing models, minimize the risk of frauds, provide them very good advertisements that pretty much help them pick up products, good recommendation systems where they'll pick up another product after the first product, right? And so much more. If you've just bought an iPhone again, you'll pretty much be recommended with a couple of cases that the people have bought as soon as they bought another iPhone. So you might be that person, you might like the case and you might pick it up. At the end of it, you have the case to protect if one, the business just created more money out of it. So again, the analytics, the role of analytics in e-commerce industry is extremely vital. Let's say the people in the e-commerce industry have known this for a while. So coming to the analytics in the insurance industry, again, here as well, guys, this is basically used to enhance your customer engagement, acquire new customers, retain the existing customers, make sure the customers don't leave, prevent the frauds, at the end of it, reduce the frauds, prioritize all the claims that need. You'll have medical insurance, you'll have again, health insurances, you'll have life insurance, you have so much more that you need to take. And all of these directly impact the user, right? So making sure you take the feedback from the user, work on it, and then create some analytics out of it is again very vital, guys. So on that note, we can quickly come to our case study, which I was talking about. And this case study is a very famous one. It's basically the house price case study. And here, all we'll be doing is predicting house prices. So we have a certain set of data which we will use to predict the prices of the houses. So basically, how can we predict the price of a house? There are so many things that you need to do. You'll be looking at the locality in which the house is present. You'll be looking at the amenities. You'll be looking at the number of bedrooms, the living space, the number of floors in your house, the number of cars that can fit in your garage, the size of the garage, the quality of the construction of the house, if it has a swimming pool or not, if it has a spa or not. I mean, so many things. If we have to list down this particular use case, then it will be extremely tough because each one of us has our own judgment of how we can validate a house. Because house is something that's very personal. Again, the materials of what was used to go to build the house, the style of the house which is built in, the number of if the house has an elevator, how convenient is the house for disabled people, guys, so much more. So basically, we'll be performing exploratory analysis on this, guys. So exploratory data analysis, again, is used to find a hidden trend in your data by performing analysis on it. And then at the end of it, the trends will be shown as numbers. But since we already know visualization, we're going to be pretty much using these numbers to visualize all of the data for us. And we'll be doing it step by step. So we'll be finding correlation between the data as well. So again, correlation is basically to check how one variable is linked and how the changing of one variable directly, changes the other variable as well. So how these two variables are pretty much hung up together. How changing one variable changes the other can be known using correlation as well, guys. So a couple of steps that pretty much is generally followed in the case of performing exploratory analysis. First, we'll be visualizing all of our data, finding the missing values, and we'll be looking for correlations, guys. And then after this is done, we'll be cleaning the data to check if any issues are fixed, or if we'll be checking out if the data that we have is pretty much being used fully or not. And then we go about building a model which is used to visualize our result. It will give us the diagnostic, it will give us the residual diagnostic, ROC curves, charts, graphs, tabs, tables, and so much more. Guys, I do not want to basically overwhelm you with the use case. So to keep this use case very simple, we'll just perform exploratory data analysis at this stage to find out correlations between the data. And as soon as we go about progressing with respect to our data set and work with, you will understand how beautiful data analytics is, guys. So let me quickly jump into Google Colab, which is basically a Jupyter notebook hosted on the Google Cloud. And here we can go about performing our data analytics on the use case that I just walked you through. So we're going to need a couple of files to run our use case. We'll actually need one file, which is our training data set file. Let me just quickly add the file to our Google Colab, and then we can go about proceeding, performing that analytics. So we'll just take a second to upload the file. Give me a second. We just actually need one file from out here, but then it doesn't harm to upload it and keep it in your runtime. But then you just take the message, right? So pretty much all of your files are recycled as soon as the runtime is pretty much changed. The first step for our use case is to load all of the necessary files in the libraries that we require. So the first, again, we'll be using pandas to handle all of our data. We'll be using seaborn and matplotlib to perform plotting operations on all of this data, to perform visualizations on all of these data. And the style that we'll be using is pretty much called as the BMH method. And with respect to the BMH, again, BMH is nothing but the Bayesian method for hackers. And this is a type of a graph visualization method, which gives us graphs which look nicer, and then it helps us to perform analysis better on linear data sets. So the second thing we'll be doing is, again, loading all of the necessary files. One of the important files we need is the training data set, which is this. And here you have the ID of the houses, you have the subclass of where the houses is present, you have the zone in which the house is present, what is the area of the frontage that you have, what is the area lot of your house, what is the street, what is the alley, again, lot shape, lot contour, what is the year the house was built in, what it was remodeled in, what is the size of the roof, again, so many conditions out here. What is the foundation made of? How is the quality of the basement, condition of the basement, the exposure to the basement, again, finishing type of the basement. Guys, just look at how expansive this data set is. This is, again, a data set which is extremely popular among us analysts, where we pretty much like to work on this because it consists of everything, and you can perform so much on the single data set and so much more, guys. So on that note, let's quickly find out the information of all the variables that are present. Again, since I was working with the housing as heating, how is the quality control of the heating? Does it have centralized air conditioning? How is the condition of the electricals? What is the square footing of the first floor, square footing of the second floor? What is the low quality finish? And how many square feet of bed do we have? What's the living space area? How many full bathrooms do we have? How many half bathrooms do we have? Kitchen quality, guys, this will go on, right? So all these data is what we need to check out. Again, if you see here, all of these are the values that are present, which will help us map something. But then Ali, again, doesn't have many values. You can check out here itself, right? So Ali, it's NaN is basically not a number. So there are not many, Ali or details which we can make analysis out of. So we will not require that. Again, coming down, not much of fireplace quality as well. We do not have pool quality control at all. Miscellaneous features are very less. Again, even fencing is very less. So the average is somewhere around 1,400. Right? So to make sure that we're cleaning up our data, very important part of it is to basically how we go about doing it again. We'll just remove all of these data which are less than 30%. So less than 30% of, again, 1460, and then you can have at least 70% of the data to give us some accurate results, right? So as already checked, alley ID, not every house is an ID, so that's removed. Not every house is mapped to an alley. Pool quality control is not there. Fence is not there. Miscellaneous switches are very less. So we have dropped all of these columns and we will not be using these to perform our analytics. And so again, to describe how what goes on to do a distribution, I hope you guys know this concept about normal distribution. And with respect to all of the details that we can get out of it when we perform the math operation, guys. So basically, we can count the total number of data that's present with respect to all the individual data. What is the mean sale price of the data? What is the standard deviation? Let's say the mean of the normal distribution is right at the center somewhere here, guys. So the mean is somewhere around 18,000, right? I'm sorry, this is 180,000. If you just keep tracing from the center point down, this is somewhere where 180,000. So again, what is standard deviation is basically the deviation from the mean. So there are house values which deviate from this mean as well. Again, 25% deviations, 50% deviations, 75% deviations. And then what is the maximum sale price of the house as well? So all of these can be found out from this particular graph, guys. And if you can already observe, and even if you're not exposed to a normal distribution, this starts out as a very steep curve, but then it ends out with respect to a lot of data here as well, right? It goes on until 800,000. So basically, probably from 5,000 or let's say even 400,000 all the way to 800,000, we call these as outliers. These are called outliers because these are very far away from our normal distribution, and then these actually might not be useful for us with respect to our mean or whatever. And these will impact a lot when we are performing analytics with respect to the mean or standard deviation or anything for that matter. So we will have to actually remove them and not consider them to basically perform very accurate analysis, guys. So on that note, we can pretty much go on to finding, the type of the data set and the type of the data that we'll only consider, because in this particular case, since we're playing with numbers, it has to be the numeric data type, right? Again, as you can check out, we have integer numbers, we have floating numbers, and so much more. So let's pretty much go on to print what it looks like after we have dropped the values where we're not using ID, we're not using alley, we're not using so much more, right? So these are all the numerical values that we'll be using to pretty much construct. Again, year built is a numerical value, 2003 is a date, a year, overall condition, overall quality, all these can be rated from a particular scale, right? So again, a square footing is a particular number as well. So the second floor of this particular house has 854 square feet, so much more. So on that particular note, as soon as we check out all of these numbers are present, we can start performing the analysis, guys. So before that, again, we need to just plot all of these to just check what it will look like on graphs, because seeing numbers are one thing, seeing graphs on the other hand are something else, right? So pretty much we'll be developing histograms and we will be checking out this. So let's just scroll down a little bit. So with respect to first floor square footing, the mean is somewhere around here, right? So it's around, let's say 500 square foot, 1,000 square foot. And again, look at second floor square footing, look at the bedroom average, basement finishing qualities, garages, so number of cars that you can park in the garage, and look at the value here too. So the majority of the houses here have two spaces to park your cars. The year that the garage was built in.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Again, the ground floor living area, how many half bathrooms? You can see one half bathrooms again. At this point of time, you have certain values at zero as well. Well, sure, we can consider values of zero if it's very important, but then since we're talking about sale price, what is present is more important than what is absent. We need to have something descriptive for our analytics methods to work. So in that case, we'll have something called as the golden features list. And this variable will basically contains all of the features that we'll be associating with respect to why our sales price is as high as it is, guys. So this variable called as the golden features list will have all of the features, guys. So basically, we're creating a variable where we're finding out the correlation. And then we can already check out the top 10 correlated values, which are strongly correlated. By correlated, again, let's say, let me give you a quick impact. Basically, we have described this in the descending order, as you can already check out. So the first thing here is overall quality. Again, to transcribe this into literal terms, overall quality of the house, whatever the rating that was given in our data set, is mattering the most of how the houses is being priced. Again, the living area of it, the number of garages you can park is having almost 64% impact of with respect to why the price is like that. Garage area is having a 62% impact. The basement square footing has a 61% impact. And then the year it was remodeled and changes made as having a 50% impact of why the house price, the sales price is like that, guys. So looking at a couple of linear relationships, you can pretty much find out that a lot of values are zeros that I just walked you through a couple of seconds. And look at that. With respect to our, again, the ground floor living area, we have a very little number of zeros. With respect to the sales price, again, check out the basement surface area again. With respect to the total basement surface area, again, even here as well. So look at all these tiny dots which are sticking up to zero with respect to sales price. So these have no impact for our sales price because they're not giving us any valid linear data. Look at this again with zero. Oh, it is raised up to a lot about $600,000, right? So all these are not adding any meaning to our data. So if x is equal to zero, again, this might indicate that that house does not have that feature at all. So if this is zero, this house does, like, I mean, a lot of houses do not have pools here. So pool area is zero. So in that particular case, we need to remove all of these zeros so that we can go on to finding more correlated values that we can actually use to go about working with it. Again, here, all of the correlated values that we found as soon as we ran this command, basically we are sorting it again in the descending order to find out what helps most. And you can see that it's almost 80% of the total quality of the house, which matters when you're buying because of the price of the house, and people are actually preferring this. Living area, second floor surface area has a 67% chances of affecting the price and so much more. And check out what the golden features list looks like with respect to all of the strongly correlated values we just found. Again, your remodel, your built, so much more. So total surface area, again, number of full bathrooms, the first floor surface area, the garage area, total basement square footing, the number of cars you can park, the square footing of the second floor, the living area, and the overall quality. Again, in this particular order from the least to the highest is exactly what we're trying to find out with respect to exploratory data analysis, guys. So just looking at the data set, you could never figure out why the list price of a house was so much. And once we break it down into simple terms like this, we can find out that there is an 80% impact from the overall quality of the house, which the user is checking out to just consider the house or not. If the quality is very less, he will not pick up the house. If the quality is higher, then sure, he will pick up the house. So 80% of the reason why the price is set like that is a very important aspect of why the house price case study is important, guys. Again, this has been a very important, very nice data set to work with, and you will get a lot of analytics that can be done using this particular data set as well, guys. Next up, I want to discuss the skills of a data analyst with you guys. So, a data analyst is a person who pretty much works with and creates a lot of beautiful visuals, guys. So to do this, you need to understand the basics of mathematics, because if you have to have knowledge of statistics, mathematics is the foundation to go. And after you understand the foundation, you will build a step-by-step growth, a career path for yourself, where learning becomes the most important thing, because again, having the knowledge of statistics will help you play with a lot of numbers at the same time. And keeping the math part aside for a second, you need understanding of languages such as Python and R programming language as well. Guys, at this point of time, my goal here is to not overwhelm you. If you do not know statistics, if you do not know Python or R or any of these technologies mentioned on your screen, well, fear not. Make sure to stick with me till the end of the video, and I will guide you on a fast track path to become a professional data analyst, guys. And then the next point we have is data wrangling. Data wrangling, again, is to have an idea to play around with data, throw the data which is not needed, keep the important ones to know that you can work with. Because if you're working with inefficient data, your visualizations will be really bad. It's like, again, if I bring back the food example, adding a little less salt or adding too much salt is bad as well. And to give you a more clarity of data wrangling, let's say you're preparing noodles, but then if you just put the noodles in, fine, it's working. It's working because you're just making use of the part you need. But what if you throw the entire packet of noodles along with the packet, right? It doesn't make sense if you try to boil the packet as well. Here is where data wrangling makes so much sense in the world of data cleansing and pretty much data processing, guys. So you need to understand your data before you do this. And then coming to a little bit of big data concepts, you will require a little bit of knowledge about Spark, a couple of components and tools of Spark. One of it is Pig, and another one is Hive as well, guys. Well, to break it down a little bit simpler for you guys, let us talk about each skills.
The first thing I want to talk about is the analytical skills, because data analysts will work with large amounts of data at every point of time. So what is this large amount of data? It can include a lot of facts, it can be a lot of numbers, it can be a lot of figures, and so much more, guys. This, if it is structured data. If it is unstructured data, they can work with images, they can work with audio, video, and much more at the same time. So basically what they'll do is, they need to go through this particular data, they need to understand the data and analyze it to pretty much find some sort of conclusion. So that is a very important skill to have. And then coming to the communication skills, well, again, as I told you at the start of this presentation itself, a data analyst will have to present his or her findings to a non-technical person. So having the communication skill where you can convey all of this really well is extremely important, because at the end of the day, you'll be translating your data, which could be meaningless to someone because they cannot understand it at this point of time, into understandable documents, very good looking dashboards, or again, very nice looking reports at the same time, guys. Because again, having a good communication skills will ensure that you can convert a complex idea into something which is easily understood by a lot of people. And this brings us to the skills, next skill set, which is pretty much very important, and this is one among the important skills to have, which is critical thinking skills. Because at the end of the day, again, you'll be looking at thousands of numbers, right? So you need to know where to look, you need to know what to look, what your numbers can do for you, where are the trends, how can you get to those trends, what is your process benchmarking, how can you get to the goal that you set, and so much more, guys. And why is all of this done? Well, all of this is done to make sure that you can have a conclusion to look up to, right? So to simplify it, again, to give you an example, let's say you go shopping for all the food that you have to pretty much cook at your house. So you're going to need vegetables, you're going to need seasonings, you're going to need so many things to cook with it. You're going to need oil for some dishes, so you will plan, right? So most of us pretty much go out once a month or twice a month to bring out all the groceries and store it. So if that's the case, then you need to understand how much of groceries you need every single month, how much you're consuming, right? So you have to set a goal saying, what, this is the amount of vegetables that I'm going to need for this month. And then you're going to plan it and, pick it up weekly, daily, or whatever your schedule is. So how do you set that duration of when you should go pick your vegetables? That is exactly why you need to formulate conclusions to understand how you can go from nowhere to there, guys. And then coming to the most important communication skill is that, it'll again work together with the critical thinking skill, which will basically enhance the output of you guys. And then the most important thing I want you guys to contemplate about and think about is that data analysis is an art, guys, because you'll be working with numbers, you'll be working with graphs, visualizations, and everything can look its best, it's most beautiful if you know how to create it, right? So contemplate on that for a second, guys. Again, if you have any questions about data analysts, again, guys, I want you guys to head to the comment section.
So Pandas is an open source Python library which is used for manipulating one-dimensional and two-dimensional data. And the name Pandas is derived from panel data, which is a common term for multidimensional data sets encountered in statistics and econometrics. Now let's look at the types of data structures in Pandas. So we've got one-dimensional and multidimensional data. So if you're working on a one-dimensional data set, it is known as a series object. And the two-dimensional data object is known as the Pandas data frame. And if you're working on higher than two-dimensional data, Pandas would create a panel data frame. So let's properly understand what exactly is a series object. Well, a series object in Pandas is a one-dimensional labeled array which is capable of holding mixed data types like integers, string, floating point number, and so on. Now let's understand about data frame. So a data frame is a two-dimensional labeled data structure with columns which contain data of different types. So here we see that we have a two-dimensional data frame where the first and the third columns are of string type and the second column is numerical in nature. So now that we've understood what exactly is Pandas and we've also understood the different types of data structures in Pandas, let's go to Jupyter and start working with Pandas. So I'll start off by importing the Pandas data frame. So I'll type in import Pandas as PD. So this PD which you see, this is just the alias. So I am importing Pandas with the alias PD. So we have successfully imported this Pandas data frame. Now I'll go ahead and create a series object from a list. So let's see, I will name the list as data and I will give in these values. So the values inside these lists are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now to create a series object from a list, all you have to do is use this pd.series function. So I'll use pd.series and inside this, I will pass in this list and I will store this in S1. Now let me print this out. Right, so we have successfully created our series object from this list. So we've got these 4 numbers and these are the index values. So what you see over here is the indexing starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, and 3, these are the index values and these are the actual values. Now let's see how can we change the index of the series object. So I'll just copy this over here, paste it over here again. So we have got the index attribute over here. Inside this, what I'll do is, I will give in different set of values. Now let's say I want the index values to be A, B, C, and D. So I'll just pass in these values for the index parameter over here, and I'll store it back to S1. Now, let me print S1 over here. So we have successfully created a series object where the index values are A, B, C, and D. Now, if we want, we can actually extract these individual elements with these index values. So let's say I want to extract the value which is present at the index value C. So I'll type in S1, I'll put in parenthesis, and inside this, I'll put in C, right? So I've successfully extracted this value. Similarly, let's say if I wanted to extract the element which is present at index A. So I'll type in A over here, right? Now, let's say if I want to extract the first 2 elements. So if I want to extract the first 2 elements, I'll just put in the colon over here. I'll put in 2, right? So I've extracted the first 2 elements. Similarly, if I want to extract the last 2 elements, I'll put in a colon. And over here, on the left side of the colon, I'll put in -2. So this is how we can extract the last 2 elements from the series object, right? So we have created a series object out of a list. Now let's go ahead and create a series object out of a dictionary.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following is a false statement about data analytics? A. It collects data. B. It looks for patterns. C. It does not organize data. D. It analyzes data. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPack to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let me create my dictionary over here. I'll name this as D1. I'll put in curly braces over here. Now I'll create my dictionary. So I'll just start off by assigning the key value pairs. So A, 1, after that B, there is 2, after that for C, there is 3, and after that for D, there is 4, right? So I have successfully created my dictionary over here. Let me also print this out, right? So these are the key value pairs. Now, again, to create a series object out of this, I will type pd.series, and inside this, I will pass in the dictionary, which is D1, and I will store this in S2. Now, let me print out S2. So this is my series object over here, right? So all of the keys have been assigned as the index, and all of the values are the actual values in the series object, right? So A becomes the index value over here, B is the index, C is the index, D is the index, and the value corresponding to this key becomes the value in the series object as well. Now let's say if I want to resequence the index values over here, let's see how can we do it. So I will copy this and I will paste it over here. Now again, I will use the index parameter, and inside this, let's say instead of A, B, C, D, I want the sequence to be A, C, D, A. So that is what I'll give over here. D, C, B, and D. Now let me run this and let me just print out S2 over here, right? So we have reversed the sequence of these indices. So initially it was A, B, C, and D. Now I have reversed it and now it is D, C, B, A. right? So this is how we can create a series object out of a data frame and also change the sequence of these indices. All right. So we have worked with series. Now let's go ahead and see how to create a data frame out of a list. So I'll just write a comment over here. Creating data frame from a list. Right. So let me again go ahead and create my list. Data equals 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right. So I have created my list. Now I'd have to go ahead and create the data frame. And to create the data frame, this will be the syntax. So I'll type in pd dot data frame. So over here, you have to keep in mind that T is capital and F is capital. Right? And inside this, I will just pass in this list and I will store this in df. Now let me fill this out. Right? So we have successfully created a data frame out of this list. Now let's also go ahead and create a data frame out of a dictionary. So I will type in food over here. So the name of the dictionary is food. And over here, I will write the key to be equal to foods. And the values for this key are, so we've got all of these fruits. We've got apple, we've got mango. After that, we've got banana. And finally, we've got guava. So this was the first key value pair. After that, I'll give in the second key value pair, which would be the count of the fruits. So I'll type in count, and over here I will just set in the count. So let's say there are 10 apples, 20 mangoes, 40 bananas, and 30 guavas. Right, so we have created a dictionary. Now let me print this out. Now let me also go ahead and create a data frame out of this. So you already know we'll have to type in pd.data frame, and inside this I will pass in food, and I will store this in, let's say, food underscore df. Now let me print this out, food underscore df. Right. So what happened over here is these two keys have turned into the column names. So food has become the column name over here, count has become the column name over here. And these values come into the rows, right? So fruits we have over here, and apple, mango, banana, and guava are the row values. Again, count becomes the column name, and these values over here come over here, right? So this is how we can create a data frame out of a dictionary. Right, so now that we've understood the basics of series and data frame, let's go ahead and see how to import a data frame and do some sort of data manipulation on top of it. So I have this customer churn data frame with me. Let me go ahead and import it. To import a data frame, I'll type pd.read csv. Now inside this, I will just give in the name of the file. So the name of the file is customer churn.csv, and I will store this in a new object and name that object to be customer churn. Now, let me go ahead and print the first 5 columns of it. It will be customer churn dot head. Right, so this is our customer churn data frame, and it comprises of all of these columns. So we've got customer ID, gender, senior citizen, partner, and so on. Right. So this is a special function in pandas which gives you the first 5 rows, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similarly, let's say if you want to have a glance at the first 10 rows, you just given the value 10 over here, and you can glance at the first 10 rows of this customer churn data frame. So an analogous function to head is the tail function, which would give you the last few rows. So I'll type in tail over here. Now I'll click on one. So this over here gives you the last 5 rows from this customer churn data frame. Similarly, if you want to have a glance at the last 10 rows, you will just put in the value 10, right? So these are the last 10 rows present in the customer churn data frame. Right. Now let's see how can we extract specific rows and columns from a pandas data frame. So for this, we've got log and ilog functions. So let's actually start working with the ilog function. So let's say I want to extract only the rows from row number 5 to row number 15, and only the columns from column number 2 to column number 4. Let's see how can we do it, right? So I'll start off by giving the name of the data frame, which is customer churn. After that, I will use the function ilog and I'll put in a comma over here. Right, so whatever is present on the left side of the comma, that denotes one of the rows. And whatever is present on the right side of the comma, that denotes one of the columns. So let's say if I want to extract all of the rows from 5 to 15. So I'll put in 5, I'll put in a colon, and I'll type in 15. Right, so I'll be extracting all of the rows starting from row number 5 to row number 15. Similarly, if I want all of the columns starting from column number 2 to column number 5, this is how it will go. Right? So let's actually have a glance at this. So this 2 to 5 over here. So since we already know that in Python, indexing starts from 0, 0, 1, 2. This would be our column number 2, which is senior citizen. So 2, 3, and 4. Senior citizen, partner, and dependents. Right? So we have extracted column number 2, column number 3, and column number 4. And we have extracted the rows starting from row number 5 to row number 14. Right, so this is how we can extract specific rows and columns from a data frame. Now let's go ahead and see how can we perform some sort of data manipulation. So let's say from this entire data frame, I want only those records where the gender of the customer is female, right? So for this, what we'll do is, I'll just start off by typing the name of the data frame, which is customer churn, and then inside the parenthesis, I will give in the name of the column, which is gender. After that, I'll use the double equal to operator and then given the condition, which is the gender of the customer needs to be equal to female, right? Now, I'll click on run and let's see what do we get. So we get a bunch of true and false labels. Now, a bunch of true and false labels basically means that over here at record number 0, it is actually true. That is, the gender of the customer is female. So false over here indicates that gender of the customer is not female. Here again, it is false. Here again, it is false. So again, at record number 4, it is true. That is the gender of the customer is female. Now, what I'll do is, I will cut this and I will paste it back inside this, right? So what is happening over here is, from this customer churn data frame, I will extract only those records where this condition is true, right? And I will store this in, let's say, female customer. All right, I'll click on run. Now let me print out the head of this. Female underscore customer dot head. All right, so we have successfully extracted a subset from the original data frame where the gender of the customer is only female. Now similarly, let's say if we want to do some sort of complicated operation than this. So let's say go to extract only those records where tenure of the customer is greater than 50 and the internet service of the customer is equal to fiber optic. All right, so now let's start off with the first condition. So I'll give in the name of the data frame, which is customer churn, and inside the parenthesis, I will give in the name of the column, which is tenure. So the tenure of the customer needs to be greater than 50. All right, so I'll cut this and put this inside braces. I'll put the AND operator and give in the second condition. So the second condition is the internet service of the customer needs to be equal to DSL. So I'll type in internet service and this needs to be equal to DSL. Right. Again, I'll put this condition inside quotes over here. Alright. So we've got these two conditions. And finally, I'll put those two conditions inside the data frame. So what is happening is, from this entire customer churn data frame, we'll be extracting only those records where these two conditions are satisfied. Right. And I will store this in, let's say, C underscore tenure underscore infinite. Now let me print out the head of this. So it'll be C underscore tenure underscore infinite dot head. Alright. So let me have a glance at the tenure. So over here, if you see, the tenure of the customer is greater than 50 for all of these values. So 62, 58, 72, 70, and so on. Now, similarly, if I have a glance at the internet service column, then you'll see that all of these values are DSL. Right, so this is how we can perform data manipulation operations on top of the pandas data frame. Right, so we are done with the practical.
So, exploratory data analysis, or EDA for short, is the process of performing initial investigations on data so as to discover patterns,
abnormalities or anomaly in assumption with the help of summary statistics and graphical representation. Basically, when we have some data on which we want to perform data science and statistical analysis and machine learning modeling, we first need to make sure that we understand what the data represents, shape of the data, what are the different kind of things that are available in our data, different data types available in our data. If we could visualize our data and understand relationships between individual columns or individual features in our data, that's really good. And all of this and more, such as visualization and all, is done in a step called exploratory data analysis. That's what EDA is all about. Now, EDA allows us to get a better understanding of our data and make important observations from it. In order to understand this, let's understand with an example. If you have a data set which you have no understanding of, you don't understand what the data it contains is, what do the columns represent, how do the columns relate to each other, and which columns are important for the particular task that you are trying to solve. In cases like this, it is very difficult to understand how you are going to solve the problem, how you're going to build the model, how you're going to perform statistical analysis, so on and so forth. So in this section, what happens is we would like to perform exploratory data analysis in order to get a better understanding of our data. It also helps us understand whether or not the data that we have needs some sort of boost. So, for instance, if we have some data set that's highly biased on one result, for example, we are trying to predict whether or not a particular internship is going to convert into a job. Let's say we have a data set that we want to figure out whether or not we can create a predictive model in which we can feed in some data about an intern and figure out whether or not we should feed them a job. Although it's very specific use case, if all we have is data where people did not get converted into full-time employees, our data set is completely biased, and this is something that we could miss if we don't take time to analyze our data using exploratory data analysis. So if that is the problem, then we would have to get more data so that we can balance out those probabilities and then teach our model about this so it has better understanding of what features lead to what results. So now we come to why EDA. Why do we want to perform exploratory data analysis? We've understood what it is, but why exactly do we want to do it? Well, exploratory data analysis is one of the most crucial steps in data. It allows us to achieve certain insights and statistical measures that is essential for the data science. This understanding of exploratory data analysis process allows us to make some important observations and early decisions that could help us reduce or that could help us not take steps that are not needed. So as we discussed in the previous example, if a data set is biased, then performing modeling and using multiple algorithms and trying to figure out the accuracy of each model is not going to be a good idea. Mainly because the data set we have is not. If you don't have a good data set or don't have a data set that's representative of the reality in the current world, then your model is not going to be good. It's not going to perform very well. So exploratory data analysis helps us perform as fewer steps as possible in order to get the best result. Which is why exploratory data analysis is a crucial aspect in our data science process. So it performs certain steps to define and refine our important features and variable selection. So it should be that we have a data set that contains 25 different columns. But for what you are trying to predict, only 3 or 4 columns are going to be enough. They explain most of the things or most of the variation in the data or in the column that you're trying to predict. So you only need to use 4 variables. Now, which 4 of those should you use, and if indeed are the 4 variables or are the 5 variables that experience better? So that exploratory data analysis is important. It allows us to select features that are going to be useful for us. In case we don't use the correct features, we end up with a model that's highly bloated, contains data that's irrelevant, requires users to fill in data that's irrelevant, and could lead to incorrect or highly improbable results. So we need to be very careful when we're trying to take model columns or columns on which we are trying to model our data on to make the prediction. Now, why would we want to perform exploratory data analysis with Python? There are many other languages out there, including R, We can even perform exploratory data analysis in JavaScript and Java and C++. So why should we use Python? Well, exploratory data analysis using Python is very easy. First of all, Python is probably one of the easiest languages to get started. This is why Python is so popular in data science community, because many people who perform data science operations or machine learning operations on a particular data set are people who come from the academic world. They don't have much understanding of what programs are, what variables are, what classes are. They only need to write code to get the things that they want to get done. This is where Python comes into play, fills the gap. Since Python is so easier to use, and another advantage that Python provides is that it has a number of libraries that allows us to perform tasks related to exploratory data analysis. In case we are performing these tasks ourselves, it's very, very important for us to make sure that the libraries we are using are trusted and used by multiple people, because if it's a library that someone has created, our confidence in it is going to be really good. For example, if it's a library to perform data visualization, but it's a library that not a lot of people have used, then it cannot be sure that the library is going to give you accurate visualization, and it's always going to be a bit problematic. Python, however, there are libraries that have been used by millions of developers and academic people. What they do is they just understand the basics, and then they import the data and visualize it and perform the tasks that they need to perform right. And that's really important for our data set. This is why Python is such a good candidate for exploratory data analysis, mainly because it's easy to understand, easy to read, it's got a really clear syntax, as well as because it's got so much good tools and libraries around exploratory data analysis and data science in general. It's just a really good experience for developers, for people who are getting started with exploratory data analysis or data science, or even professionals. Now, Python has libraries to perform all kinds of tasks relating to exploratory data analysis, such as visualizations analysis, etc. Visualize the data, there are libraries available. Not just one library, but multiple. Depending on the features that you're trying to use, you can import either one of the libraries that are available. There are libraries for data analysis, libraries for numerical manipulation. There are libraries for many other different kinds of tasks, such as creating neural networks, defining the structure of a neural network, visualizing the neural network, so on and so forth. So this is why Python is so popular. Now, some of the most popular libraries to perform EDA are NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib. Now, since I'm assuming that many of you are beginners and you have no understanding of what these libraries are, we will cover what these libraries do in a later point in the presentation. Also, again, if you wish to learn more about these libraries and more about data science and exploratory data analysis and Python in general, stick with us till the end of the presentation, and will help you and it will help guide you to some of the resources that can help you also. Now let's take a look at some of the advantages that exploratory data analysis provides us. So it provides us with several benefits. First advantage is that it allows us to spot missing data. Using exploratory data analysis, we can easily find null and missing values. So in case we have a data set in which certain columns have null values, or certain columns have certain proportion of the data is missing, we can remove the data, we can fill the data. Although removing the data and filling the data is not part of exploratory data analysis, spotting the missing data is definitely a part of exploratory data analysis, and it allows us to do the thing. It allows us to find the underlying structure of data. So on the surface, what we can see is the number of columns, the columns that we have, and the data that we have in them. Underneath the row and column and the tabular structure of our data, which indeed it is tabular, what we can do is we can understand what the underlying structure is. Underlying structure means what are the different data types that a particular column holds. Are they in the correct format to be processed? What is the range of data that is contained in a particular column? Do columns relate or correlate with each other in the data set? And if so, is it helpful or harmful for the task that I'm trying to perform? So on and so forth. Then there's variable importance. Exploratory data analysis helps us to figure out which variables in our data set are the most important. So in that case, it helps us understand which variables have the highest influence on the thing that we're trying to predict or on the column that we're trying to predict. That way, we can just drop the rest of the columns and only use the ones that have influence on our columns above a particular threshold. And finally, data visualization. Now, we can sit and talk about data a lot, but one of the issues that exploratory data analysis solves is that when we show these statistical measurements to people, first, especially people who are not statistically literate, it's going to be really difficult for them to understand, mainly because they have to firstly scan through the data, then understand which data has higher value, which data has lower value, and then understand the implication of each of them. It's much easier to visualize this data and understand the characteristics of the data that we possess. In this scenario, exploratory data analysis is really, really helpful. It allows us to perform visualization and explain our data in a better capacity, even to people who may not be that familiar with the data that we have, as well as the statistical analysis that we perform. Now let's take a look at the library that we had discussed earlier and what in exploratory data analysis. I would just like to mention that these libraries these are the three libraries that added to. These are the most one or at least some of the most common libraries that are used. Not necessarily the case that these are the only libraries that will be used, or also not necessarily the case that these are the libraries that are going to help you in a particular problem. Could be that there are better alternatives available, and to understand about the alternatives, you need to firstly look at all the options that are available. So I recommend before starting any exploratory data process, take a look at the tasks that you want to perform, take a look at the libraries that are available. These libraries are the most popular ones and for good reason. So this should help you out, especially if you're a beginner. But as you become more and more advanced and more into the exploratory data analysis and data science,
Good morning, chat. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you enjoyed the live stream. I have an article for us today here to wrap up the live stream. Let me see, where is it? Yeah, today's March 13, 2024, Mastering the Art of Acquiring Cash Flow and Assets. Today's golden rule, work to build passive income and make money work hard through sound investing. Title of today's talk is Building Wealth Online. Tips, tricks, and strategies for success in today's interconnected world. The internet has revolutionized the way we work, communicate, even build wealth. With the rise of digital entrepreneurship and online business opportunities, individuals have unprecedented access to avenues for financial success. However, navigating the complexities of the online landscape requires more than just ambition. It demands strategic thinking, persistence, and a willingness to adapt to changing trends. In today's talk, we will explore tips, tricks, and strategies for building wealth online and achieve financial independence. Let me just turn on the TikTok live actually. All right, so building wealth online. Let's start with number one, define our goals and objectives. Before embarking on our journey to build wealth online, it is essential to define our goals and objectives. What does wealth mean to us? It is is a financial freedom the ability to travel the world or the opportunity to pursue our passions? By clarifying our goals, we can tailor our approach and focus on strategies that align with our aspirations. Number two, identify our niche and unique selling proposition. In the vast expanse of the internet, finding out our niche is crucial for standing out and attracting a loyal audience. Identify our areas of expertise, interest, and passions, and leverage them to carve out a niche market. Additionally, develop a unique selling proposition, or also known as USP, that sets us apart from the competition and resonates with our target audience. Number three, build a strong online presence. Establishing a strong online presence is essential for building credibility and attracting customers. Invest in creating a professional website or e-commerce store that showcases our products or services effectively. Additionally, leverage social media platforms, content marketing, and search engine optimization, SEO, to reach our target audience and drive traffic to our website. Number four, provide value and solve problems. One of the most effective ways to build wealth online is by providing value and solving problems for our audience. Identify the pain points and challenges faced by our target market and develop products or services that addresses these needs. By focusing on providing genuine value and solutions, we can foster trust and loyalty with our customers. Number five, monetize our passions. Monetizing our passions is key to building sustainable income streams online. Explore various monetization strategies such as selling digital products, offering online courses or coaching services, affiliate marketing, sponsored content, or membership subscriptions. Diversify our revenue streams to mitigate risk and maximize our earning potential. Number six, invest in continuous learning and growth. The digital landscape is constantly evolving, so it is essential to invest in our education and personal growth. Stay updated on industry trends, best practices, and emerging technologies by attending webinars, workshops, and conferences. Additionally, seek out mentors and join communities to learn from others and stay inspired on our journey to building wealth online. Number 7, embrace failure and learn from setbacks. Building wealth online is not without its challenges, and setbacks are inevitable along the way. Embrace failure as a learning opportunity and use it to fuel our growth and resilience. Stay adaptable and agile and be willing to pivot our strategies if necessary. Remember that every setback is a stepping stone to success. In conclusion, building wealth online requires a dedication, persistence, and a strategic approach. By defining our goals, identifying our niche, building a strong online presence, providing value, monetizing our passions, investing in continuous learning, and embracing failure, we can unlock our earning potential and achieve financial independence in the digital age. With the right mindset and strategies, the opportunities for building wealth online are limitless. I hope that you learned something new on today's talk. Let me know if you have any questions. Drop it down in the comment section. Like and share this valuable content with others, because that's when we truly have a treasure, when we share it with others. Otherwise, it's not a treasure. We must share it with other people when we have something good. So remember, in order to build financial freedom, we first need to understand the new rules of money and the concepts that makes entrepreneurship a success. Okay, everything that we have been talking about the past month and the past since the year started, it has only been about building our asset column. In fact, that's what we have been talking about since the day we launched at Master Investor. Money, business, and investing. We are the authentic brand of money, business, and investing. We're here to stay for the long term. We want to give you the power back to you so that you can learn how to invest, so that you don't give your money away to anybody. You're going to take the action. You're going to know exactly what you need to do in order to build your first or acquire your first asset, and how to break free from the rat race and build true wealth. We want to give back the power to the people. That's what we're here to do at Master Investor, to give you the good and bad news of money, the business principles that work in all economies, and help you succeed in any endeavor that you have online, because you have the education that is needed to succeed in that field. So the first thing I would recommend is to click the link in the description and join one of our ebooks and courses that we have available on stores. You can find it on Amazon. However, when you get the ebook on Amazon, you just get the ebook. But if you want additional bonuses with more assets, that comes with the ebook, because each book that we have written has turned into a digital course on our website, so that we can emphasize on that topic of that book forever. So when you get in today, and whichever course you choose from our catalog, you will always be grandfathered in, regardless of the price going up in the future, and it will, because we're adding more assets, like I mentioned. So the price will definitely go up in the near future and will continue to rise. But when you get in today, you will have a ticket to have all the assets that we will ever add into that digital course. Whichever you sign up for, you're going to be grandfathered in for life. So it's a great investment for yourself, for your financial education, and for your financial future at the end of the day, because the tools and resources that we are sharing inside of our community are unique, are essential for one's building true wealth. Okay, so understanding the new rules, understanding everything that I'm showing you here on these live streams is definitely a must need in our lives of money. Okay, in order to build wealth online, we need to understand all of these concepts and strategies that I'm sharing inside of our digital courses, in these live streams, on our podcast, and everywhere where we are publishing content, all right? Yesterday, we talked about the cash flow circle a little bit, and the players that we all form part of the cash flow circle. So this is a cash flow circle. My question is, which player are you? There are 4 players on the cash flow circle. Imagine a circle divided in 4 slices, so line in the middle, horizontal, and one line vertical and one line horizontal. So on the left side of the cash flow circle, we have, on the top left, we have the employee. On the bottom left, we have the self-employed. The employee have a job. The self-employed owns a job. On the right side of the cash flow circle, we have the business owner on the top right. The business owner owns systems that work for us even when we do not work. And then on the right side of the cash flow, the bottom right, we have the inside investor, the I, or the master investor. And money works for us through sound investing. So wealth is built on the right side of the cash flow circle. My question is, which type of player are you today, and which type of players do you want to be? You can be all four players. You can be an employee, you can be a self-employed, you can be business owner, you can be an inside investor. However, here at Master Investor, we focus on the right side of the cash flow circle. At least that's my full time. I work on the right side of the cash flow circle. Okay, I'm not an employee, I'm not a self-employed. I have my systems, I control systems, I have my assets, I have my companies, I control those assets, I own those companies 100%, and the money that is coming in from my businesses, I reinvest it back through sound investing. I make money work hard because I have financial education. So the most important thing is to start investing your money into your financial education so that you know how to invest. There are 5 different asset classes that we can invest in: real estate, business, crypto, paper assets, and commodities. Those are the 5 asset classes. They all require financial education, and we have books on each asset class. So at least we're writing as much as we can on each asset class so that we can empower our community as an entirety on all the asset classes, okay? Because as we say, in order to protect ourselves from down economies and hedge for inflation is by diversifying among the 5 different asset classes, not just in one asset class. A lot of financial uneducated people out online, they're talking about diversifying in one asset class, and that's a recipe for disaster, is recipe to become poor, because you're not protecting yourself. You must diversify among the 5 different asset classes. So when you are having success in one asset class and that is bringing you revenue, that revenue is supposed to be invested in another asset on a totally different asset class. So that if one asset class crashes, we still have assets on other asset classes that are pumping passive income and capital gains income into our pocket. All right, so let me know if you are enjoying today's talk. We're here every single day. Make sure to follow. We're going to be hanging out today. And yeah, let me know if you have a question on TikTok Live. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm watching the live chat right now on both ends. We're live on Kick, on YouTube, and on TikTok. We're going to be live on many other platforms as we move forward. We've been here every single day since the year started. We're going to commit to that habit every day, okay, for the rest of the year. We're going to show you by example, leading by example. We're going to show you exactly how to do it, because we're going to pull the curtains to the side. You're going to be able to see exactly what I'm doing, what everyone else is doing in the community, so that we can have success together. Our goal here at Master Investor is that our entire community, our followers, our fans are making passive income and capital gains income, and you're thriving in your life. You're living through purpose. You're living through your passions in life. Don't just stay average. There are so many average people out there wasting their talents, their skills. We all are special in some way or another. We just need to extract and expand those talents every day. But a lot of people are caught up in the rat race. Therefore, they live their dreams and their talents to the side because they put money as the number one priority, even though money is supposed to be a priority, but not the way they're getting it. They're going about it the wrong way. They're getting it through a job, working hard for money and trying to fulfill their dreams like that. Now, if you love your job and that's your passion, then it doesn't feel like work. Then you live in your dream. We're talking about the people that hate their job. They have talents, they have passions, they have a purpose in life, and they have literally neglected all of that due to the fact that they have to pay their bills because they're behind their bills, or they're just basically making it because they have a lack of financial education. Their foundation of wealth is weak, and it's okay. We just need to know where we are today so that we can start building the asset column with a strong foundation. So the first step I recommend, if you're watching this for the first time, click the link in the description. Join our inner circle. If you like to work with me on building the asset column, I'm here every single day. We're going to be providing content to all of our community. You can reach out if you're ready to start. Not everyone is ready to get the information that I'm giving. Not everyone is ready for the information that Master Investor has. And that is facts. That's a fact. That is not a speculation. So if you're ready, if you're willing to sit down and learn and understand the concept and change your core values, even though it might hurt, to throw away all habits that we have, or learn old things, right? That things that do not work any longer, because the new rules of money have emerged. They are here, okay, and they're here to stay, and they will evolve eventually. And as they evolve, we're going to continue to update our ebooks. We have 3 right now: the 10 new rules of money, how to build cash flow with the internet, turn passive income on, and how to invest in crypto to build wealth, understanding Bitcoin and blockchain. One of the biggest difference between the wealthy and the poor is that the wealthy understands properly the difference between an asset and a liability, whereby the poor person has it backwards. They call a liability, or they call an asset, where reality is a liability. For example, if they have a mortgage, they live at their house, they go to work to pay for that mortgage, they call that house their biggest investment, but that's their biggest liability. It's their biggest bad investment that they had, unless they make the house make the money, and the house must pay the mortgage on its own with the revenue that is bringing in. But if the landlord, if the owner of the house is going out every morning to work to pay for the mortgage himself with his hard-earned money, then that house is not an asset on his financial statement, or her financial statement is a liability on her financial statement, right? Because it's not making the money. It's taking money away from them every month. It is the bank's asset on their asset column. However, with financial education, we can turn a liability into an asset very quickly. We can throw the house on Airbnb, rent it out to tourists, and the revenue that we're bringing every single month will pay for the mortgage and will leave us with positive cash flow. And now it becomes an asset on our financial statement. So know the difference between an asset and liability. That's why inside of our digital course, in this one, you'll find part of the curriculum is to download a financial statement into Excel and fill it in. See it right here? Complete my financial statement. Download a copy of a blank personal financial statement and fill it out according to your current situation. To grow wealth and become more rich, we must learn how to read and improve financial statements. It starts with our own. As bonus, we have made a blank financial statement for you to download to work on and figure your personal financial statement. We must be able to improve and understand our own financial statement to become wealthier. It does not matter what level we are on. We all have a financial statement that tells us where we are financially. We have to be willing we have to be willing to look at it and improve it. Once we have done that, we can also be able to read any business and investment financial statement. That will tell us whether such is a sound business or investment for us. We can tell how the cash flow is flowing by reading the financial statement. There are 5 important words, or there are 6 important words in the financial statement. 1, income. Number 2, expenses. Number 3, liability. Number 4, asset. Number 5, cash. And number 6, flow. Actually, and then all you have to do is the most important word in business. The most important words in business are cash flow, because such determine whether something is an asset or liability. When we raise money from a bank or private investors, they want to see the financial statements of the business or investment to determine whether it will be a great place to put their money to work. We can say that the foundation of wealth is found in the mastering our own financial statement. By understanding and improving the financial statement of ourselves, any business or investment, then we can assure to always be acquiring and building cash flow and assets that produce passive income. And then all you do is hit download, and it's going to take you to Excel. And then we have a mutual agreements. But this step right here is essential, right? And I have to edit some typos I just noticed here. And we'll do that later. Okay, but there you have it. You can also access this through your mobile device. It's the same exact thing. It will load as fast. There's no delays on it. As long as you have internet, you'll be able to see the entire ebook. You can download the ebook to your smart device by clicking on this button right here. But let me know in the chat what type of player are you right now and what type of player would you like to be next, right? Would you like to move from the left side of the cash flow circle to the right side of the cash flow circle? Are you an employee? Do you have a job? That's how you make your money. Are you a self-employed? Do you own a job? Right? Do you have your own practice? Do you own your job? Do you have a small practice? Do you have to show up every day to make money, right? If you don't show up, then you don't make money. Or are you a business owner? Do you have a system of systems that makes you money whenever you're not working, right? And that system is solving a problem in the marketplace, is providing a product or service to the world. And on the right side of the cash flow circle, not only the business owner is found there, it's also the inside investor. So the inside investor makes money, work hard through sound investing. So we grab the money that we get in from our systems, from our businesses, from our assets, and we have to reinvest that money back into our asset column to acquire more assets in different asset classes. We want to diversify among the 5 different asset classes that exist. So instead of saving money in the bank, what are we? Active investors. We are actively investing. We don't want to save money in the bank at all. That means that if you're saving money in the bank, it tells me one thing. It tells me that you lack financial education. Because if you have financial education, then you will not choose to put your money in the bank because you're losing money. It's not making you money. And other people are using your money. Because if you save the money in the bank turns around and lends that money to entrepreneurs and investors like myself, who goes to the bank to raise capital to invest in sound assets. So that's what we always say here in our community, that savers are losers and good debtors are winners. And the reason why is because majority of people still playing with the old rules of money. They still think that money is real money. And we have to understand that money is a currency. Money is an idea backed up by confidence. Money is monopoly, fiat, paper money. Okay? It's not real. It's digital. Meaning that money today is created with debt. That's why debt is tax-free. And that happened after 1971, August 15, President Nixon separated the gold standard from the US dollar. From that point forward, money became monopoly money, zero. So before the dollar was a continental. And the continental, they printed so much of it that there's a saying that goes, it's not even worth a continental. Okay, so how do we win in today's economy where we find debt to be a tool? Money is created with debt, so debt is tax-free legally. So any type of debt, credit card, personal loan, is tax-free according to the law because money is created with debt. And the reason why President Nixon separated the gold standard from the US dollar, you may be asking yourself, why did we do that? Well, it's because if the dollar is attached to the gold and we are a country that imports more than exports, meaning that we're buying more than other countries are buying from us, then that means that we're giving our gold away. So if we're bringing in products from China by big amounts on a daily basis, then that means we're giving our money, our gold, away to our enemies, right? To China, to other countries around the world, because we're importing more than exporting. So what President Nixon did was genius. It's actually worked on our favor. For the regular person, for the ordinary person out there, now we can actually become ultra wealthy fast. We don't need to take a long time to create passive income and capital gains income and break free from the rat race if you don't like your job. How much is that job bringing you per month? And we need to replace that income with passive income and capital gains income. And you can get started right now using the strategies that we're giving you here on our live stream. Inside of our ebooks, we explain exactly how to get set up online, how to start printing money using other people's products, affiliate marketing, network marketing, creating your own product, using drop shipping, white label. We show you all the ways that we can make passive income and capital gains income and give you a history about money, equip you with the wealthy principles that makes a successful businessman or a successful businesswoman. This is for both female and male. The concept of money and the rules of money are the same for both genders. So if you're a woman and you want to start your business, I encourage you to start right now. This is the time. There has never been a better time for a woman to shine and for a man to shine, right? Both ways. For a woman, it's even better now because there's no suppression on woman. Woman can be, as wealthy as men can be. There's no like, because you're a woman, you cannot make this much. No, you can make more than the male can make. That doesn't mean anything. We live in a capitalist world where, actually in a country, but majority of the entire world is capitalist, but we live in a capitalist country. We live in the USA. And this economy and this foundation is based on the entrepreneurship values. And what we're explaining here, that's why being a capitalist is being a master investor, right? A capitalist is a master investor. And that's what we are here to do, to become a master investor, because we have to play with money for the rest of our lives. So we either are an average investor or we are a master investor. And a master investor doesn't mean that you need to make millions of dollars, although making millions of dollars is not that far-fetched. To make $1 million in positive cash flow per year, all we need to make per day is $2,755 and some change per day on positive cash flow. That means that that's our profit. That's not that much. We can do that with one product, a high-ticket item. There are products out there that we can sell and that will pay us even more than $2,700 per sale. So as long as we have sales funnels and we have systems, lead magnets, bringing in sales every single day, we can surpass $2,750 per day. So, but it's up to you how much money you want to make. You see, wealth is defined differently among people because wealth has to do with freedom. If you stop working right now, how long can you go without working and still be able to thrive in the lifestyle that you desire? Some people might say 3 months, maybe a year, 6 months with their savings. That's about it. So that's our wealth. That's your wealth number. Figure out how long can you go without working right now. And if it says 1 month, 2 months, that's your wealth number. So wealth is measured in time, not necessarily in dollars, because everybody's standard of living is different. So how long can you go without working right now? And how much does it take to fulfill your bills every single month of the lifestyle that you desire? Maybe not the lifestyle that you have right now. Maybe you want more things. I want you to reverse engineer exactly the lifestyle that you want to have in your life, like without worrying about how much it's going to cost, because we're going to crunch the numbers down. We're going to figure out how much that lifestyle that you truly want is going to cost per month. And then we're going to build the asset column to reach that and more, that amount, so that you can break free and you can thrive. And those assets that we're building, we're going to ensure that those assets are sound assets that are here for the long term. We will have assets that are for short term, that will take us from point A financially to point B financially, fast and quick. And we know that that's all it's going to do. We don't fall in love with the vehicle. Okay, we need to understand the investment operation even before we get in. We need to understand the exit strategy. We need to understand all the numbers. Investing is simple. Don't make it complicated. If it's too complicated and you don't understand it, you can explain it to an 8-year-old, then it's not a good investment. You need to understand how to read financial statements so that you know exactly what's going on behind that business, financial status, right? We need to understand the financial health of the business and of ourselves. Okay, so start investing in yourself, and wealth is built on the right side of the cash flow circle. Let me show you a better diagram here that will show you here exactly what I'm talking about. You see, world's population is on the left side of the cash flow circle. The world's about 10% of the world's population, we operate on this side, on the right side of the cash flow circle. Own systems, the business owner owns systems that work for us even when we do not. System work hard for us and we get paid. So world population, 90% of population is on the left side of the cash flow circle, 10% on the right side of the cash flow circle. World's wealth, 10% is on the left side, and 90% of the wealth is made on the right side. That's right. So the question is, which one are you? And which one you want to be? All right, TikTok, I'm going to talk to you later. Thank you for watching. Catch me on a later live. I got to charge the phone. Talk to you later. Click the link in the bio to join our inner circle. Okay. I got to charge the phone here because it's about to die. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see what other video we want to review right now.
You understand that there are better tools available for the one particular task that you can better to use those tools. All right.
This one. Let's listen to this because I was listening to this this morning.
Founder and owner of Rent to Retirement, the nation's leading turnkey investment.
Pretty good.
They put all the greats on a pedestal, but think of themselves as mere mortals. And that's exactly why greatness eludes them. They turn it into some untouchable plane, impossible for almost anybody to reach. And it never even crosses their mind to aim for it. No matter what I'm doing or which arena I'm engaging in, I will always aim for greatness because I know that we are all mere mortals and greatness is possible for anyone and everyone if they are willing to seek it out in their own soul. In Godlish terms, greatness is a state of letting go of all your faults and imperfections, scavenging every last bit of strength and energy, and putting it to use to excel at whatever you set your mind to. Even if some motherfucker out there told you it was impossible, it is a feeling pursued by those rare souls willing to extend themselves beyond reason and pay the cost. In the late 1950s, Captain Joseph Kittinger was a pilot in the Air Force, tapped for experimental aviation and skydiving duty in New Mexico. He wasn't a household name. In fact, hardly anybody knew the first thing about him until August 16, 1960, when he donned a red duct tape pressure suit and boarded an open-sided gondola tethered to an onion-shaped helium balloon. He flew that rig nearly 20 miles high until he reached the thin atmospheric line where everything goes from blue to black. He traveled to a place where the horizon did not exist. He was above and beyond all previously known limitations. Suspended at 102,800 feet, he unclipped his harness and stepped into space. His free fall lasted nearly 5 minutes. His maximum velocity was 614 miles per hour. He plummeted over 80,000 vertical feet before his primary chute opened. This was no Red Bull sponsored party. It wasn't a television show. Kittinger wasn't an entertainer. He was an explorer, a seeker of a new realm for the world. His flight and his jump helped make man's space flight possible. And also for himself. I don't jump to Earth from outer space, but I know that atmospheric line between blue and black. It is.
Do you want to know why I'd rather become a remote online closer instead of starting my own business? It's because
it is the glimmer of greatness that runs right through the human soul. We all have it. Most of us will never see it because to get there requires a willingness to extend yourself to the limit without any guarantee of success. Then again, success is just another mile marker on the journey. Landing the jump and walking away while lighting a cigarette as if it were a typical day on the job made Kittinger look cool. But it didn't make him great. His willingness to do it in the first place, knowing that the chances of failure were high and everything it cost him, made him great. It wasn't a stunt to garner fame or publicity. It was merely an attempt to see what was humanly possible. Just as words can be redefined, never doubt that we can redefine ourselves. It can feel impossible at times because we live in a world filled with arbitrary boundaries and fixed social lines that are as thick as the walls around a fortress. Worse, we allow those walls to limit us in too many ways. The brainwashing starts early, and it starts at home. The people we grow up with and the environments we grow up in define who we think we are and what we think life is all about. When you're young, you can only know what you see. And if all you are ever exposed to are lazy people content with mediocrity or who convince you of your own worthlessness, greatness will remain a fantasy. If you live in the ghetto or in a dying industrial or farming town where buildings are boarded up, addiction runs rampant, and the schools are a mess, that will factor into the possibilities others envision for you and you envision for yourself. But even privileged people can feel shackled by their circumstances. The vast majority of parents don't know what greatness looks like, so they are ill-equipped and afraid to encourage big dreams. They want their children to have security and don't want them to experience failure. That's how limited horizons get passed down from generation to generation. Should we really be surprised that almost everybody has a knack for twisting their story to work against themselves? I hear it all the time. Privileged kids say, I have too much, so I cannot develop the skills that you have. The kid that came from nothing will tell me, I don't have enough. Therefore, I cannot develop the skills that you have. No matter where someone is in life, they never fail to confess why they can't get where they need to go. The minute they open their mouths, I see how limited their horizons are. And their sob stories come with the expectation that I will deliver a become great package to their front door. But that's not how it works. To this day, it is for me to become better mentally. How I look has just become I have thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles on this body, running, pull-ups, push-ups, swimming, whatever you want to call it. This body is what it is now. It's from repetition. It's not from studying, hey, if you hold your plank for this long, call that book. I don't care about it. I just do it for my mind. Right. I want to continue to harden because that's the only thing I want. That's what I want. I want to have that mind ready for life. Identity is a trap that will keep you in blinders if you let it. Sometimes identity is what we are saddled with by society. Other times it's a category we claim. It can be empowering to associate yourself with a particular culture, group job, or lifestyle. But it can also be limiting. If you stick with your own too closely, you will be susceptible to groupthink, and you may never learn who you really are or what you can accomplish. I know people who are so obsessed with landing a specific job that once they settled into that role, they clipped their own wings. They never moved on or attempted to try anything new, and that blocked them from evolving and developing new skills. Sometimes we are misled by others who categorize us based on what they perceive as our identity.
It's a fact. In the new economy, it's never been easier to create a second income online. But how do they do it? According to the news, the whole world's falling.
When I met with Navy recruiters, several tried to steer me away from SEAL training and into a different opportunity because I didn't fit the mold. I was overweight, my ASVAB scores were low, and there was my skin color. Remember, I was only the 36th Black Navy SEAL. The recruiters weren't trying to hurt me, and I don't believe they were racist. They honestly thought they were helping me by presenting more realistic options. Usually, however, we mislead ourselves. Those of us who are struggling with our self-worth, like I was as a child, often build identities around the very things that haunt us the most. Not because we want to, but because subconsciously we are convinced that is how everyone else sees us. You cannot allow what someone else may or may not think about you or the issues you're dealing with to stop your progress. My environment and my history made me over anxious and stressed out. The color of my skin made me a mark. I was prejudged and vulnerable at almost every turn, and it was my job to defy all of that. No matter how troubled or hopeless or sheltered your environment is, it is your job, your obligation, your duty, and your responsibility to yourself to find the blue to black line, that glimmer buried in your soul, and seek greatness. Nobody can show you that glimmer. You must do the work to discover it on your own. There are no prerequisites to becoming great. You could be raised by a pack of wolves. You could be homeless and illiterate at 30 years old and graduate from Harvard at 40. You could be one of the most accomplished mothers in the country and still be hungrier and work harder than everybody else you know as you attempt to conquer a new field. And it all starts with a commitment to looking beyond your known world, beyond your street, town, state, or nationality, beyond culture and identity. Only then can true self-exploration begin. After that comes the real work. Fighting those demons every morning and all day long is maddening because they only ever want to break you down. They don't encourage you or make you feel good about yourself or your long odds as you fight through all the toxic mold and crust that is self-hate, doubt, and loneliness. They want to limit you. They want you to surrender and retreat back to what you know. They want you to quit before you get to pliability, where the sacrifice, hard work, and isolation that felt so heavy for so long become your haven, where after struggling to visualize greatness for years, it is effortless. That's when momentum will gather like an updraft and send you airborne and spiraling toward the outer limits of your known world. It's time to level up and seek out that blue to black line, the line that separates good from great. It is within each one of us. You have to remind yourself, we all have a story. All of us have gone through very hard times. But when we're in a hard time, our mind has a way of forgetting what all we've overcome. I have a way of taking 1 second when I want to quit and say, okay, you endured this. So I look at my life and how I came up as the ultimate training ground versus most people look at it as why? Woe is me. God, why?
Right, exactly.
Why? I had to flip this upside down and say, hang on a second. God was training me to be one of the baddest men on the planet Earth. That's how this was my journey, because those things beat me, but they didn't kill me. And I was able to work around them and figure out ways through it. So when I was in the worst time of my life in Hell Week, I looked at everybody and said, I'm the most trained person here. I've gone through more mental torture than any of you all can even fathom. So I'm looking at the baddest people on the planet. I'm looking at them like this. You guys can't hold a stick. So I started looking at verses like, I don't belong here, versus like, I might be the baddest person to ever come here. Who could have pulled this off? Who could have been given a sewer to live in their mind and say, okay, at birth, I'm going to put you in the worst place on the planet Earth, and let me see if you can go to the top of the mountain with nothing, but just hard work, grit, and figuring it out, and not putting yourself back in the dungeon every time something got hard. So that's what became my daily voice was, you really are the baddest person on the planet.
Have you been suffering from the after effects of a car crash? The good news is you're still entitled to a 5 or 6-figure settlement if it happened within the past 2 years. Just click on the link around this video to discover how much you're entitled to. Fill out a free 30-second quiz and you're done. Because if you've had to miss work or been hurt by a motorist in the past 2 years, you may be owed money and you don't even know it. It could be a 5, 6, or even 7-figure settlement. Simply click the link to find out. Over 25,000 accident victims have recovered $15 billion collectively with free case evals without stepping foot in a courtroom, paying excessive legal fees, or having to navigate the insurance gauntlet alone. Even pedestrians, rideshare users, cyclists, and motorcyclists got the justice they deserved. Like Stephen. When Stephen first came to us, he was facing a lot of uncertainties in his life, and he wasn't sure if his case was going to be worth anything. Turns out, if he hadn't filed a claim with us, he would have missed out on over $100,000 in settlement from an accident that was over a year ago. It's possible. No matter what you thought in the past, you can get money you're owed and possibly a lot more than what you were expecting. While we can't turn back the clock and help you avoid the hardships you've experienced, we can help you secure your future by getting you a generous settlement for missed work, hospital bills, and property damage. So, what's going to happen after you fill out the 30-second quiz? Within 24 hours, an experienced local attorney from our network will contact you for an over-the-phone virtual consultation at no cost. After that, just tell them about your case. Sit back and wait for the check to clear in as little as 30 days. What's more, your new lawyer is incentivized to do everything in their power to help you, since they don't get paid until you win. To get started now, click on the link to fill out the free 30-second quiz. Believe it or not, some victims feel bad for holding someone accountable. They don't want to cause any trouble. They don't want others to think that they're scamming the system. Don't let this be you. It's not true. You're entitled to compensation. It's the law. Simply click the button below and answer the questions about your case. If you qualify, an attorney from our team will reach out with a game plan same day and for free. Wouldn't it be helpful to have an extra $10,000 or even $100,000 in your life right now? Don't you deserve to have some breathing room and security after all the hardships you've experienced? How would it feel to not worry about medical bills, rent, or living expenses for a few months? If you were not at fault, you don't deserve to be punished, even if you're not a driver in the accident. Are you still wondering if this applies to you? Well, if you haven't hired an attorney yet and haven't received a settlement, this means you. Please note that the accident can't be your fault, and it must have happened within the past 2 years. What do you have to lose? Click on the link to fill out the free 30-second quiz right now.
I got to know Bert Goldman when he was in his 80s, and this man just absolutely blew me away. Bert was able to achieve extraordinary feats using quantum jumping and was able to pick up new skills seemingly like magic well into his 80s. Every time I'd see him, he would pick up something new. So most people in their 80s are in retirement mode. Not Bert. He became a photographer with exhibited works. He started painting and produced a huge amount of art. He even taught himself to play the piano. And he didn't stop there. He created huge amounts of books, fiction and non-fiction. He, in his 80s, taught himself to build a website and became a digital entrepreneur. Some of his top websites were doing millions a year, selling his philosophies and meditations. And he claimed he was able to do all of this, succeeding as an online entrepreneur, a photographer, an artist, a musician, all by being able to tap into alternate versions of himself and download the skills from the multiverse. So if this sounds crazy, stay tuned. My name is Vishen Lakhian, and I run Mind Valley, which is the world's biggest platform for human transformation. Over 20 million people follow Mind Valley, and quantum jumping is one of the most popular protocols that we teach. When I first heard about the remarkable achievements Bert was having with quantum jumping in his 80s, I knew that this was one of the Rolls Royces of personal development. So how did Bert get there? Well, he told me this. He said, Vishen, I simply go into an altered state of mind. I tap into the multiverse. I imagine myself projecting into any type of universe I want. There's a universe where I'm a billionaire. There's a universe where I'm a musician. There's a universe where I'm an artist. There's a universe where I'm an actor. I project into these universes, observe these alternate versions of myself, and then absorb their skills, beliefs, and insights. And that, he said, was his secret. I asked Bert if he could teach the technique. He said yes. I was his very first student, and he asked me to help him come up with a name for the technique. Back then, I was really into the TV show Quantum Leap, so I came up with the name quantum jumping. I didn't realize how big quantum jumping would go. And today, if you open up TikTok or even Reddit, people are talking about quantum jumping decades later. But what many people miss is that it was this man who developed the technique and popularized it. Bert and I launched the first quantum jumping website in 2008, and we recorded this animated video that explains how quantum jumping works. Listen to it because it's so important to me that you hear Bert's voice. This gentle man had this beautiful voice that could put you in the most relaxed state of mind. Watch.
Hi, my name is Bert Goldman, and let me ask you something. When you were a child, what sort of fantastic dreams did you have? Did you want to be a planet-hopping astronaut? A brilliant scientist who discovers a cure for cancer? Maybe a record-breaking athlete with a cabinet of Olympic medals? A billionaire entrepreneur with a mansion on every continent? Well, what happened to those dreams? I'll tell you what happened. You grew up and you started living in the real world. Your teachers told you to stop daydreaming. Your parents told you to be realistic, get a steady job and a mortgage. Before you knew it, your childhood dreams had vanished into thin air. But what if somewhere out there in an alternate universe, there's a you who turned all those dreams into reality? Scientists like Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein have long speculated on the existence of alternate universes. So imagine that somewhere out there, in these alternate universes, there's a version of you for everything you ever wished you could be. A version of you as a billionaire, a version perhaps as a celebrity, a philanthropist, an inventor you. Now imagine there was a way you could tap into these alternate universes and connect with the alternate versions of yourself. What if you could meet the successful you and learn from that success how to boost your wealth and career, even if you've been stuck in a rut for years? What if you could talk to the athletic you to find out how to get that fit, sexy body you've always wanted, even if you've never been able to shake off those extra pounds? Or what if you could meet the Casanova you and figure out how to attract your dream partner, even though you've never had much luck in love? So, welcome to the world of quantum jumping.
Let me show you some wild evidence. In 2010, I decided to rent a car and drive for 2.5 hours from San Diego out into the deserts to visit Bert Goldman. When I came to Bert's home and I stepped into his house, the first thing that blew me away was his photography. These pictures are gorgeous. They almost have a 3D look. And then he showed me his paintings. I love his paintings. Many of these art pieces today are being sold for $10,000 to $20,000 or more. In fact, many collectors who own his art at this point refuse to sell it because they know how valuable his art is going to be. But Bert didn't stop there. Check out his musical ability.
You know something? I don't really know how to play the piano. But then again, when you heard me play, you say, well, you must know something. You know, I really don't. I know about the keys. So I don't read music. I don't know one chord. I don't usually play too many black keys. I don't know what they do. I can learn, I know, but I don't want to, because I wanted to prove that you can work your doppelganger, your twin self, and be successful. And I bring back the rhythm of a pianist.
And what's crazy is that when I visited him, he had only started playing the piano 4 months before. He told me he quantum jumped into a reality where he was this incredible musician and he learned how to play the piano, and it became so easy for him. Bert was like this absolutely loving uncle to me. I learned so much from him. I was so touched that when I visited him that day, he gave me one of his most beautiful mosaic photography pieces that hangs today in the beautiful Mind Valley office. I learned so much from him, and I'm so grateful that we shared these beautiful moments together. Now, if Bert could do all of these amazing things in his 80s, what does that mean for you? Stick around till the end, because I'm going to share with you everything you need to know to have your first quantum jump. But first, let me tell you about the man who developed this methodology, because his story is equally fascinating. Bert developed this fascination for the human mind.
While both NetSuite and QuickBooks offer software designed to help businesses manage their accounting processes, QuickBooks primarily focuses on accounting software.
I'm trying to build people up. I'm trying to armor their mind. I'm trying to get them the belief because this world we live in is tough. It will beat you down. The world and the life that we live in is the ultimate competitor. It will try to take you out. It will find your weakness and it will just hammer you. If I can help you build belief, build confidence to the point where nothing can hurt you because you know exactly who you are.
David Goggins, welcome to the show.
Hey man, I appreciate you having me, brother. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Where have you been for the last 4 years? You've been jumping out of helicopters and fighting fires. What have you been doing?
Well, I did that last year, but I guess this year I did that. But I just do me. You know, I'm out there running, working out, and just trying to find out more of what this is all about. Trying to find out more what I'm all about. So that takes me getting away. You know, I'm not about even doing these podcasts, man. So nothing against you, but I'm not about all this stuff. I'm not one that likes to hear himself talk a lot. I'm about action, and action means less talking and more doing. So that's where I've been.
What is that smoke jumping stuff?
So basically, it's you know about wildland firefighting, about when the forest has fires. There's a lot of times there's roads and there's access to get there. So these, you know, whether it be a hotshot crew or whatever, these different crews who come in by vehicle, they can get into the fire that way. What a smoke jumper is you can't get a vehicle into that place. It is a spot where it's tight. There's no vehicles, there's no access. So they'll send us in there, smoke jumpers, jump out of airplanes, and we'll land in these really tight, small drop zones with all of our gear, and we'll put the fire out.
How do you take water in?
We jump out. So everything is...
Hang on. You're jumping out of a...
airplane, parachute.
With backpacks of water, like a camel pack type thing?
So we'll jump out. We'll have this, it's called a ditty pack. And it sits in, you know, it sits like by your waist, you know, on your legs area when you jump out. And that has a lot of your gear. But what happens is once you jump out, the aircraft will go lower and it will push out all the rest of your gear. Your water pumps.
Oh, and that'll get airdropped in with its own little parachutes.
Right.
Go.
So a lot of our main gear gets dropped into us. And then we're out there for several days until the fire is put out by us and only us.
That's insane.
It's insane, yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Well, when I left the military, I'm always looking for more. I'm always looking for what's the next thing for myself? How can I grow? And that right there was the next thing for me. You know, I didn't want to sit back and, you know, just enjoy my retirement from the military. There's no growth in that. So I decided to go out and do this. So
you jump out of an airplane with a team. You get your kit also parachuted out of the back. You're now in the middle of an area where there's no evac, there's no vehicles that can come and get you. There's a fire. You need to put the fire out, and you don't stop until you're done.
That's it. Sometimes there is a way to get out, but a lot of times it's just, you know, if someone gets hurt on the jump, a lot of times we have to build, like cut down a bunch of trees so a helicopter can come in, land, and get them out. So we are the only access. We have to save ourselves. So a lot of times we are the team to get us in and to get us out.
What was the longest mission exercise that you did?
I think the longest one I did was 7 days. So.
And what's the sort of daily routine? Are you sleeping? Do you get much sleep at all?
No, not really. So what happens is, and the thing about being in Canada, so I do this out of British Columbia. So what happens is there's a lot of daylight. When I'm out there, man, there's a lot of daylight.
In the middle of the summer when it's hottest, when you've got tons of
That's right. So there's not much dark. So you're basically working a lot of hours. So, and then when it gets dark, you're actually working through the nighttime. And then you get a little rest and you wake up and you're at it again. And then when the fire's out, you patrol the fire, make sure there's no more hot spots, make sure everything is black and wet, because we literally wet the whole area down. So there's no hot spots. And then when that's all done, we'll demo, which means we'll clean up all the stuff, all our hoses, you know, we'll pack up all our stuff, and then we'll get out of there.
Did you ask to be paid for this?
I get about, I think the pay is about $12 to $15 an hour. So, and what's funny about it, man, like when I first started doing this job, people didn't know that, I'm actually successful in business. And then it realized that I was like basically turned down millions of dollars to do this job. And they can continue thinking it.
To make $15 an hour.
To make $15 an hour. So yeah. But, like I said, for me, the whole money part of it is not what it's about. I'm all about that growth. And that growth isn't in these massive paychecks for speaking to corporations, stuff like that. The growth for me is in that $12 to $15 an hour when you're out there and it's like 20 degrees and you're freezing your ass off and you're thinking, you know what? I don't need to be here anymore.
Yeah, my agency was a boy. I mean, we were seeing each other for a while, but their reporting wasn't great and they never wanted to discuss ROI.
Most agencies are boys. They'll get you truckloads of impressions on your ads, but no cash. And when you do
and you start questioning yourself why you're here, then there's a lot of growth in that.
Why did you decide to release another book? What was undone with the first one?
Well, the first one was basically a bachelor's degree with the mind, is how I look at it. And no one knew who I was. So this is the book, Never Finished is the book that I wanted to come out first. But how am I going to get so deep into something when no one knows who the hell I am? So first, I have to give you some backstory on who the hell David Goggins is.
The credentials.
That's it. And so I got some basic credentials out there. And now I can dive in more because most people think I'm just some animal who runs and yells and just says fuck and motherfuck all the time. And that's nowhere near the truth. That's maybe what they see in a 1-minute video. And that's what we believe. But there's a lot of thought behind a person being a born loser, becoming who I am today. You don't just wake up and just rocky the shit. You got to wake up and think about, there's a process to getting better. And that process is never finished.
It's an appropriate title. So one of the things that I've been thinking about is the danger of success making you soft.
Mm-hmm.
And this must be something that you've battled with over the last few years.
Right.
More money, more attention, more fame, more free things if you wanted, more opportunities to go places and do stuff with people.
Right.
How have you dealt with this battle of success not making you soft?
You have to cap it. You have to learn to cap success. So what I do is, like right now, I don't like doing podcasts. There's a lot of things I don't have to do now to get the message out there to help people out. And what I mean by capping success, I believe everybody should live their life. So everything that someone says in life, take it with a grain of salt. Take what they give and don't be like, oh, David Goggins said this or whoever said this. No, do not take what I say and do exactly what I say. So for me, what makes me who I am, because my mission is very different than yours or anybody else's. I have to go into a situation where, okay, I'm a guy who wants to make people better. For people to get better, I have to continuously get better myself. For me to do that, I can't just say, oh, I have this resume. The resume is there forever. I'm good. I have to cap my success because for me to help people out, I can't just say I did it once and I'm good. I have to continue to reinvent the wheel of the mind and figure out more and more ways for you to pull. Because if I have a cookie cutter message, it may hit 5 people out of 25. You just failed. My message needs to be in a way where I can hit all 25 people. It needs to be broad enough to where all 25 people may not like the message, but they're getting something from it. And that is evolution. You must continue to evolve. And you don't evolve, for me, in my job, unless I cap myself somewhere and say, okay, you made this much money, get back to fucking work. It's time to get back to work. Stop hearing yourself talk, get off the podcast, don't be on social media too much, cut out all the fucking noise, get back to the fucking mental lab, because that's where the knowledge came from. So for me, I must cap myself so I can come back with better, more unique knowledge versus all that cookie cutter knowledge that's out there. That's why people buy the books I have, because it's not cookie cutter. It's real knowledge.
The other thing now is, when you first started, you were a Lone Ranger.
Right.
nobody really knew who you were outside of some obscure endurance places and half-heard truths of these weird myths.
Right.
But now you've got people's expectations layered on top as well.
Mhm.
So not only have you got to deal with success potentially making you soft, so you've got to cap that. You've got to say no to more money and opportunities and cool people.
Right.
You've also got this extra layer of expectation that's coming through from other people too. And I think that you talk about trained humility
Right.
in the new book too. I've got to presume that that fits into this equation.
Right. It fits in big time. And that's one big reason why I do fight fire. Because all the knowledge for myself comes from that place. It doesn't come from the place of success. My knowledge does not come from a place because for me, like I built Goggins from the ground up. I was born David Goggins. David Goggins wasn't good enough. He was a scared, bullied, abused kid who struggled in life. And that kid, whenever something got tough, no matter how hard I trained, no matter how ready I was, whenever something got tough for me, David Goggins, the real David Goggins, would come out and he would quit. So I realized this over a period of time. So I had to build Goggins. And in that process, I had to go back to that mental lab. And that mental lab is at scratch. That mental lab is in that trained humility. And so that's where I get better. I get better when I'm digging holes in the ground, when I'm waking up early knowing I don't have to do these things. That's where I get better.
So it's important to stay hungry.
It's important to stay hungry, but it's important more to stay humble within that hunger. So while you're hungry, a lot of people are hungry, but humility is everything.
What was that story about William Crawford, the janitor?
Yeah. So this guy won the Medal of Honor. So he won the Medal of Honor, and which is the highest award in the military. And this guy went to the Air Force Academy, and he was a janitor. And no one knew who the fuck this man was. He had the highest award in all the military for heroics. For heroics, saving lives, putting his life on the line. Could have been killed. And he is now basically, cleaning shitters for young kids. And we can all imagine how that probably went. There's probably some, little bit of taunting here and there. And he just sat there and cleaned the shitter. So that's why he's in my trained humility part, because for this man to be at the level he was and have that kind of humility to go, I'm a Medal of Honor winner, but I'm gonna put that in my closet, and I'm gonna pick up my broom and dustpan, and I'm gonna pick up, this rag and clean this shit for these young men. That right there is amazing for me, man. That's where you grow. That's growth, huge growth. And also it shows that he was doing his job. He was a servant. He didn't look at himself any better than anybody else. The second you do that, you're totally lost. You cannot look at yourself like people with me even. I always look at people. I know where you are. I know where, because I've been there. That's why I help so many people out. I've never been above you. I've always pretty much been beneath you, and that's where my knowledge came from. So I know how to reach those people who are in the dungeon, because I've been there so many times.
Speaking of getting too soft, did you see that there was a news story that came out recently about the treatment of SEALs during their selection process? Do you see this?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, they were getting sprayed with tear gas whilst they were on the ground, and they were made to sing happy birthday so that they couldn't hold their breath while it was happening. And there was a quote from this guy, I think this type of training is really senseless, said Sven Hjort, a Duke University associate professor who studies tear gas and its effects. It looks more like a form of hazing.
Right. I see all that. Trust me. Like I said, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I understand that guy. I understand exactly where you're coming from. That is your personal opinion, and I totally get that. But
how do you take 20,000 children in the middle of New York City without anybody seeing? They are being put into buses. They are given certain clothes. Some of them were taken out in boxes. You can call them crates. You can call them caskets of dead people, although they were live children in there.
I mean, we can talk about tunnels all we want. The non-believers will say, "Where's the proof?"
When I go into the tunnels, I can't take my phone, and if you're going to do it, the psychopaths will eliminate you. So some pictures I saw that are real, and I was surprised to see them.
But there are many children down there.
But they're not in the main rooms. They're in the hidden rooms within the walls of the tunnel.
Do you have an idea of the number of children that we're talking about?
It's huge. It's numbers you can't comprehend.
There's very few people in this world who want to do a job like that. And it takes a different kind of mindset. Is it tear grass?
Hey guys, I'm here. Yeah, I didn't see the message. Book Kevin 612. Yeah, it's a YouTube video that we're watching right now. This channel is about business and investing. We're going to be talking about building our wealth together and just staying motivated.
I'm in an area of life that you're not in, which is fine. That's why I don't judge people. And this guy right here judging that, unless you've been there and done that, and you really can't speak about it, unless you're in those situations that are so hard that takes a special human being to get through them.
I think it's the same kind of feeling that I get when I heard about Elon Musk telling the employees at Twitter, we're going to ask you to work harder than you've ever worked in your life.
Yeah.
This is a place, Twitter is now a company where people can go if they want to be in the top 0.0001% of hardworking programmers and software developers on the planet.
That's right.
And everybody was up in arms. This is unbelievable. We're going back to this old version of capitalism where the worker is being abused and used and thrown away. What they didn't account for is that there is a non-insignificant cohort of people for whom that's their dream.
That's right.
People who want to be able to get up in the morning, having gone to bed 4 hours before, and can contribute to some sort of progress that they think, this is what I'm here for.
Yep.
And it's the same with the SEALs. If you're not the sort of person that is built to go through selection, it's like speaking a different language.
That's it. And that's why I don't try to convince people otherwise. I understand that why you're confused. I understand why you say things like that. I'm not saying anything bad about that. I understand it. But also, what you don't understand, what you fail to understand, is the other side, that you need people like that. You need the Elon Musks. You need the David Goggins. You need some of these Navy SEALs, some of these other people. You need those people. And they forget that. And it takes a very, very unique person and unique mind to do some of these jobs that are necessary in this world.
But especially when we're thinking about someone going to war.
Right.
Like, do you want your armed forces to be underprepared for the battlefield because you didn't want to be too mean to them in advance?
That's the problem. That's the problem. And that's a problem that I've always had. Is that right there. Is that even some of the most trained people in the world fall back on that. It's easy to talk about. Like I said, when you go through it once, it's a perishable skill.
Goodbye, Speed Demon.
Oh, we get it. It's hard to say goodbye to your car. AutoNation is here to make it easy for you. To see how much your car is worth and get top dollar fast, visit AutoNation.com or see us in person today.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here. Actually, my department uses Monday.com, so I'm good. Work management tool? No, that's not.
Hardness, mental hardening, mental toughness, it's a perishable skill. Just because you went through some training once and you got through it, doesn't mean it lasts fucking forever. And that's where most people hated me in my life, because I realized that. You don't just say, oh, I got it, I'm checked off, I'm good for the rest of my life. That's why you have to recall. You recall on fucking everything. And you definitely must recall when it comes to the mind. That is one of the biggest requalifications you must have. And when you're at that level, you got to recall every fucking day, not once a year.
One of the other things that you did to stop yourself from getting soft was running the Moab 240.
Yep.
Talk me through that experience.
So I hadn't run a 100-mile race, and I think it was about 6 years. I had, some heart surgeries. I had maybe some questioning in my mind about, I call it part-time savage. I started kind of going through this. I started getting, a little bit injuries, a little bit of this, a little bit, things that back in the day never slowed me down. So when I got my head out of my ass and realized that, hey, we have more left, we can still push harder, we're not there yet. I realized, talking to a guy named Cameron Hayes, who did this race, 240-mile race. And
I'm going to restart the live stream, so I'm just going to sign out real quick and I'll come back on, just because I need to have YouTube archive the first part of the stream, which the limit is 12 hours, and we're right at that point. So let me just log off, and I hope that you enjoy this live stream thus far. Stay for the next one, and make sure to subscribe, like, and of course share, so that other people can take advantage of this amazing content that we're creating here in our community at Master Investor, where our goal and our mission is to elevate the financial well-being of humanity through high-quality financial education. Made simple, we look at opportunities to build passive income and true wealth. I'll see you on the next live stream. Stay great and well.